The Nintendo Entertainment System from the mid-1980s changed the landscape of what video games were. Before, arcades were the definitive place to play games, while the consoles had these watered-down renditions of games you could play at the arcade. In the 70s and early 80s, the console gaming market was nowhere near the force it is today, ultimately imploding upon itself in 1983, but that's a story for another day. What was great about the first Nintendo, or the NES, is that while technically the games weren't on par with the arcade tech, they had groundbreaking exclusive games on their console like Mario, Zelda, and Metroid, games that changed the landscape in platforming and adventure game design. I bring this up because of the fact that the NES was also the home of Capcom's Mega Man franchise, which was never a Mario-level success, but something a lot of people played, in particular Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 3. At the turn of the decade, things got a little more complicated as Sega brought out the Genesis, a console that dwarfed the NES in visual fidelity and sound quality, and alongside that, Nintendo brought out the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, or the SNES, their own 16-bit console. What makes this era, the early 90s, interesting is that this was the first big console leap in gaming history. I mean, consoles had been around before the NES, obviously, because we just talked about that. But this jump was massive since consumers now had to be on board with the fact that every couple of years the new systems will come out and you have to spend your money on them as the NES is now obsolete. Mario, Zelda, Metroid, they've all moved on to the SNES, and just look at how much more advanced these games were just at a glance. Not to mention the new games offered that showed off the system's increased power. And there were also the new IPs the Sega Genesis was pumping out. Point being, if you liked gaming and didn't have either of these consoles, you were missing out. Something we're all pretty used to by now, but this was the first time it happened. But back on target, the Mega Man series oddly stuck to its NES guns for a while. I mean, they made 6 of these games on the NES. That's way more games than Mario, Metroid, Contra, Castlevania, or any of the other classic NES franchises. Mega Man 6 dropped in November of 1993, when the Japanese release date of the Super Nintendo was 3 years earlier. Clearly, they had to move on at some point, which is exactly what they did. This roundabout history lesson exists so I can say that when they did finally take that leap of bringing Mega Man to the next generation, they went all out. And that's how you get one of my favorite games ever made, Mega Man X. This game is chock full of next generation appeal. First you get that title drop I just showed, but then you get an options menu where you can configure what each of the buttons do and listen to a sound test. It sounds silly to talk about things like that as if it's a big deal in 2021, but in 1993 these were next-gen features. Previous Mega Man games would take you right to a boss selection screen, but in this game the start button takes you to an intro stage. One of the best designed tutorials in any side-scroller I've ever played. Not something you'd think I'd thought if you watched my original video, but I can focus more on why that is in the X2 review. For now, I'll just say this. I get that the sequelitis video from, goddamn, 10 years ago covered everything you need to know about how this level functions as an introduction to the gameplay, but I think it would be a frankly incomplete Mega Man X review to not give the stage its dues. The basic controls are simple enough to get to grips with, it's just that the enemies here are positioned in different points in the sky, and you will learn, if you haven't played Mega Man before, that lining your shots up with the enemies is the key to the combat. I think modern games plopping a control list on the screen is pretty effective in making sure players know how to play the game, but I'll say this, I think there's something really cool about dropping the player in an area like this one where you have to shoot this enemy out of the sky, but doing so will bring this bridge down. The only way out is to use X's ability to climb up walls. Doing so will teach you that you have the ability to climb up walls. This large gap will teach you what the maximum distance for X's jump is. These enemies will show you that the environment can be an active threat, and on that note, the stage is quite the visual spectacle compared to what the series was capable of on the NES with the aforementioned enemies collapsing through roadways and enemies actively destroying them. My favorite part though is the collapsing ground tutorial where these 3 pieces of road will fall shortly after you step on them. One time I got curious about this part in the middle. What would happen if you stepped on the first platform and then jumped to the third? In some games, the piece in the middle would just float in the air, but in this game, it falls even if you didn't step on it because it had no structural support on either side. That's attention to detail. At the end of the stage, you're met with a boss, but weirdly, you can't seem to do any damage against him while he's taking chunks out of your health bar until he just locks you in place. At that point, you're like, how'd I mess that one up? Am I gonna lose a life? And there, you have one of the most iconic video game character introductions of all time. This finally being the moment where we get some context. Zero here tells the player character, Mega Man X, that he'll keep on the lookout for Sigma's trail. while the guy X just got beat by is called Vile. Sigma is the main villain of the game, currently leading a rebellion against humanity. In the meantime, X should take out Sigma's forces, Zero believing X has the ability to be just as strong as him, as the duo part ways for the time being. This is where the intro stage ends and the game begins properly. To establish these characters a little more, when buying the game as a Mega Man fan, I think you'd be forgiven for not knowing right off the bat that this new game is the start of an entirely new franchise. I mean, it's called Mega Man X. The last game was Mega Man 6, but the title screens for each of the Mega Man sequels used Roman numerals, so maybe the Mega Man X game was just jumping 4 games ahead. Who knows? In reality, Mega Man X is a completely separate character from Mega Man. Like I just established, the SNES represented the future of gaming, and I think it's appropriate that games like F-Zero took place in the future. Mega Man X is the exact same way. If you don't mash the start button when the game opens, you're met with this intro scene that comes before the title screen. The first part being a diagnostic on X's systems, followed by a warning that Mega Man X was created to be the first machine fully capable of free thought. X's creator wanted to ensure that the project would go through safely, meaning X would be sealed away to make sure his systems reliably knew right from wrong. A process that would take approximately 30 years. But the creator doesn't have that much time to live. This is then revealed as Dr. Thomas Light, the creator of the original Mega Man. X is then discovered 100 years later by a researcher named Dr. Kane, who was amazed by X to the point where he created an entirely new type of robot called Reploids, free-thinking machines that are based on X's data. But when some Reploids began to commit crimes against humanity, they were labeled Mavericks, and in response, a Reploid police force called the Maverick Hunters was formed, X and Zero being members of it, as Zero is also X's best friend. Zero's backstory is a bit beyond the scope of this video, so it can wait. Sigma was once the leader of the Maverick Hunters, but began his own Maverick Rebellion, convinced that since Reploids were stronger and more capable than humans, they deserved to be the ones on top, getting 8 of his fellow Maverick Hunters to join him. Now, X is going to take the fight directly to Sigma and his followers, setting up the journey. With that backstory alone, you can tell these games had more focus on the story than the Mega Man games preceding it. The developers had to put in a lot of thought in how they were going to reinvent Mega Man for the next generation, and that effort can be seen in the mechanics of the game, the story, but also in the art design. In the NES Mega Man games, you could see the artists getting a better grasp of how to portray different environments with each game. I'd imagine that had something to do with just how many of these games they did, but really, compare the flat backgrounds of Mega Man 1 to what they were able to pull off with Mega Man 6. Crazy to think this was the same console. Mega Man X, of course, blows them all out of the water in terms of how detailed the sprites and animations can be. This game, like I said, just has really good attention to detail. Take this part of Launch Octopus's stage, for example, where jumping in and out of the water will cause a splash effect, and how the weapon Fire Wave doesn't work underwater. The actual character design in the original Mega Man games also got more complex as time went on. I mean, compare the boss roster from Mega Man 1 to the boss roster from Mega Man 6, and you see what I mean. But still, the character design was limited by the NES hardware, as the console could only display so many colors at once. Something the design of Mega Man X was clearly not held back by, as his body has a whole host of different colors and segments that translated really well to the sprites. When you're introduced to the stage select screen in Mega Man X, you see there are 8 stages to freely pick from like in the old games, but now there's also a map that shows how each of these stages connect to each other in a physical sense, as well as there being a brief bio on each of the Maverick bosses by showing their names as well as their height and weight. I must say, if Spark Mandrill over here is a whopping 10 feet tall, then this is a pretty big room. But back on subject, these bosses all have a different theme to them than what was in the old games as well. Each classic Mega Man game boss would be something man, like Cut Man, Bomb Man, Wood Man, Snake Man, and so on. I don't mean for this video to sound like I'm trying to tear down the old Mega Man games to build up the X series, since that's not what I'm going for. I'm just trying to highlight the ways in which Mega Man X did not take the new console generation for granted, as we have all these new tropes to talk about with the X series compared to the original. Having said that, in Mega Man X, the artists wanted to try something different. The theme they settled on was a mix between some kind of element and an animal, these all being machine animals. That's how you end up with the final boss roster of Chill Penguin, Spark Mandrill, Armored Armadillo, Launch Octopus, Boomer Kawanger, Sting Chameleon, Storm Eagle, and Flame Mammoth, each one of them displaying the Sigma logo somewhere on their body. Each of these characters has a personality, not something displayed in the game, but something the series delves into more in later games and external media. For these new Mega Man X videos, I decided to pick up the Mega Man X Complete Works book, as well as the newly released Maverick Hunter's Field Guide. The former being an art book with quotes from the artists that worked on the games discussing how they approached each title in the Mega Man X series. The latter being a character bible on every single character and thing within the Mega Man X series in alphabetical order, written like a report to the Maverick Hunters. Some of the larger figures in the Mega Man fan community even contributed to it, which I thought was really cool. If you're a fan of the series, I'd say both are an interesting read. I was saying before that this game has more in-game world building than before, and that can be seen on this map. Storm Eagle's flying battleship is strong, but if you beat him, the ship crashes from the sky into Spark Mandrill's power plant. If you played that stage before Storm Eagles, you're met with electric sparks flying towards you that you need to dodge, but if you cause the ship to crash through the ceiling before you come here, the power barely works anymore. This mini-boss at the start of the stage would use the electricity in the building to attack you, but now there isn't any to use. Flame Mammoth's factory has a bed of deadly lava below you at most times, but if you play Chill Penguin first, the ice from the mountain will freeze the factory over, creating a layer of ice that you can safely walk on. The water from Launch Octopus's stage will partially flood Sting Chameleon's forest. Like the opening stage, I get that this is the 1,000,000th Mega Man X analysis, and I'm not blowing anyone's mind here, but this game's next generation appeal via its visuals, its music, its world, and gameplay just always impresses me whenever I replay it. A game that first released 7 years before I was born, and yet its commitment to taking advantage of the SNES's hardware just has my respect. This is backed up by the gameplay, since the game has plenty of substance outside of all that. From a gameplay perspective, this game at default carries over many staples from the classic Mega Man games. You still run forward, shooting enemies with your basic X-Buster shots that can be charged to do more damage. The two most critical aspects of playing a Mega Man platformer are timing your shots with your enemies and timing your jumps to reach the platforms while watching out for stage hazards. All of that is definitely there in Mega Man X, but the game also expands the moveset quite a bit. First with the wall jump I talked about in the intro stage. X can slide down walls, jump up, jump off of, and between them as well. I find this to be a game changer for multiple reasons, but chief among them being that falling into a pit doesn't have to mean you're doomed. You can still save yourself with the right timing. Meaning that my least favorite classic Mega Man trope, where enemies fly out of platforms, is just not a factor in the X series at all. But that's the extent of X's abilities by default. Yeah, one whole paragraph of stuff, but even with just that, this gameplay is very satisfying, as I can discuss when going over the level design in more detail. But that's not where the mechanics of X1 end. The rise of the RPG genre was something the developers noted when making X1 and wanted to incorporate the elements of player growth within the gameplay. I mean, X on the box art of the US release looks like this. I want to look like that, but instead I'm stuck with this. Early in Chill Penguin stage, you'll find a blue capsule containing an AI message from X's creator, Dr. Light. Light has 4 of these capsules hidden across the area that X must find in order to gain additional armor pieces. This first one being the leg parts that allow X to dash along the ground, something that quickly became a Mega Man X, or really, Mega Man series staple. Something Zero was capable of doing earlier as well. With the dash, you can move faster, your shots do more damage while dashing, and the length of your jumps from both the ground and walls is greatly increased. The head parts allow X to bust through blocks with his head, and this one's kind of a dud. Doesn't really present much of a use throughout the game, but it helps with certain items, and it protects you from the crumbling blocks in Sting Chameleon stage. The body parts reduce the damage that X takes by 50%, which is obviously a must-have upgrade. The arm parts are also great, as you can now charge your shots to a 3rd level for increased damage and charge your special weapons. I'm not going to speak with authority on JRPGs as a genre because I've barely played any of them, but I will say this. The thought of turn-based battling has just never really done it for me, since I prefer being an active player in combat. Now, these Final Fantasy Pixel remasters makes me want to give them a proper try, but that's neither here nor there. My point is that RPGs have the whole thing with leveling up going on. In Mega Man X, there aren't experience points that lead to a level up, but instead you find these upgrades and they just make you feel more powerful in a material way. The foot, body, and arm parts especially. This is also helped by the special weapons. Defeating each Maverick allows X to copy one of their abilities using his variable weapons system. These are some of the best special weapons in the history of Mega Man. Each and every one of them is useful for something, like this elevator ride in Boomer Kawanger's stage. Shotgun Ice's Ricochet clears these enemies like it's nobody's business. The homing torpedo tracks enemies that are faster, the Chameleon Sting shoots in 3 directions, while weapons such as Rolling Shield, Storm Tornado, and Fire Wave just obliterate enemies in front of you. And that's not even considering the charged up versions of these weapons where you get full on invincibility with the charged Chameleon Sting. Storm Tornado clears enemies above and below you, Electric Spark sending waves of electricity in both directions. It's a great roster of weapons to use both offensively and when hunting for other items. Yeah, 8 special weapons, 4 armor capsules, and you still aren't done exploring. You might notice that X's health bar at the start is much smaller than the original Mega Man's, and that's because you must collect 8 heart tanks in order to gradually expand X's health bar to be at its full potential. In addition to that, you can find 4 sub-tanks. These refill your health, but they can only be filled up when you pick up HP drops from enemies while at full health yourself. I tend not to need these much in my playthroughs, usually save them for the final boss, but they are handy overall. Finding all these upgrades is a lot of fun because you have to use your different abilities together to grab them all, like using Boomerang Cutter to grab this sub-tank, or using a dash jump to reach this ledge and using Fire Wave on this igloo to get a heart tank. Many of them require you to think outside the box, like if you reach this battleship and launch Octopus's stage, you can blast it until it sinks into the water, revealing a hidden mini-boss that protects a heart tank. Or when you get chased by this mechanoid, maybe there's something back the way it came, and there you find a sub-tank. It's really rewarding to collect all the upgrades in this game. I remember vividly when I first played this game how powerful I felt when I got the body parts. I challenged the mini-boss guarding it, and while I kicked my ass, when I beat it and I was rewarded with 50% damage reduction, that's when you know the enemies are in trouble now. I also remember this moment in Armored Armadillo's stage where I saw this heart tank up above. You're supposed to beat the mechanoid before it destroys the wall you need to climb up here. But I swear on my first playthrough I got this heart tank with a well-timed dash jump, although I couldn't recreate the effect here. Someone let me know if my memory is wrong or if this is possible. I think this game is endlessly replayable, as I'm sure you can tell. From the environmental changes and stages to the process of collecting all the upgrades, Mega Man X is a game where no two playthroughs need be the same. I'm a player who prefers to collect everything in the Mega Man X games, so my playstyle is geared towards discovering which stage order nets me all the unlockables while revisiting as few stages as possible. It was something that I focused a lot of my attention on in the old days of 2015. I would think up pathways I could take in the game while I was in school and then try to execute them when I got home. Take this part of Storm Eagle's stage for example. I thought this tank barring entry to the head parts required Fire Wave from Flame Mammoth in order to get through, but I liked playing Storm Eagle first since I liked using Storm Tornado on Flame Mammoth himself. When I first played Mega Man Xtreme on the Game Boy Color, I discovered the X-Buster can break through these tanks, and I wondered if the same applied to X1, and it did. A really awesome moment as it eliminated an entire backtrack to a stage. At the end of the game, I would need to revisit Spark Mandrill's stage in order to get the sub-tank with Boomerang Cutter. But what if I went to Boomer Kawanger before Spark Mandrill and got his weapon first, then got the sub-tank? When things like that work, it's a certified gamer moment. But seriously though, a game with 13 stages can leave this much of an impact by providing this much replay value. But honestly, you don't even need to fully complete Mega Man X to have a good time with it. For this video, I decided to run through the game 3 times. The first was my typical least backtracking playthrough, then the second was my recreating the first playthrough, and last was a challenge run where I decided to go through the game with as little upgrades as possible, meaning I saved Chill Penguin and the Dash for last. Mixing it up with each playthrough will definitely be something I keep doing as I come back to this game in the future, since the least backtracking route is just how I've always played it for like the last 6 years. What I've learned now is that challenge runs can add some extra spice to your playthrough. The Minimalist run in particular showed off how well designed the stages are in Mega Man X. I said a basic fundamental of Mega Man is lining up your shots with the enemies to hit them, and stages like Storm Eagle and Boomer Kawanger pull this off really well, as the former sees these platforms rising up and down with the enemies on them where you have to time your shots and your jumps to make it between them. The latter has this large vertical shaft at the end where you have to decide where the best times to scale the walls are versus jumping to the platforms in the center. It's the kind of level design the classic series never really had. All these levels are really fun and challenging to play as the default X without the dash, because X1 is just a super fun game no matter how you choose to play it. The only areas I think this game lacks are 1. The boss design. Now, I think without special weapons there are a lot of interesting patterns and attacks here, like dodging Spark Mandrill's shots while also not getting hit by his wall punch attack, or Flame Mammoth shooting tar at the ground that will limit your movement. I like fighting Armored Armadillo as he requires a slow approach. You have to dodge all his attacks like bouncing between the walls and shoot when you get the chance, but you should only use the regular pellets because if you charge, he'll absorb the energy with his shield and reflect it back to you. The fight with Launch Octopus appropriately opens with him telling you he's about to kick your ass, as he's easily the hardest boss of the 8 Mavericks to defeat. For the most part, I think he's doable, but the homing torpedoes will do a lot of damage and you'd better hope you're far away from the whirlwind attack because without the dash you're probably going to get sucked in. The bosses aren't the easiest to read in a first playthrough, but I will say I enjoyed fighting all of them on the Minimalist run. It provided a challenge the bosses rarely do in this game because of the fact that the special weapons you get serve as the weakness for one of the other bosses. This game being the case study of what's called Spark Mandrill Syndrome, where a Mega Man game has all these well-designed bosses, but if you bring a weakness into the mix, it just turns into this. My stance on this is pretty simple. I just think the weakness making your victory so certain that the boss is just a formality is bad design. Especially when this problem is pretty easy to fix. Just make it so that the weakness does 1 or 2 more units of damage than the charge shot. In the case of someone like Spark Mandrill, the problem would be solved. The other issue I have with the game is the performance. When the action gets intense, like the examples on the screen, the game starts chugging. It never hurts the actual gameplay because these are set-piece moments, but it is there and something the PS2 collection actually managed to fix. Honestly, those are my two big gripes with the game, and the second one's a nitpick at best, so this game is pretty damn good to say the least. Now, this transition seemed a lot better in my mind when I came up with it, but on the note of things outside of the gameplay, how about that soundtrack? I keep saying this game excelled at next-generation appeal, and when it comes to music, I think the NES produced a lot of great and iconic tracks, but the SNES has always been the console where I think video game music took a big leap in quality. Just listening to the soundtrack of X1, and you can clearly hear how much effort the composers put in. As in the tracks, you can clearly hear what instruments they're trying to replicate with this fantastic instrumentation. With that, and composition that is simply summed up as an absolute banger, you have my favorite Mega Man soundtrack by far. So with all that said, we've reached the end of the game. The 8 Mavericks are down, and X has grown considerably as a character. All that's left is to meet Zero at Sigma's fortress. But first, you can go back to Armored Armadillo's stage if you've collected all the heart tanks, sub-tanks, armor pieces, and defeated all 8 Maverick bosses, and find a new secret. If you reach this point in the stage, jump into the pit, load the checkpoint, and repeat the process about 4 more times, and you'll find a secret capsule from Dr. Light where he teaches you the Hadouken from Capcom's other franchise, Street Fighter. This secret move destroys any boss fight it comes into contact with in one hit. The only catch being that you need to be at full health to use it. In more recent playthroughs, I've been prone to just skip past this one because it takes like 5 minutes to get the Hadouken when I could just get on with the game. But whether you get it or not, the next level is Sigma Palace 1, where the designers are able to take advantage of moves you're guaranteed to have by this point, like the dash boots in the opening platforming segment. Then there's a bit of story as Vile returns from the opening and you still can't beat him. But that's when Zero decides to sacrifice himself to destroy Vile's right armor, allowing X to finally defeat Vile. Another really satisfying moment as we saw Zero save our asses at the beginning, and now he sacrificed himself so you can go on and defeat Sigma as you have become more powerful than him, like you said you could at the beginning. As far as story and context are concerned, it would be easy to say Mega Man X1 doesn't have enough story since the game never properly establishes the backstory in-game, but I think for a 16-bit platformer from 1993 that was trying to have a little more plot, they struck a pretty good balance. You know you want to beat Vile because of what happened in the intro, you know Zero's on your side as well. Zero says he'll find Sigma and meet up with us later, Sigma obviously being the main villain of the game. It's satisfying to beat Sigma's forces, and then what we just saw was also a great bit of storytelling in gameplay. I think X1 does all it needed to do to leave an impact without bombarding the player with unneeded dialogue like later X games that feel the need to do. If you reached Zero's death without the arm cannon upgrade, Zero will just give you his. No material difference between the one from Dr. Light and the one from Zero, so it doesn't really matter. Now you have all the tools you need to complete the game, as a couple of segments in Sigma Palace 1, 2, and 3 are made much simpler with the use of charged special weapons. The most memorable part about the Sigma Palace stages to me would be, first, the feeling of getting deeper and deeper into enemy territory with each stage. Or rather, higher and higher given the nature of Sigma's HQ. The first 3 stages also have fantastic music as well. Special highlight to stage 2, one of the catchiest and most climactic tracks in the game. My favorite part about these stages would be how they handle the boss rush segment. Almost every Mega Man game has this part at the end where you have to fight all main bosses all over again. If you've followed me for a long time, you'd know I've never been super fond of these segments, but in X1 they pace it out throughout the first 3 Sigma Palace stages, breaking up the monotony with platforming and combat. Also, if you do have the Hadouken, there's a suspenseful feeling that comes from the refights beginning as you hope you'll be able to one-shot them. For those reasons, I think this game makes the refights pretty inoffensive. Stage 4 is where the final battle with Sigma takes place. Another smart design choice right from the start. This stage doesn't waste any time, it's just one climb up a shaft and you're in the boss fight. But these little openings house infinitely respawning enemies that allow you to refill your health and weapon ammo right at the start of the stage if you die. It's baffling that more X games don't do this. The first battle against Sigma's guard dog and Sigma himself are both dealt with pretty easily if you use their weaknesses, Shotgun Ice and Electric Spark respectively, as Sigma then transforms into his final form. This being the hardest boss in the game, as he hits pretty hard, has attacks all over the screen and doesn't take much damage. However, I feel that the attacks here are very readable, meaning that if you aren't experienced with the game, you'll definitely beat it with enough time and practice, and when you do, you can take pride in stopping Sigma's rebellion once and for all. The game ends on a shot of X reflecting on the fact that this war has cost a lot of Reploid lives, many of which cannot be brought back, and that he hopes one day the fighting will stop. However, if Mavericks ever return, X will always be there to stop it. I've always enjoyed this rather melancholic ending. Mega Man games have had those before, so it's nothing new for this series, but still, you just save the day and our hero takes a moment to recognize all that's happened to get to this point, showing that he's a bit of a pacifist by nature, but will continue to fight. The fact that X is the kind of character that never wants to fight but does it anyway because it's right is something that always made him more interesting to me than the original Mega Man. And that's all in the first game, Mega Man X. One of the best games I've ever played. Like I said, it's a game from 1993, but each and every playthrough I managed to appreciate it even more since it's just so well made and revolutionary for its time and for its series. The gameplay established in Mega Man X served as the bedrock of the Mega Man franchise going forward, and that's something that can never be taken away from this simply incredible game. Many moons ago, I said Mega Man 03 was the best Mega Man game, and it's certainly a damn good one, but now my 4 favorite games in the Mega Man series can only be X1 through X4, with X1 ranking at the top because it's a game I can go back to and guarantee I'll have a good time with. What more reason do I need to say that Mega Man X is one of my favorite games of all time? Well, I'm glad you didn't ask so that I may answer the question. This game, in hindsight, is pretty important to me on a personal level. Speaking from the perspective of 2026, it has been 11 years since I first beat this game. It feels so recent to me, it's just hard to believe. Especially since when I started making Mega Man reviews, it had only been like 18 months. But yeah, I got X1 through X3 and Mega Man 7 on the Wii U, and X4 and 5 on PS3. I got my ass kicked by X1, and I couldn't beat a single stage I was trying. But it was such a magical moment when I did beat Chill Penguin and this music came on. And then the victory theme came up as well. I was a fan of the completionist back then, you know, before all the lying and charity fraud shit got exposed, and I was like, this is where his music came from? As I played X1, it was cool to experience, and then I was locked into trying to beat this game, and then the game and series became one of my all-time favorites immediately. Fast forward to mid-2016, and I did the Sly 4 review, which was my biggest at the time, and I thought always would be. I wasn't sure what to do next until I settled on X1, which came out on October 5th of 2016. Where I got a massive 31 views on day 1. Let's fucking go. It's so fun to think back on that because of how much that now 10-year-old video has done for me, since we wouldn't be here right now, and that's why X1 is one of my favorite games of all time still. Setting the stage for X2, which is also one of those. Mega Man X2 is yet another one of my favorite games of all time. I mentioned in a previous video that sequels are an interesting thing for video games because there are many ways to do it. You could do something totally different, you could refine what already existed, or you could take a first entry that was lacking and fix a lot of the problems. Mega Man X is the kind of original that didn't really have that many problems, a product of the game being built off of the groundwork laid in the first 6 Mega Man games in the NES. X2 is a sequel that, for justifiable reasons, went with the second route, refining what already existed, and we'll explore how the game goes about that and its controls, mechanics, and structure. With that said, let's dive in to Mega Man X2. As if that title screen wasn't enough to impress you, let me spell it out for you. Mega Man X2 comes out guns blazing. The original Mega Man X opens up a bit slowly on Dr. Light's warning about X, and then the game just starts you out on the stage. In X2, the game begins with exposition telling us that it's been 6 months since the defeat of Sigma in X1, however, that didn't completely wipe out all of his followers. Sigma was once the leader of the Maverick Hunters, and with him going Maverick, that basically placed Zero as a temporary leader during the events of X1, but Zero died at the end of the game, so who better to pick up the slack than the Maverick Hunter who defeated Sigma, Mega Man X? In the last 6 months, X and his crew have been hunting down the remaining Mavericks who pledged loyalty to Sigma. X is a total badass in this game. I realize this is an SNES game from 1994, but just look at the setup of the intro stages for X1 and X2. In X1, you were fighting a losing battle against Sigma's forces that attacked the Central Highway. In X2, X and his comrade are traveling on hoverbikes to the last remaining factory the Mavericks are hiding in. We've got him on the ropes this time. These guys are running from you in this game. Nobody messes with Mega Man X anymore. Just look at this cutscene you get when pressing start. X rides his bike straight into the enemy. That's just so cool, what can I say? The intro stage from X1 was a masterfully designed tutorial, but the one in X2 is doubly effective, dare I say, teaching you the basics of lining your shots up at multiple angles, wall jumping, and charging in very little time. It lasts like 40 seconds if you know what you're doing, while still having active obstacles like this floor you need to jump over and these closing walls you need to escape from. It's a frantic, action-packed stage, and I love that because the Mavericks are just throwing everything they've got at you, even this giant robot, but they all fall before Mega Man X. Once that stage is cleared, we get more insight in the new story. 3 loyal Sigma followers, now called the X Hunters, have realized that X is just too powerful and they need to accelerate their plans of bringing back both Sigma and Zero. They send out 8 new Mavericks for X to defeat, but when he's clearly kicking their asses too, they begin a new plan. The 3 of them, Sergei's, Violin, and Agile, will challenge X directly, each of them holding a major part of Zero. If X can defeat them, then he'll get Zero back, but if they win, then Zero will be brought back as a number for the Mavericks. X is more than ready to take on the challenge and get his best friend back with the help of Dr. Kane, the guy who discovered X in the first place. This being his first on-screen appearance in the series. He doesn't do much other than seemingly direct Maverick Hunter operations and has the capacity to rebuild Zero, but it's nice the game included him as he was only mentioned in the manual of X1. Clearly, X2 is much more in-game storytelling than X1. I said that game got the bare essentials to tell a memorable story, but X2 includes a lot more context and interesting cutscenes. Well, for its time. It's obviously primitive now. But it's a clear improvement over the previous game, as all the necessary information to understand the plot is all in the game. When that setup is done, you're left with the same structure as the first game. You have 8 new Mavericks to fight, with this game clearly leaning into that world building that made the first game unique, as we see this giant world map take up the screen in the boss select, showing how each level connects in the grand scheme of things. When diving into the game proper, you'll find out that controlling X is basically identical to how it was before. There is one critical change, and that would be that X, despite losing his armor between games, can still use the dash functionality from the leg parts of his first armor. I don't think you needed to get through X1's Maverick stages, but in X2 I'm glad this is a default ability because the designers can use it to its full potential for both the item game and for the platforming, as X2's level design is much more geared towards precision than X1. Just look at the wide gaps in the platforms in Morph Moth stage at the beginning, or these searchlights you need to avoid in Magma Centipede stage, or this scanner segment for that matter where you have to avoid getting caught and avoid getting hit by these blocks for risk of making the coming mini-boss more challenging. The game is littered with designs like this, both horizontally and vertically, creating a robust set of stages. With some pretty cool set pieces like X riding a hover bike to find a missile silo as it's about to launch a missile and he just hitches a ride and blasts it straight out of the sky. Besides all that, X2 handles basically the exact same as he did in X1. Running, jumping, wall jumping, dashing, shooting, it's all the same. Now, this is nothing to be afraid of, because Mega Man sequels don't usually evolve that much, but add and refine what they can. In the case of X2, you have the dash at default, and the biggest reason that X2 is one of my favorite games. That reason is, Mega Man X2 is home to the most complex routing in the Mega Man X series. But what do I mean by routing? Back in 2015, I would think up ways to get through X1 through X4 with a minimal amount of backtracks. X2 and onward still having 8 heart tanks and a varying number of sub-tanks you still need to plan out how you're going to get to, like you did in the first game. Mega Man games have allowed you to play stages in any order since the first game, but the X series introducing so many collectibles increases the complexity that goes into your decision as to which stage to play next. Games like Mega Man 5 and Mega Man 6 do have in-stage collectibles, just not to the X series' extent, with X2 having the highest amount of options of any X game. Let's first discuss what my thought process was when thinking up these least backtracking orders. As I type this, I feel like it sounds kind of pretentious. I don't mean to call myself some kind of god-tier player or that I invented these strats. I'm sure someone posted these routes on the internet before me, but I didn't consult the internet when crafting the routes I took when I first started playing and replaying these games in 2015. That's all I'm trying to say. Anyway, it starts by beating a stage that's easy to beat, a Chill Penguin from X1 for example. Then thinking about what collectibles you can get with the loadout you just got from that stage. I then go to Storm Eagle and dash jump for the heart tank and head parts of the first armor. The foot and head parts combined will allow me to get the arm parts in Flame Mammoth stage while also being able to use his weakness on him. I've gone over my preferred stage order from X1 numerous times, and while you could do things differently, there really wouldn't be a reason to. Technically, you could just start with Launch Octopus's stage, which requires nothing to get its sole collectible, a heart tank, but starting on a stage this difficult offers the player no strategic advantage whatsoever. It's a little harder to battle Boomer Koanger without his weakness, but the advantage is not having to go back to Spark Mandrill's stage for 30 seconds to get a sub-tank. So it's a combination of a small number of stage revisits and doing so in a way that's effective for the player. Now, this leads into X2 where the item game is at its best. I'm displaying my X2 route on screen right now. It goes Wire Sponge, Wheel Gator, Flame Stag, Overdrive Ostrich, Bubble Crab, Crystal Snail, Morph Moth, and Magna Centipede. This 100% order requires no backtracking at all, and the best part of this isn't the only way to do it. For this video, I once again recorded 3 runs, the second of which was just me playing the game in a completely different order that also resulted in 0 backtracking that gave the player an equal strategic advantage as the one I use. The game has such open-ended design because the items have an immense variety in how you collect them. In X1, there wouldn't be a point to not starting with Chill Penguin because that's where the dash is, and many other items require the dash, or something that requires the dash to get. Not to say there was no variety, but still not nearly as much as X2, where my second run of the video started with Crystal Snail because you just need to boost over this gap with the ride armor to get the heart tank and drop into this pit to get the head parts. Things that don't require anything from another stage. From there I could go to Flame Stag's level, Bubble Crabs, Wire Sponges, or in any old order and get all their collectibles and come out on top. I used to think you needed the Strike Chain to get the Crystal Snail heart tank, but I was wrong about that, you just need a well-timed jump. I used to think you had to backtrack to Bubble Crab stage to use his charged special weapon to get this sub-tank, but I was also wrong about that as you can just jump to this cliff and climb up to get it. Lots of stages have multiple ways to get their upgrades, like in Wheel Gator's level where you could use the foot parts found in Overdrive Ostrich's stage to get the arm parts, but you need Wheel Gator's weapon to get that. So worry not, gamers. You can just use the Strike Chain from Wire Sponge to grab the ledge just the same. Later in the level, you might think you need a charged speed burner to get the heart tank, but this suspiciously placed enemy is actually all you need. Let him hit you and use the invincibility frames to climb up to get the heart tank. It's genius. Like I said, the game is full of this stuff, and this is why I enjoy playing X2 so much and what I think of when reflecting on why this game is so incredible. As I said, the game is afforded such open-endedness with its varied item collection, but I think another key element is the boss design. I said the bosses in X1 were a fun challenge with minimal upgrades, but doing that in a playthrough meant to maximize efficiency would be pretty difficult given bosses as tough as Launch Octopus or Armored Armadillo. In X2, a challenge run like that is also fun in its own merits for the same reasons as X1, but bustering bosses in X2 as a part of my stage order is far less daunting than it would be in X1 or X3 because there are really balanced bosses in this game. I don't like the battle against Wheel Gator since the whole gimmick is him going underwater and you have to try and goad him into coming back up so you can get hits in, but besides that I think these bosses are best enjoyed without weaknesses anyway. I remember when I first battled Crystal Snail with just the Buster. It was really satisfying because you realize he'll start the fight by shooting energy blasts towards you. My strategy being, dash under the shot while shooting, which does the damage of a charge shot like I said in the X1 video, but then quickly dash back and repeat as many times as you can without getting hit. You can also get the poor guy's shell off and bounce it around the room while he chases it. The artist had a lot of fun with that one. Then there are fights like Morph Moth where he starts in a cocoon and has all these crazy attacks you gotta dodge, but then when he's taken enough damage he'll emerge from the cocoon and start flying around the arena. Magna Centipede being one of the most interesting Mega Man X bosses, as every time he grabs you he'll take one of your moves away, whether that be the charge shot, the dash, and eventually the jump. With weaknesses, you just don't see that sort of thing and that's a bummer. But I think this game isn't as bad with the Spark Mandrill syndrome because the patterns do reset, but not to the laughable extreme of the last game, or other Mega Man games. But while we're on the subject of bosses, this was the game I was most curious about when going into the X Complete Works and Maverick Hunter's Field Guide. For X1, we at least have Maverick Hunter X to give us an idea of what these characters are like, and then X3 and onward just have a little more story in general. But for X2, I've never read any supplementary material related to it. First, I want to mention something eye-opening. Apparently they wanted to have boss design submissions be open to the public for X1 and X2 like they did in the classic games, but by X2 they realized the X series was better off with designs birthed and refined by trained artists and not kids. I'm bringing this one up because I always wondered why X2 and X3 just never had credits for the people who made the game. You just get this cast list of characters in the game, but not the people who actually made it. X1 had credits, but this public art thing is why they made an exception. Apparently, Capcom in this era didn't like crediting people for their work, and I'm thinking, what kind of screwed up company does this? But it was interesting to say the least. Overall, I find the art design and aesthetic of X2 more refined and consistent than X1, as you see this game has a whole host of different poses for X, which like the first game, look really cool in the art book. But as for the personalities of the Mavericks, this one caught my attention. Did you know that Overdrive Ostrich was once able to fly but suffered an injury that cost him the ability? But Sigma building up his confidence caused him to go Maverick. I certainly didn't. Wheel Gator used to be a Maverick Hunter, but his violent tendencies got him axed from the group. Wire Sponge is really childish by nature, and so Sigma stationed him at a weather control center to make sure his destruction could at least be productive. The funniest one for me was that Bubble Crab joined Sigma's Maverick Rebellion because he'll do anything if it, quote, helped pad his bank account. And that just got me thinking, these guys have bank accounts? I mean, humans still exist in the Mega Man world. Can you just imagine if you're an ordinary bank teller and then this 2-foot-tall robot crab walks in looking to check his balance?
Hi, I'm the chief financial officer at this bank, and I'd like to show you a normal day at this bank in 21XX. Now that society has become so diverse as to include humans, free-thinking robots, and even free-thinking robots based on animals. Wait, free-thinking... Who wrote this? Well, anyway, blah blah blah. We're devoted to quality service, such as...
Well, Mr. Krabs, since you put the down payment on that nuclear submarine with the lasers, the bombs, and the heart-shaped jacuzzi...
You weren't supposed to know about that.
Well, either way, you've exceeded your credit limit by $14,605,000 with interest.
You squid.
Bubble Crab, please! It was all Wire Sponge's idea!
Welcome to Bank of America, sucking you dry since 1990X.
On that note, all this talking of least backtracking and routing and accessible bosses for the sake of these routes does beg the question of how worthwhile these collectibles actually are. I can't really comment on heart tanks and sub-tanks again because they're the same collectibles they were before, but what I really need to talk about is the 4 parts of the second armor you'll find in Dr. Light's capsules hidden in the stages. You have the dash at default in this game, but you unlock the ability to air dash with the foot parts, something that's a great platforming tool, like here in X-Hunter Stage 1. The body parts have the same damage reduction property as before, but now you can convert that damage into a Giga attack. Not something worth using outside of specific boss fights, but it's cool. The best of all will be the arm parts. Seriously, my favorite arm parts in the series is you can charge your Buster to a 3rd level, which allows you to shoot 2 charge shots back to back, which bypasses invincibility frames. It's wildly powerful and useful throughout the entire game. But then, there's the head parts. This allows you to send out a signal which picks up on the location of secrets. It's an okay idea, but then in practice it barely works. First, you can't fire the X-Buster while using it, so you can't defend yourself. But then the bigger problem is that when I tried using it, it still didn't work. I know there's a sub-tank right above me here, but it's not activating. Or here in Bubble Crab stage, I'm trying to make the game tell me the sub-tank is above me, but instead the signal just runs towards the opening of a hidden area that has a health drop in it. Maybe it only is for secret areas, but then I think that's stupid. The special weapon from the Maverick bosses are also not great. Many of them only ever see use as a way to grab items like the spin wheel and present little combat utility because of the arm parts being that great. The damage output for weapons like the speed burner or rate of fire like in the case of the silk shot is usually just too low to warrant using in combat. And a weapon like the strike chain barely works the way it's supposed to. Like, look at this. But I don't mind weapons being very situational at the end of the day. It's just something I've always noticed about this game in comparison to the first game where all the weapons were really powerful in combat. Even the charge shot variations of these weapons don't really do much for me, outside of instantly killing mini-bosses or using them to collect items. Just not a great selection. The developers of X2 wanted to take advantage of the extra power the Super Nintendo was capable of via its CX4 chip. This didn't really have much of an effect on the gameplay besides these wireframe effects. You first see this in the intro and then the title screen, and then 2 whole bosses in the game using it. It looks neat for the time, and I love using the Charged Sonic Slicer on the mini-boss here as it destroys the thing in one hit. I normally wouldn't bring attention to this sort of thing, but I did because one of my gripes with X1 was those occasional moments that dropped the performance. X2 is an interesting one because across all my playthroughs over the years, and there are many, sometimes the game runs worse than X1 like on the Wii U, but other times bosses like this one will run just fine when I have a bad experience with it on other platforms. At one point my game just crashed, but I'll blame that on the console I played this on. The soundtrack for X2 is pretty disappointing compared to the first game. The X1 music was just so great with its instrumentation, but X2 ditches that for this new one that has such a whiny quality to it. You guys know me, music and I are like oil and vinegar, but here what I'm trying to say is X1 music was way better. However, X2 music isn't bad by any means. I think there are a lot of hits in the soundtrack, such as... But like I said, the way it sounds is just inferior to X1, that's just how I feel about it. With all that said, we've reached the end game of Mega Man X2 and I haven't even talked about one of its main gimmicks. Earlier in the video I discussed the X-Hunters, the Maverick leaders who challenged X to face them in exchange for Zero's body. How this works in-game is that after Stage 2, the X-Hunters will each appear in a stage, as seen on the world map. In my route, I go to Flamestag for Stage 3, and Sergei's will always appear there. I don't really factor the X-Hunters in my route since you'll eventually come across them in a stage, so if their appearance happens to be where I'm going, then I'll fight them. But be careful though, you have to actually locate the X-Hunter boss arenas, and if you beat the stage they were in without fighting them, you'll lose your chance to beat that X-Hunter, thus forfeiting the best ending. Beating all 3 of them will give you access to Zero's full body, but that doesn't really do anything at the moment. I like the system here. It doesn't get in the way of the game, as if you want to keep the pace of the game going, you can just ignore them and suffer the small consequence later. If you do go after them, it adds the extra bit of exploration to your runs of the stages. It's good stuff. But anyway, once all 8 stages are done, you know the drill. You have to face the X-Hunters for the final time at their HQ. If you have all the upgrades, you should get through these stages pretty easily since you have the air dash, the arm parts, the expanded health bar, all that. But if you don't, these levels are actually a pretty big difficulty spike. I was just saying that a minimalist run of X2 and the Maverick stages will be pretty easy going, until you get to the final stages where you have to navigate through crushing walls, spike rooms, flamethrowers, pits, multiple pathways, these flying platforms, and the kitchen sink. It is cool how these obstacles are all ones you've seen before in the game, just with a harder difficulty. All I'm saying is that with the minimal loadout, you'll probably find these levels much harder than the ones that came before. X-Hunter Stage 4 also brings the boss rush back to the usual Mega Man style where it's all 8 bosses in one room. I've made it a thing that I don't like these segments multiple times, but I finally put my finger on why that is. It's not just the blatantly recycled content at the end of the day, because honestly, in a game like Mega Man 2, the bosses die in 10 seconds and explode at triple that speed. So I don't really care as much as I do in a game like X2 where it lasts an eternity. First, the bosses have to drop in and do their little intro, then their weakness takes forever to kill them because of the invincibility frames, but the worst part is at the end. That goddamn explosion. Between getting the last hit in and warping back to the room, you will wait 15 seconds. Doesn't sound like a lot. And when beating a Maverick in their stage, I agree. But here? Oh no. During this boss rush, you will sit there and watch explosions for 15 seconds each. 15 seconds times 8 bosses equals 2 minutes of explosions. That is the reason I find these boss refights to be such a pace breaker. Glad I could finally nail that one down. So let's backtrack a bit as I was talking about these stages being pretty hard if you don't know what you're doing. If you have all the upgrades, there is a secret waiting for you. In X-Hunter Stage 3, you'll reach this point where you need Crystal Snail's weapon to turn these bats into a platform you can use to climb up this ladder that will bring you to this point. At full health, charge up Speed Burner, air dash to the right, and then use the charged Speed Burner to the left and you'll have cleared this obstacle. By clinging to this wall, you'll find the 5th light capsule where you get the Shoryuken, also a move from Street Fighter that kills bosses in one hit, like X1. This being perfect for the boss of X-Hunter Stage 3. I didn't really comment on the Maverick stage versions of the X-Hunter bosses because they were pretty easy to deal with. For the castle stages, the violin refight will wreck you unless you use a charged bubble splash. The Sergei's refight in stage 2 sees you destroying this machine with either the silk shot or the Giga attack. And then you have to stand underneath him here and use charged sonic slicers. Another pretty easy one. But the ending of this boss is worth bringing up. All the X-Hunters upon death just say a generic line about a prophecy, but that's because the translation of X2 isn't that great. X1 didn't have that much dialogue, so this wasn't as much of a thing in the last game, but now we have X2, a game with far more cutscenes, and you see how wooden the dialogue can be at times. And this one's a big annoyance of mine. I guess to not confuse the kids or something, they have every character call X, Mega Man X, and then X3 just has Mega Man in the text box whenever X is speaking. As far as the other characters are concerned, X is just X, no Mega Man about it. If the intention was to make kids not confused by these two being separate characters, I think conflating them more is a really ineffective solution. But back to the X-Hunters. Just by looking at this guy, you might think he has some resemblance to Dr. Wily from the classic series. Just maybe. But in the Japanese script, Sergei says he's being beaten by another one of Light's robots or something like that, directly confirming that this is Wily reborn. Is that not more interesting than him not being that? I don't know what the translation team was thinking there. Sergei's was obviously the brains behind bringing Zero back to life, so what does that say about Zero? That Dr. Wily is familiar with his systems. All questions for later games. But we don't get that in the English script. Speaking of Zero, as I've been saying, he's brought back to life in this game, and you can already tell just how much Keiji Inafune loves Zero. I mean, he tells the story of getting his design approved in the X1 portion of the art book, and then while making X2, he's just like, hey, sure would be a waste to get rid of such a good character design, and bam, he's in the game. Only his design was slightly updated with shoulder pads in this game, but still, it's Zero. If you got all of Zero's parts, Dr. Kane rebuilds Zero, who saves you from this fake Zero that Sigma has, who's also back to life, by the way. But if you didn't, you have to fight Zero before the final boss to bring him back to your side. As I said, I like this system because if you want to make the Maverick levels quicker, then you can avoid the X-Hunters, but if you do, you get a tough boss that might potentially drain your resources right before the final battle. Either way, Zero's back and X takes the fight to Sigma yet again, with Street Fighter moves. Sigma coming back was foreshadowed at the end of X1 where he says in the post-credits scene that he has multiple bodies he can return with. The final battle of X2 showing Sigma's true form at this point being this computer essence that you can never truly be rid of, but it is stopped in the short term as X and Zero make it out just in time. I always thought this ending was kind of weird. It's obviously very reminiscent of the first game, only it just ends on this note of, the future holds the answers, or... yeah? Guess that's their sequel hook. As it stands, that's a hella unfinished sentence. Besides that, I don't really know what else to say about Mega Man X2. I think the game is simply incredible. What I loved about X1 was how well designed and cohesive the whole thing felt while taking every step they could to make it feel like a next generation experience compared to what came before. X2 does all of that again with more exciting set pieces, varied platforming, and more accessible and streamlined game design that provides me with everything I look for in a Mega Man game, and that's replayability. Mega Man X2, just like X1, is a game I have played countless times in the last 6 going on 7 years because it's just a fantastic game that I recommend to anyone who's into retro 2D platformers. Is it better than X1? I don't know, and I don't care. I think both games are 2 of my favorite games of all time. So what difference does it make? And that's how I feel about X2, and maybe some won't agree since I think the popular opinion on this game is that it's definitely on the good list, but nothing super standout. I, however, think it's amazing, as this video has said. Mega Man X3 is a strange game, one of the strangest I've ever played. When talking about this game, we're talking about a game released for the Super Nintendo in late 1995 and early 1996. The 5th console generation was already on its way, and we have this game in the less advanced hardware. This game, which was released after Mega Man 7, the 16-bit continuation of the classic series, confirming that classic Mega Man wasn't going anywhere. These two could coexist at the same time, paving the way for more Mega Man sub-series to be released alongside the classic and X games. X3 of any X game is the one with the most versions released, each with their own unique elements that we'll dive into later. Mega Man X3 is most certainly the worst of the 16-bit Mega Man X games for several reasons that shall be explored before this video is done. But with that said, Mega Man X3 is another one of my favorite games ever made, just like X1, X2, and X4. Spoilers for the X4 review, I guess. But anyway, that's what we're here to explore today. Mega Man X3 is a strange game, one that I love to death. So without further ado, let's discuss the imperfect perfection of Mega Man X3. Similar to X2, X3 opens up with a backstory. Only this one goes on a little too long and isn't that exciting, but regardless, the year is 21XX and a major change has taken place. A Reploid scientist named Dr. Doppler created a cure for the Maverick virus, which I guess the games haven't really specified up to this point, but many Mavericks go Maverick because of a computer virus, alternatively called the Sigma virus since that floating head thing is the embodiment of it. Dr. Doppler's achievement causes a town to be built in his honor called Doppeltown. But Dr. Doppler turns evil and now has 8 new Mavericks under his command as he launches an all-out assault on Maverick Hunter HQ as Mega Man X and Zero need to rush back and defend it. This intro stage is another fantastic one for all the same reasons as the previous games, but the standout moment is when X gets captured by a fellow Maverick Hunter turned Maverick, and to save him you finally get to play as Zero for the first time, who obliterates this guy in one Z-Saber swing, plus a couple of extra bullets. But the functionality of Zero is something we can get back to way later in the video. Once the stage is over, X and Zero need to head into Doppeltown, defeat the 8 Mavericks working for Doppler before taking on the mad scientist himself. 2 stages in, you'll see that Dr. Doppler sends out Bit, Bite, and Vile Mark II to fight against you, and that, surprise, Sigma is behind the whole thing. But again, these are all things we can get back to later. By X3, you should be familiar with the formula. We have 8 new Mavericks to face, and you pick them in any order. In X2, I talked about the game adding the dash to X's default moveset and the impact that had in the level design. In X3, when asked about what has changed when it comes to playing as X between games, the answer to that is genuinely nothing. X has no abilities or buffs at the start of X3 that he didn't have in X2, although the dashing damage boost has been nerfed to no longer work on bosses, but still works on enemies. I guess that's a change. While nothing has changed about playing as X himself, that's not to say there's nothing unique about Mega Man X3 because this game tried to up the ante in numerous ways, but to start simple, let's discuss the level design. Originally, I was going to say that this game's level design was a total downgrade from the previous games because this game doesn't really have much in the way of the set pieces that X1 and X2 had, especially X2 since that game had the dash at default. It's definitely true that X3's level design is much more straightforward than X2 since there'll be many segments of you just going forward and trying to blast whatever stands in your way. But when looking at the level maps of X3, I think there was serious potential here. I think the most well-designed level in X3 is Toxic Seahorse's stage. The first big moment of the level is this vertical shaft where you have to dash jump between the walls to make it to the top. Along the way, there will be these enemies positioned on the opposite side of the wall you need to deal with, and enemies in the air to get in your way while also dealing with the rushing water coming from the sewer pipes. I think this area is the peak of X3's level design as it takes advantage of the X series gameplay pretty well. The rest of the stage is also really good as the mid portion has two paths, one you need a ride armor for and the other you can just run along the ground of. But in many other stages in X3, verticality is not put to good use, like in Blast Hornet stage, Gravity Beetle stage, or Volt Catfish's stage where there is verticality but you just have to ride elevators up and down. This can be bypassed with the leg parts of the third armor, but I'll get into that in a moment. Other than that, you just have to stand there and wait. I think many stages in this game have good moments, like the conveyor belts of Blast Hornet, the ending set piece of Blizzard Buffalo where the storm is affecting your control but you can knock it out by destroying the storm machine, and I like the ending of Volt Catfish where you have to carefully move around the electric panels and the enemies. Or this part of Crush Crawfish where you have to blast the generator of the ship that turns the whole thing on its side and you have to climb up the area. My point is there are a lot of highs in X3's level design. The game just doesn't take advantage of every opportunity to do something interesting like X1 and especially X2 did. Then there's a smaller problem with X3 needing you to take leaps of faith and just hope enemies won't be waiting for you, or worse, spikes or something like that. So the level design is overall a mixed bag, but then there's the item game, probably the most important part of a Mega Man X for me. X3 is a very complicated game in this respect. As usual, you have the 4 sub-tanks to find and heart tanks and 4 new armor pieces. The third armor, where the leg parts are the best the series has seen thus far. It allows you to air dash like an X2, but now you can dash upwards as well. Just by saying that, I'm sure you can imagine the ways in which it would be useful. The arm parts still allow you to charge up your special weapons, and you get an extra charge shot, but this one's not nearly as good as X2. Here, you can still fire 2 charge blasts, but if they combine, then you get this screen wave thing that doesn't do nearly the amount of damage on bosses that X2's charge shot did. Also, is it just me, or does this arm cannon look like a vacuum to anyone else? The body parts reduce the damage you take, and when you do take damage, a shield is released around you that further protects you. And lastly, you have the head parts. This displays a map of the stage upon starting that shows you the locations of secrets. Now this, I think, is interesting. Since they've been trying their best with each game to give these head parts a useful function, this is their best attempt thus far, however it does have problems. I mainly don't like the fact that you can only see the map when starting a stage. That, and it's hard to say where you are in relation to these red, blinking squares. Here's what I think they should have done. The SNES's X button does not do anything during any of these games, so maybe if you pressed it when you got the head parts, that would stop the action and release the map, and it would have a blinking blue square which shows your location in relation to the collectibles. I think that's a great solution that would make the head parts much better than it is now. Besides the map, you can also see which items are located in the stage on the world map, which is a very handy thing, I'd imagine. But here's where things get tricky. X3 still has 10 more collectibles, now that we've gone over the usual suspects. Let's start with the 4 ride armors. Those beefy, walking, punching tank things from X1 and X2. In those games, you'd find them, you'd punch some stuff, and that would be it. Now you collect them and you can use them in stages. The Chimera armor is the same as the one from X1. You can dash around and punch. The Kangaroo armor is like the one in X2 with a charged attack, only it can't fly now. Instead, the Hawk armor can fly and has rockets on board. The Frog armor being one that can traverse underwater, and nowhere else, basically. This is required for the higher route in the underwater portion of Toxic Seahorse's stage that I mentioned earlier. So you can choose one of 4 ride armors when these capsules show up. Now what's wrong with this, you might ask? Well, the baffling design choice that you can collect the last 3 I mentioned, but you can't use any of them until you find the Chimera armor in Blast Hornet stage. Why would they do this? I just cannot think of a single reason to design it like this, as it limits the freedom and the exploration of the game for no good reason. To be honest, I don't even really use these when they come up, I just collect them because you have to. But if that seems convoluted, then you have the enhancement chips where things really stop making sense. So there are the 4 parts of the third armor we talked about, but then the other 4 stages house pink Dr. Light capsules, each one enhances one part of X's armor. The head parts allow you to regain health while standing still, the body parts further reduce damage, the arm parts give you the hyper cannon where you can shoot charge shots without charging, and the leg parts allow you to double dash, as in you can air dash and then upward air dash. It's actually pretty useful. All of these are actually pretty cool, but you can only use one at a time. This isn't the end of the world, but then you get the first Doppler stage where if you collect all 8 heart tanks, all 4 sub tanks, all 4 ride armors, all 4 regular light capsules, and don't collect any enhancement chip, you can jump down to this pit at full health and you'll find the golden armor which grants X all 4 enhancement chips. Now this is an interesting system on paper. You can take the short-term benefits or wait for long-term benefits. Not a bad idea, but the game just does not communicate this to you at all. Making the golden armor is something that most players would just never find without a guide, especially since the map thing from the head parts doesn't even work in the Doppler stages. The game design in X3 is just ass backwards, as you can probably tell with all these new systems that don't really get fleshed out and are poorly explained. Another one of these things would be Zero as a playable character. In the pause menu you can press R and then select Zero as the player character, however he's just not that good. His health bar is bigger than X's, but so is his hitbox, making him a bigger target with slower movement. X is better for just about everything. Now you might say, but Zero's bigger health bar and powerful Z-Saber surely must be useful for bosses, right? Well, Zero can't fight bosses, or even mini-bosses for that matter, because X will just say, I'll take this one, Zero, and then the game will force you back into being X. Once the mini-boss is done, you can't even switch back to being Zero, it's one time per stage. If Zero was put in to be a pure novelty rather than a functioning gameplay element, I guess I must say job well done. But I just think that doesn't make any sense because Zero is basically useless since he can't collect anything, can't fight any bosses, and when he dies you can never select him again. I just don't know where they were coming from with a lot of these decisions. I was on the subject of bosses a moment ago, which brings us into that conversation. Honestly, I think many of the bosses in this game have interesting patterns. You'll get a Tunnel Rhino who just rams back and forth, and a Blizzard Buffalo who spends a lot of the fight off screen, but others like Gravity Beetle and Blast Hornet will have these attacks that are pretty fun to dodge while dealing with the boss themselves, like when Gravity Beetle fires 2 gravity wells on screen, they need to time your wall clings alongside. However, the problem is that the boss attacks are very readable. I mean, super predictable. So to combat the bosses all being really easy, the damage output from basically everything in X3 is super high at the start. This is what allows a boss like Gravity Beetle to kick your ass. If you make the smallest of screw-ups, you'll probably lose most of your starting health bar. Seriously, a boss like Neon Tiger has some really slow-ass animations and wind-ups, but if you get hit by him, you're basically screwed. Of course, once you throw weaknesses into the mix, then all the difficulty goes out the window. But that was only one example. Almost all of them are like this. You know my stance on this, it's just extremely broken. Like I said, if a weakness makes your win a literal guarantee regardless of how much health you have, then I think there's a problem. Why even fight the boss at all at that point? But I will say this, the special weapons in this game are fantastic. Offensively, you have weapons like Triad Thunder or Spinning Blade, which tears into enemies with massive damage. And defensively, you have weapons like Frost Shield, which makes enemies drop health in the SNES version of the game, and a weapon like Parasitic Bomb, which holds enemies in place, allowing you to slip past them. But I'm getting off topic here. The sheer amount of collectibles in this game might make you wonder what the least backtracking route in X3 looks like. Back in 2015, this was actually the hardest one to figure out because I could identify ways in which you could do it, but then it was a matter of execution. The run goes like this. Tunnel Rhino, Blizzard Buffalo, Blast Hornet, Neon Tiger, Toxic Seahorse, Gravity Beetle, Volt Catfish, and Crush Crawfish, with you having to backtrack to Tunnel Rhino for the upgrades you missed in his stage, then collecting the Gold Armor and Doppler 1. There actually is some room for variety here because you could do Neon Tiger 3rd and even Toxic Seahorse 4th, but this one just works the best for me. In 2015, the challenge with this run was that you had to beat Blast Hornet and Neon Tiger without weaknesses, and even Tunnel Rhino as a starting boss might give you some trouble. I am very, very used to them all now. But still, I really spammed the Wii U's restore points system when I was trying to learn these bosses because they hit like a truck, which potentially could jeopardize the whole thing. But on the flip side, they also made this my favorite one to do. In this case, I was overcoming a great challenge by figuring out X3, transforming this game from one I did not like at all in my first run into one of my favorites. But that story can wait for the end of the video. This game being one of the main reasons I wanted to do the least backtracking runs of these games because the weakness run of X3 is a madhouse. For this video, I did several runs of this game. When I did the run on the PlayStation version, I did the weakness order that begins at Blizzard Buffalo. By the end of this run, you have to backtrack to several stages in order to pick up some tiny collectibles you missed, like the Heart Tank and Gravity Beetle, the Ride Armor and Toxic Seahorse, the Body Parts and Volt Catfish, the Ride Armor and Crushed Crawfish, and the list goes on and on. The amount of time you spend on this is so worthless that I tried to come up with something different. And here we are today. When actually collecting stuff in X3, there's another problem. The game doubles down on X1 needing a particular upgrade from any later ones, when X2 allows you to get almost everything without some other upgrade. In X3, you start with Tunnel Rhino in my route, because you need his weapon to get the Heart Tank in Blizzard Buffalo's stage, which is where the foot parts are. You need both of those things to get the arm parts in Neon Tiger's stage, which is then required to get the body armor in Volt Catfish's stage. His weapon is then required to get some other upgrades. The game uses the same items repeatedly to get multiple upgrades, and at that, getting these often feels very arbitrary. Like the Heart Tank and head parts in Tunnel Rhino's level that are gotten via smashing the ground with a charged Triad Thunder when the thing in your way is a rock held by a rope. Wouldn't you think Spinning Blade would do the job better, or even Acid Burst? I don't know who would think of this. Or the Heart Tank and Gravity Beetle. It's blocked by these crates, but if you simply beat Blast Hornet's stage, it just won't be there. That's what I'm talking about. Super arbitrary stuff like that affects the design of X3. Now that we're about halfway through the video, you might be wondering how the title could be true with all that I've said, and all I will say is that the conclusion will explain everything. In the meantime, let's get back to the game and talk about something else I brought up at the beginning. The fact that there are a bunch of different versions of this game as well. At the top, I mentioned that X3 was a game for the Super Nintendo released in 1995 or 96, depending on the region. This was around the time of the jump to the next console generation, the PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Nintendo 64. Although that last one doesn't really matter here. Capcom decided to release Mega Man X3 on the PlayStation 1 in 1996 in Japan and 1997 in Europe. An American port was apparently planned but never saw the light of day. In terms of what had changed, in regards to gameplay, absolutely nothing. Mega Man X3 on the PlayStation is the same game it was in the Super Nintendo. What has changed are the little cosmetic details. First, the game uses the technology to have better graphical effects like a higher degree of transparency on this water or these clouds. And they implemented FMVs in place of the opening, a cutscene before the intro stage, a cutscene showcasing the Maverick you're about to fight before their stage, and other cutscenes at the end of the game. Besides that, they replaced the entire soundtrack with a CD Red Book version. In terms of music, I know this is a hot take, but X3 is absolutely top tier for me in both versions. Starting with the SNES soundtrack. It absolutely is up my alley. Many have complained that I love the X3 music but give a lot of heat to the soundtrack of Mega Man 04 and the Game Boy Advance. I don't really feel like I'm contradicting myself here, I just think the GBA didn't have the tech to do 04's music any justice. But with X3, I think the instrumentation works for me because of how it can mix in these high-pitched sounds as well as the low-pitched ones. So I don't really get annoyed by any of the sounds in this game, I just enjoy the entire soundtrack in spite of how criminally short the loops are. The soundtrack on PlayStation 1 is equally good. For X3, you'd expect the music to all be headbanging guitars, but the PS1 music often doesn't take that approach, leading to an interesting sound across the board, while still producing bangers for the likes of Toxic Seahorse. Now, Doppler Stage 1's remix is a crime against humanity, but other than that, I really like the music here. But if you really want some bangin' Mega Man X3 remixes, amongst other Mega Man tracks, check out Lenny Letterman. I've been a subscriber of his for almost a year now, and his remixes never fail to impress me, so really, check them out if you haven't. Anyway, the PlayStation 1 was not the only console to receive X3. Said PlayStation port was also released for the Sega Saturn in Japan and Europe. This one actually got some pretty bad scores, but when I played it, I was kind of surprised it wasn't really doing anything terrible that the other ports of X3 weren't doing. Well, ignore that jittering X on the screen, I always assumed that was my console screwing up the graphics. I always heard that the Saturn port was super slow, but I can only conclude that it must be the European version running at 50 Hz, because the Japanese version ran just fine. The Saturn version does add these tacky borders in the top of the game, and that's because X3, as an SNES game, was natively 8x7, something the PlayStation was able to handle, as well as other bizarre aspect ratios like in the Crash games. Your CRT would then just stretch the image into the regular aspect ratio. The Saturn didn't have that capacity to handle different aspect ratios, I guess, so they put a border in to fill the space. The Saturn version does have a save feature though, so that's neat. Said save feature made its way into the Windows 95 version of X3, the 5th gen version of X3 that actually did reach the States, and I even own a copy of it. I can't play it at the moment since my current PC doesn't have a disk drive, but like I said, it comes with the save feature and an easy mode that lessens the damage you take from enemies and bosses. The weirdest version of X3 is this bootleg version of it that got released on the Genesis, and oh god. Every time I revisit this as a joke, I always forget just how puke-inducing this version of X3 is, so forget I said anything. The 5th gen version of X3 was given mainstream access to Western players when it got included in the PS2's Mega Man X collection, which is how I first experienced this version. And the typo in the Blizzard Buffalo cutscene where his name got spelled Bilzard Buffalo. Other than that, there's nothing really to say about it because it's just the PlayStation version in America. The 2018 Mega Man X Legacy Collection included the SNES version though, so if it matters to you which X3 you play, I figured I'd mention that. But last, and certainly not least, is Mega Man X3 The Zero Project, a ROM hack of the game developed by XJustin3009X. I've been singing the praises of the Zero Project for years now, and what's great is that the project has only gotten better since 2016 when I did the original X3 review. The final release came out a couple years back, and I have no problem saying it is absolute perfection. What the Zero Project offered before was a version of this game where Zero was a fully implemented playable character who can fight bosses, collect heart tanks and Dr. Light capsules and all that. Now, many more changes have been made to make this the definitive X3 experience, as Zero can no longer use light capsules to keep in continuity with later games, but he does start with a double jump and the ability to smash these rocks in Tunnel Rhino with his Z-Saber. This completely blows the item game of X3 wide open. Because of this, you no longer need to backtrack to Tunnel Rhino stage at the end of the game, and in fact, you can get the head parts as the first armor piece. The head parts have been adjusted as well so that they reduce the amount of special weapon ammo that X uses per shot, when for Zero it's doubled at default. So they really highlight the fact that Zero starts more powerful than X, but X becomes way more powerful by the end. From Tunnel Rhino stage, you can then go to Neon Tiger's level and get the arm parts via Zero's double jump. Look at this. X can't achieve this at all in the original game. X's arm part charge shot is faster and more fun to use. Some items are given more fun ways of getting. The right armors can be used after collecting one, regardless of whether or not you found the Chimera armor first. It's improvements like that which allow you to just enjoy X3 more than you ever could in any other version. The Zero Project is a perfect Mega Man X game, and I have no problem saying that, showing how close X3 is to being that. But the game just fumbles on its new ideas, but luckily a fan was able to step in and give us such a perfect rendition of X3, even including a save feature and a New Game Plus option. I cannot recommend the Zero Project of X3 enough, it's fantastic. Kind of a shame the X2 version got cancelled, but I understand why. He had been doing the X3 project for years and probably just got burned out, I imagine. Although it is funny. What was done for the Zero Project of X2 got released, and I actually played it as soon as it did. I forget how far back this was. And this is actually what taught me how dumb my raging at X2 for not having a reward for beating the X-Hunters was. I mean, it's playable Zero, which is nice, but it doesn't really change much about X2, and it shows you there wasn't much to change. The game was pretty damn cool already. Back to the main game. You know the drill. We've done all the stages, gotten all the upgrades, it's time for the final levels. Doppler's Fortress in the center of Doppeltown. I already let the cat out of the bag on the first one of these Doppler levels housing the golden armor. The Zero Project allowing Zero to gain access to his black armor from here, like the ultimate armor capsule in X5. At the end of the stage, you get one of two bosses. If you killed Bit and Byte in the Maverick stages, you fight this boss in the garbage disposal. But if you didn't kill Bit and Byte, they team up in a new form. But I guess that begs the discussion of Bit and Byte though. Throughout X3, you'll find these empty boss rooms, and the purpose of them is that this is where Bit and Byte will try to jump you. It's not totally random how this happens. Bit will be the one you face first, in any of your 3rd, 4th, or 5th stages. So in my route, any stage between Blast Hornet and Toxic Seahorse. Byte will then do the same one of the last 3 stages you play. To beat them, you just need to use the X-Buster, but that will cause them to run away. To kill them, you need to use one of their 2 weaknesses, Frost Shield or Triad Thunder for Bit, Tornado Fang or Ray Splasher for Byte. In the Zero Project, it actually is random which one of them you'll face, but if you play any one of Tunnel Rhino, Blizzard Buffalo, Volt Catfish, or Neon Tiger as your first 2 stages, you'll have the firepower needed to finish either one of them off. These 2 don't affect the game like the X-Hunters did, which is a bit of a shame, since like I said in the last video, I thought that system added a lot to the game in terms of risk versus reward and exploration. Here, it's just another system to throw into the X3 mix. But then you get Stage 2, where there are 2 versions of this level. If you beat Vile Mark II in the Maverick stages, then you get this clean Doppler Stage 2 with the toughest enemies in the game. But if you don't, the stage is trashed and you have to fight Vile here. I usually don't bother facing Vile in the Maverick stages because I think it's more climactic to fight him at the end of the game. But if you do, Vile is hidden in secret spots throughout the game, and when you find his secret capsule, you get warped to his area where you'll then fight him. Same rules from Bit and Bite apply. Use his weakness, Ray Splasher, to kill him. Otherwise, he'll run away when his health bar is depleted. Either way, you have to then escape the area before it explodes. Why this matters now is for what might be the most convoluted item unlock in Mega Man history. X1 and X2 had these Street Fighter superpower moves that killed bosses in one hit. X3 has a superpower move, but instead of a Street Fighter technique, it's Zero's Z-Saber. To get this, you have to first kill Vile in the Maverick stages, then you need to make sure Zero is alive, so never use him, reach Doppler 2, make it to this mini-boss door, switch to Zero, then battle the mini-boss as him. If you die, Zero is gone, just like the rest of the game, but if you win, Zero gets battle damaged and gives you his Z-Saber, which kills bosses in 2 hits when you fully charge your buster. Recall what I said before, this game is ass backwards. I suppose this isn't more convoluted than the Hadouken in X1, but there's just so many steps here that are completely unrelated. And then asking you to fight a mini-boss as Zero is ridiculous when the whole game has been telling you it can't be done. I really have no idea how anyone was supposed to find this without Nintendo Power or whatever. Although props to the Zero Project again, at this point in that game, if you meet all these conditions and try to walk into this boss door as Zero, X will give you a warning to be careful, just to remind players who might have forgotten that the Z-Saber is still in the game, and is still gotten the same way. I usually skip past this upgrade since it gives you the bad ending, and I like getting the best ending if I can. At the end of Doppler 2, you have what belongs in the list of worst Mega Man segments. This snail segment where you have to wait on robot snails that will take you up this shaft. Need I say more? I get you can easily get past it if you just master neon jumping, but I won't be doing that. After the one time I spent like an hour trying to do iceless jumps in Boomer Kuwanger stage in X1, I gave up on the speedrunning strats. As I was saying, I usually don't get the Z-Saber, and you really feel it in this awful boss rush stage where you have to refight these long battles and watch their long explosion animations. Which reminds me, this game is a real hard-on for those damn explosions. Now even mini-bosses take 15 seconds to explode. But once that drag ends, you fight Doppler, who reveals Sigma controlled everything and then he's got a new battle body. And the story of this game is a complete nothing burger. I mean, really, nothing happens in X3 of any particular consequence, so... The final boss segment is pretty infamous. The first phase is actually pretty fun to do on a Buster-only run, as you can clearly tell there's a pattern to his attacks, they just move too fast to dodge. But the strat is to cling up to the wall and kill his third to last shot where you jump down, avoid the last 2 blasts and get a charge shot in, repeat until you win. Or just cheese it with the spinning blade. The final boss is the real challenge, as Sigma will drain your sub-tanks even with all the unlockables you have at this point, since everything from the missiles to the bombs to the lasers just hits, well, like an X3 boss. Worst part being how you need to shoot him at this precise angle or else the shots won't do any damage. As if this wasn't enough, you then need to escape a rising fire sequence, and if you fail because of a cheap shot from Sigma, you need to do the whole thing again with no sub-tanks. However, if you make it out, you get one of 2 endings. If Zero is left alive, he will destroy the Sigma virus, but if not, then Dr. Doppler will do it. Either way, the text of the ending is the same. I love the music here, it's really melancholic. I don't have anything to say on the ending itself, since it pretty much is the same thing as the last 2 games, just now it sets up some kind of X versus Zero fight for a later game. And that was Mega Man X3. What I find so interesting about this game is that, as stated at the top of the video, this is one of my favorite games of all time, and yet here we are, reviewing it for the second time, and almost nothing has changed from the original review. I think X3 is the opposite side of the coin from X2. At the end of the X2 review that just came out, I said that X2 is a game that got unfairly maligned by me in 2016 thanks to my incredibly bad attitude towards making videos at the time. In the X3 review I said this:
But the foundation it was built on was perfect, so by no means is Mega Man X3 a poorly designed game. Far from it, the game just has problems that cannot be ignored, and I believe I'm a competent enough reviewer to segregate how much fun I have while playing a game from the actual quality of the design.
Like I said, little about this has changed. In both that review and this one, I don't wish to tell people why Mega Man X games are fun to play because I've already laid that groundwork in the X1 review, both of them. So saying any of that again would be redundant to say the least. Instead, we're left with what's unique about Mega Man X3, and in that case, I just think most of these systems don't really work, like enhancement chips, ride armors, all that sort of stuff. They crammed a lot of mechanics in this game, and most of the new ones just aren't very good, despite the fact that the game is at its core fun because it's a Mega Man X game. So regardless of the attitude I carry into videos now, X3 still comes out in an unfavorable position from a scripting standpoint. But here is where the difference lies between the 2 videos. Mr. Analytical over there thought he was being smart by casting aside the emotional stuff and just roasting X3 for its faults. It's a difference in attitude, like I said. I have absolutely zero shame in saying that I love Mega Man X3 because guess what? I don't care that this game has enhancement chips that are designed in an odd fashion, or that you need the Chimera armor to use any ride armors, because I already know all that stuff, so my playthrough is not affected by it at all. It's not just a case of my having played it so many times that I'm numb to the flaws. What it really is that I know all of these problems, but in the case of X3, this game means a lot more to me than I could properly explain. But I will try, and I will try to do it briefly since I don't really want to recount that many details. When I got into the Mega Man X series in 2015, it was 8th grade. By that point, I'd say I was liked by most people around me. However, I didn't keep that many close friends. I'd say I had 2 people who I talked to more than anybody else. If you watched my video, Why I Stopped Making Mega Man Videos, you'd know this story already. One of those friends stopped talking to me completely. 8th grade shit, what can I say? Like I said in the aforementioned video, it really did a number on me at the time though. My other best friend was super busy at the time, so I couldn't hang out with him either. What I chose to turn to was the Mega Man series, and in particular replaying the X games I already got into. I remember that after my first playthroughs of X1 through X5, I decided that every run was going to use cheats and passwords to unlock everything from the start. And I'd have a grand old time. But then one day, I decided I wanted to go further with it. I actually wanted to learn how to 100% the games for myself. It was in that moment where I tore up the paper I had all the passwords written on because I was never going to use them again. This is where my interest in least backtracking runs started. But like I said, X3 was the most rewarding because it was also the most difficult. It felt great. I had uncovered the secret to X3. A game that, like I said, a game I really didn't like at first, but had grown on me through all of this. But all my favorite YouTubers still don't like it though. So I've got to tell the world about this. Then everyone will enjoy the game as much as I do. I can't speak for everyone here, but for myself, as a 14-year-old content consumer, you want your favorite YouTubers to share all of your opinions because then they can convince everyone else to think like you. When they don't, you want them to see it your way. But here's my message to everyone. This is why I tell people to just make their own videos, because it's completely free to do. When I started doing YouTube, my attitude on a lot of things had changed, including this nonsense about hoping YouTubers would think like me, because I don't need to do that. I mean, I hope I would have stopped acting like an annoying 14-year-old without YouTube, but still, my point is that I'll use my own platform to spread my own thoughts out there. And that's what I've been doing, for better or for worse, since 2015. My opinions not being represented in videos online is what got me fired up to really want to do it myself, and now I have 100k subscribers. Thanks for that, genuinely, to all the people who continue to watch these videos. And you can do it too. Maybe your channel won't blow up overnight, but I'm just saying, if you have a passion for sharing your opinions like I have since I was like 2 years old, then start doing it. It's free. Anyway, I could never dislike Mega Man X3, or say anything bad about it in general conversation because this is one of the most important games in my life. It got me through a really bad depressive episode. It and the other X games taught me an important lesson when going from content consumer to content creator. And it has kept bringing me entertainment, and you guys I suppose, for the years that have come after that. Which is why I love Mega Man X3, even though if I were to review it a million times, it would always turn out like this because this game is very flawed. It's imperfect, but it's perfect for me. It's imperfect perfection. Despite the fact that I wasn't even alive during the height of this era, gaming in the late 90s is something I have a feeling of nostalgia for. The Nintendo 64 and its library of iconic genre-defining games against Sony's new PlayStation with its own roster of iconic games. Sega also had their Saturn console, but I don't think that's super relevant in the discussion of the 5th gen console war. As I was saying, it was an era where developers had to learn the basics all over again, now that games had shifted towards being 3D, which was right after the era where 2D gaming was perfected on the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. It's got a real charm to it. I mean, how can you not feel nostalgic when seeing that PlayStation 1 boot-up screen? I also did grow up with some PS1 games. I mean, I played the Crash games as a kid, and in a previous video I did mention that my uncle made me the custodian of his PlayStation 1, and with that, I now own the games we used to play on it, like the Tomb Raider games or Tekken 2. Good times. But now I'm just rambling about PS1 nostalgia. We're here to talk about X games. Mega Man and the SNES had a really fantastic track record. I mean, in terms of the classic series, despite coming out late, Mega Man 7 was a pretty ballin' game. The main course, though, was the Mega Man X series, 3 of my favorite games of all time. All 4 of these games were really damn good. The series even got some spin-offs back then, like Mega Man Soccer on SNES, and a remaster as Mega Man 1 through 3 came on the Sega Genesis as the Wily Wars. Point being that during the 4th generation, Mega Man was eating pretty well. Looking ahead to the next generation, the Mega Man series jumped to the new hardware alongside all the other developers, unlike how they went about going from the NES to the SNES. Mega Man 8 released on the PlayStation and Sega Saturn in 1996 and used the technology provided to them for new FMV cutscenes and better graphics than ever before seen in Mega Man. In 1997, we got both Mega Man Legends, the start of a new Mega Man series that actually took advantage of the PS1 tech for a fully 3D Mega Man game. Well, it wasn't like any other Mega Man game, but still, it was 3D. And we also got Mega Man X4 on the PlayStation 1, which sought out to do for the X series what Mega Man 8 did for the classics. This being the first Mega Man X game where Mega Man is spelled as one word. Mega Man. I don't know, something about that is just wrong to me. Look across all my videos on the subject, I always put a space between Mega and Man. It just looks wrong any other way. Even though other heroes like Batman, Superman, they're always spelled as one word. Well, I guess Spider-Man's got the hyphen, but you know what I'm trying to say. Even at that, the series itself goes back and forth on this. But in Japan, it's pretty consistent for Rockman to just be one word, unlike the madness going on in America, where Mega Man 8 shows it as 2 words on the box, but 1 word on the title screen. Seriously, what a madhouse. I've never done a comment of the day, but if there ever was a time, it would be right now. How do you spell Mega Man? Let me know below. But, what was I talking about? Oh yes, Mega Man X4. This is a pretty banging game. I mean, what else do you expect? These new videos have all been about how great these first 4 X games are. With that said, in today's video, we're going to go into all the reasons why Mega Man X4 is yet another perfect Mega Man X game. I see no better place to start than with the biggest talking point for my review on Mega Man X1, Next Generation Appeal. Visually, I think Mega Man X4 looks absolutely fantastic. It's obviously a jump up from the Super Nintendo games, as the sprites all have much more detail, the game opens with an FMV, there are these cutscenes to tell the story, but looking past that stuff, X4 just looks very appealing. To me, going from X3 to X4 is no different than Mega Man 6 to X1, where the intro stage pulls out all the stops with these flashing lights, moving parts in the background, destruction in the foreground. But the game never lets up with that. You see the rushing water and rainbows and web spiders stage, the looping background of Split Mushroom stage that created the illusion of this big staircase, the lava and magma dragoons level, the amount of lasers they crammed on screen in Storm Owl's stage, and so on. This game is loaded with colorful sprites, backgrounds, and effects, to the point where I feel like Mega Man X4 is a game that still looks appealing as far as sprite-based games are concerned. Then there's the music. Mega Man X3 got ported to the PlayStation, and that gave us a taste of what the music could be like on PS1, and I'd say the soundtrack of X4 doesn't disappoint. It's definitely not my favorite Mega Man X soundtrack. Hell, I'd even say this is the weakest X soundtrack on the PlayStation 1, but still, it's no slouch. Given different vibes for each stage, we're making sure the tracks are absolute bops nonetheless. Like listen to X's opening stage, or Slash B's to Magma Dragoon, hopefully you'll see what I mean. Now, earlier I mentioned Mega Man X4 was released on the PlayStation 1, but I should say that it was also released on the Sega Saturn. I know I said that console wasn't relevant earlier, but I just meant in terms of the console wars. Anyway, I had actually never played X4 on the Saturn before now. I think most people would agree that Mega Man 8 on Saturn is the definitive version since it includes an extra boss fight and properly looped music, but I don't know, I'll have to wait for my Mega Man 8 video to give a definitive stance on this because I've never played it there. After playing X4 on Saturn, I'll say this. The load times are a little faster, and the music sounds better and properly looped. On PlayStation, these games will play the music, but once the track is over, it just stops and then starts again. I'd say it takes longer to reload in X3 compared to X4, so that's an improvement, but on Saturn, they naturally keep the track going. But otherwise, I think the PlayStation 1 version actually wins out for me, which is thanks to a couple of small details. The PS1 just handled transparency a lot better than the Saturn. Look at when X and Zero dash in this game. On the PlayStation, you get a semi-transparent effect behind them, but on Saturn, it's just a solid blue and a solid red. These lights in the intro stage look that way as well, but then on Saturn, it's a block of dithering worthy of the EXO song parody. The FMVs are lower quality on Saturn as well, the voice clips and sound effects are more muffled compared to the PS1 version, and for those reasons, I just think the PlayStation 1 version is the definitive way to play X4. But the Saturn version does have these cool heatwave effects during the second half of the intro stage and Magma Dragoons level, so that's something cool the PlayStation 1 version doesn't have, right? Either way, I think X4 is fantastic from a visual standpoint. It's just got such a sleek appearance in its UI, the HUD, and all the things we mentioned already like the sprite work. What I find super interesting is that I was just giving X4 praise because of its visual design, but if you look back, while the console ports of X4 did get overall positive reception, the critics were not very impressed by the fact that Mega Man X4 continued to be a 2D side-scroller instead of a full 3D platformer, which was all the rage at the time. It's the same attitude from the infamous magazine article that showed Castlevania 64 as a positive example next to Symphony of the Night on PlayStation, when the legacies of these two games are completely reversed. Simply put, back when games were evolving so much, games like X4 didn't feel fresh or new, and at worst were seen as being stuck in the past. So much so, Sony even had a policy against 2D games and RPGs on PlayStation in the early days. You can thank Bernie Stolar for that one. That's the guy who later left Sony and went to Sega and then played a part in sinking the Saturn in the West by saying the Saturn is not our future a full 2 years and some months before the release of the Dreamcast. Mega Man 8 sold really well, but from what I read, it was still a fight for Capcom to even get X4 on PS1 because of the no 2D policy. Thank goodness he left Sony. I mean, can you imagine a PS1 where we barely got games like X4 or Final Fantasy VII because they're 2D or an RPG? It's insane to me. 10 years after a game like X4, nostalgia will be much more prevalent in game design and still is today, but in the late 90s, not so much. It's a good thing Capcom managed to get these games out though, because I actually think X4 and Mega Man 8 do gain a lot from being on PS1. I just spent a solid chunk of time praising the art style of these games. They put 5th gen tech to use to make their 2D games look really slick, when many other games from this era have visually held up like garbage. But anyway, it's time to get into the game. In X4, you can pick one of the two campaigns at the title screen. The first of them obviously being Mega Man X. But now, Zero is a fully implemented playable character with his own campaign. The two campaigns and Zero's playstyle being the big innovations of X4. To set up some context, in the year 21XX, there exists a Reploid army called the Repliforce. Sigma tries getting Repliforce's general, named General, to turn against humans since they don't have Reploids' best interests at heart, and the Maverick Hunters are all too happy to obey them. Repliforce won't do it, so Sigma tries a different tactic. He causes a floating city, the Sky Lagoon, to crash where Repliforce was stationed, so when X or Zero investigate, they say Repliforce should come in and explain their side of the story. And when they won't, the Repliforce is labeled Maverick, which begins a war between the Maverick Hunters and the Repliforce, as the latter declares their independence from humans. To add to the shuffle, X has a new partner named Double, while Zero is aided by Iris, who's the sister of Repliforce's Colonel. So all kinds of drama going on here, but we can save the story discussion for later. I just wanted to establish the situation before diving into the gameplay. Structurally, little has changed about X4. I mean, there are 8 new Maverick stages to beat, do that, and you can play the final levels. In the X3 review, I said that nothing had changed about being X between X2 and X3. On paper, nothing has changed between X3 and X4 as well. In X4, X can still do everything he could before, like wall jump, dash, charge his shots, and the list goes on. But it just feels different to play. The PlayStation Mega Man X games handle slightly differently to the ones on the Super Nintendo. The biggest reason why is because of the fact that on SNES you could mash the dash button for repeat dashes. In X4, the dash animation has more frames of build-up and more frames of cooldown than on the SNES. I think the extra detail is great, and the animations of the dash coming to a stop look good, but this does mean there's a slight delay if you're mashing the dash button. So when I play the PS1 X games, what I do is just dash jump as much as possible, and as you can see here, it keeps the momentum up, when I just spam the dash button in the SNES games. It's not really a big deal, just a change I thought warranted a mention. X is the go-to character for newcomers to this game since he's the long-ranged fighter of the two, and I'm partial to his style. However, the star attraction of X4 is definitely Zero's gameplay. In X3, Zero served as a bigger and slower X. X4 has completely revamped the character, debuting a style that would become a Mega Man staple, the 3/saber combat. Zero doesn't even use his Z-Buster in X4. Instead, you need to get up close to the enemies and slash them with Zero's Z-Saber, where you get 3 fast and well-animated saber swings. Each swing does a decent amount of damage and has a good range. In particular, the final part of the combo covering your immediate area really well. In the air, you also get a rapid slash attack that also has good coverage. Zero can't swing on the move, you have to stop and then slash, but I think that's a tiny issue in the grand scheme of things, as his gameplay is really satisfying otherwise as you just slash through everything that stands before you. My favorite kind of game. As you should all know by now. But Zero's style only gets better from that baseline. A well-known strat that I actually uncovered by accident is saber dash canceling. You can mash the dash button and the saber button at the same time, and this allows you to repeat the first saber slash over and over instead of having to commit to the combo. which does great damage on bosses like Magma Dragoon or Slash Beast. X5 gave Zero a power-up that removes your ability to dash cancel, but X6 on the other hand made dash canceling the easiest of all the games as Zero's animations got retooled in a way that made this easier to pull off. When beating bosses, Zero gets abilities like X does, but instead of being weapons you must equip, Zero gets new moves you can chain into his combat, like this upward strike from Magma Dragoon that covers a huge area, or this downward stab from Frost Walrus, the lightning strike from Web Spider, and best of all, the double jump and spinning Z-Saber attack from Split Mushroom. The spinning attack replaces your standard aerial swing as you obliterate everything in your path. I mean, just look at what this does to Slash Beast's stage. All of Zero's techniques can be put to great use when tearing the enemies apart. These are activated with specific button combos, like the Rising Fire Slash where you press up on the D-pad plus the special weapons button on triangle. You can then do the downward strike by pressing down and triangle. Because of this free-flowing combat, I think Zero is great in X4, which is why this gameplay of his continued to come back in so many Mega Man games. It's not fully Devil May Cry levels of based, but it is a stepping stone towards the Mega Man Zero series where players could really go combo mad all over the enemies and bosses. Of course, X unlocks special weapons from beating bosses, but I feel like his roster doesn't compare to Zero's. I don't think there would even be a way to program intuitive button combos for a lot of X's weapons anyway, so I'm not mad about that, but equipping each weapon still takes time that isn't there for Zero. The real thing is that I just wish X's weapons did more damage. On the whole, I felt like using my Buster was stronger, as special weapons either didn't do that much damage or they just got deflected by the enemies. Now, I'm sure a Mega Man player much better than me could pull this off pretty well. However, in my playthroughs, I only ever find a select few moments where X's weapons come in handy in a combat scenario. Otherwise, it's the same deal as X2, where I just use the weapons to get items. All this would be pointless without fun stages though, right? Luckily, X4 isn't playing around in this category. The level design is where I thought X3 lacked the most, mainly because the game didn't capitalize on all of its opportunities to have a memorable set piece like X1 and X2. X4 fixes this by making players navigate through a variety of different situations, like timing your jumps between these platforms in Magma Dragoon stage while these magma rocks fall between them, timing your jumps in Web Spider stage while these logs go down the waterfall, having to escape this room before the platforms crumble in Split Mushrooms level, needing to reach the end of these rooms within a certain time in Cyber Peacock stage, and just getting to destroy everything that stands before you in Slash Beast or Storm Owl's levels. Each one putting the dash and wall jump to great use as you need to be precise with your movements. The levels are also paced very well. If it's getting samey, they'll throw in a ride armor to mix it up. If you've seen the same gimmick too many times, the level will transition into the second half where you do something different, like go through the trees in Web Spider, flipping gravity in Cyber Peacock stage, or positioning yourself carefully on this elevator in Split Mushrooms level. The only stage I don't really care for is Jet Stingrays. Here, the ride chaser mechanic from X2 makes a comeback, only now we see it used as part of this mini-game where you have to dodge obstacles or die. I'm pretty good at this stage now, but on my first several playthroughs I always thought it was a massive pace breaker. Besides that one stage, every time I play X4, one of the leading takeaways is that this is an incredibly solid set of levels. Honestly, some of the best the X series has ever seen. Designing obstacles that are balanced well around the two characters. It's all about whether you prefer getting in close or shooting from a distance in combat. Other than that, the levels are fun to play as both X and Zero, with a well-designed item game on top of that. You might think that 4 games in you know what to expect, but some things have actually changed here. We still have 8 heart tanks with 1 located in each stage, but the number of sub-tanks has been cut from 4 to 2. I think this is fair. The more I play these games, the less I even use the sub-tanks, so having 4 of them in X1 to X3 makes it so that I'm really never under any threat of dying. With X4, when I get to the final boss, I usually need both of my sub-tanks, and when they're gone, I'll need to play carefully or else I'll have wasted them. So this is a good change. In the place of the other 2 sub-tanks, you have the weapon energy tank, which is the same as a sub-tank, but it refills your weapon energy. This one is iffy. It's not a bad idea, but the problem is that weapon ammo is basically useless in X4 for a reason I can get into in just a second. Zero doesn't even have weapons that use up an ammo count, besides the one he gets from Cyber Peacock, but you can refill that via taking damage, so the weapon energy tank is a useless grab for Zero. In that very same stage, both characters can grab the EX tank, which raises your life count from 2 to 4 upon getting a game over. Meh, this one also is a decent idea, but X4 introduces a new system where getting a game over only brings you to the halfway point of a stage, so I don't feel like it makes that much of a difference. These 2 new tanks were both fine ideas, they just don't mesh that well with the other X4 systems. As usual, X can collect Dr. Light capsules, these containing the 4 parts of, you guessed it, the 4th armor. The leg parts allow you to air dash yet again, but the new function is this hover ability that you have for a couple seconds. I don't think this is as good as the upward dash from X3, but it does have its uses like in the final boss, or if you need to correct yourself while platforming. I've been setting this up for the last couple of videos, but the designers have seemingly always had a problem making the head parts useful, so here they just said screw it and made it really OP. X3's reduced weapon ammo use, but in X4 you just straight up have infinite ammo. Might as well call it the Solid Snake capsule next time.
Infinite ammo.
Charging your weapon still takes ammo, but regular shots are infinite. I'm not complaining. I think it's pretty cool to run through Spaceport as X with infinite ammo and the Twin Slasher. It's like the enemies are lined up for it. The arm parts are an interesting situation. There are actually 2 of them in this game, located in the same spot. One of them allows you to charge up 4 blasts that you can release whenever you want. The other is the plasma shot, which fires a big ball of energy that lingers on screen, continuing to destroy enemies. This one's my preference. Don't like the red arms it gives you. Not a good match for the rest of the armor's color scheme. But I'll take it if it means getting the plasma shot. A lot of people do prefer the other one, which is fine. I just don't like the fact that the damage on it isn't that high, and on bosses you have to wait for iframes to end before firing another shot. While I'm on the subject of the arm parts, I'm just going to point out something I noticed. In X1 to X3, the arm parts will give you an additional charge shot that comes after the 2 levels you already had, meaning you could still do the regular charge shot if you wanted to. In X4, the arm parts just replace the second charge shot. Just something I noticed. The body parts have the usual effect of reducing damage on you, but this can be converted into the Nova Strike, a horizontal dash where you destroy all enemies and gain a decent amount of distance. It's cool. Really, it's impossible to make a bad body armor part, so that's all fine and good. With all these pieces laid out, how's the routing in X4? This is the final Mega Man X game where I even care enough to talk about a leashed backtracking run. Spoiler alert, the design problems of X5 and X6 make it worthless, X7 sucks anyway so it doesn't matter, and X8 is a game I haven't played enough to even think about it. Back on target, X4 doesn't have any of that convoluted stuff like ride armors, enhancement chips, superpower moves, secret castle unlocks, and so on. It's pretty simple actually. The run I have in the books goes Magma Dragoon, Web Spider, Frost Walrus, Jet Stingray, Slash Beast, Split Mushroom, Cyber Peacock, Storm Owl, and then backtrack to Magma Dragoon for the body parts. Here's the beautiful part of it though. That's one way to do it, but for this video I just did something completely different. Slash Beast is more fun with the plasma shot, so I went with Storm Owl first. In X4, there are very few item requirements needed to get its collectibles. You need Rising Fire to get the Heart Tank of Web Spider, you need his weapon to get the arm parts and the EX tank, you need Rising Fire for the Frost Walrus Heart Tank, and a charged Twin Slasher for the body parts. Everything else is either something you can find or just takes precision to get. The best kind of MMX item quest is it creates maximum variety. So you can use this as a template, but ultimately you can do almost any order you want in X4, just as long as it starts with the 2 stages I have at the top. I mean, really, I didn't follow this religiously when recording this footage, and not even by design. I just went in an order where I'd get all the items with a minimal amount of backtracking, which just so happened to be different from the one I wrote out a long time ago. Again, maximum variety and freedom, the best kind of Mega Man X item game. I still find X2 a little more rewarding in this category because the X Hunters require you to strategize a little more and you can do that one with no backtracks. But saying which item game is more varied between X2 and X4 is splitting hairs at the end of the day. X4 even makes up for the one backtrack as X, since as Zero you don't have any light capsules to collect, so you can do this in almost any order you want with no backtracking in sight. I go after Split Mushroom as Zero much earlier than I do as X because then I can get the double jump and spinning Z-Saber attack. I decided to make a separate image for Zero since the run is so different. It goes like this: Magma Dragoon, Web Spider, Split Mushroom, Frost Walrus, Slash Beast, Cyber Peacock, Storm Owl, and Jet Stingray. As Zero, you just need Dragoon's weapon to get the Heart Tank of Web Spider and Frost Walrus, and the double jump from Split Mushroom to get the EX tank. Now, the next thing on the Mega Man X checklist is if the bosses are fun to fight, and in X4 we have a roster of winners. Without special weapons, each boss is a very readable pattern that you can learn with practice. Web Spider might catch you in his web the first time you fight him, but you learn what angles to dash jump from to avoid it. Same goes for the homing missile from Cyber Peacock. Every boss is like that, seeing you learn patterns and angles to best avoid taking damage. One of the reasons I like starting with Magma Dragoon is the fact that you can actually bring a ride armor into the fight and beat the crap out of this boss. He has a lot of cool attacks to avoid, even including the Hadouken and the Shoryuken. Although, I guess he didn't learn them from Dr. Light because they don't kill you in one hit. As Zero, all of that still applies, and even when using techniques, I'd say most of Zero's bosses are fun to fight. Slash Beast takes the most damage from Zero's lightning attack, but this move leaves you vulnerable to damage as he won't get stun locked by it. If you want to use Jet Stingray's weakness on him, you need to combine the double jump with the ice attack. You need to get creative since not everything Zero unlocks is a weapon usable on another boss. All around a great roster of bosses. Assuming you aren't using X's special weapons, which ruins them all yet again. X's campaign does get a bonus fight though. 4 stages in, you'll have to face the Colonel at Repliforce's, well, I was gonna say base, but I guess it's their, meeting place? I don't know. This fight is really fun. The attacks he throws at you are very readable, you just need to dodge with the right timing and strike when he won't block you. Having said that, we've reached the final stages, and to be honest, I don't really have that much to say about it. The final levels of X4 consist of 3 stages as the Repliforce is taking off to space. The first level is at their spaceport, a quick level that makes use of all your weapons really well, ending with a Colonel rematch for X and the first time you face him as Zero. Beating the Colonel doesn't change anything as the Repliforce has gone to their space colony called the Final Weapon. This being a pretty unremarkable final level. You run through some rooms, fight a character-specific boss, you get a room that splits in 2 that both house some pretty basic platforming, and then you battle the General. This being a fight that isn't great. It's this big room where, as X, I just climbed to the left wall and spam charge shots hoping I hit him, and as Zero, I used to cling to the wall until he came to my side and then slashed, but a Patreon Discord server member told me that a regular slash from this distance does this much damage. Don't know why, but it's neat. Even with these strats, I still think this is a weak boss as it takes a long time and he spends most of it off screen anyway. This just isn't a great final stage, which is disappointing since most all the levels leading up to this were great. What I do like about the final stages would be the music. The spaceport has this really urgent vibe to it, while the Final Weapon has more of a lonely atmosphere as you're trapped in space. The actual last level begins a trope I hate even more than a boss rush. A boss rush that comes right before the final battle. My worst nightmare. You know the drill. Refight the same 8 bosses over again for 10 minutes, complete with explosion scenes that make up half of it. Then you get the final battle where X or Zero learn that Sigma was the one responsible for this whole thing. But before I even think about talking story, I need to talk about the final boss. 5 years later, I'm here to add this segment to the video, because nobody clocked this until one commenter did like a year ago, that I completely forgot to talk about the final boss of X4 in the 2021 video. I used this cutscene as a segue into the story, and that led to the conclusion. I just forgot about the final boss. And then my X4 guide video from 2024 also didn't talk about the final boss for an even funnier reason. Because I was writing that video in class and wanted to finish it before class ended. But when class ended, I just reached the fortress in the script, and instead of just writing it at home, I just said, figure out the rest yourself, and immediately put the video into production, finishing it later that day. But now we can right that wrong. The X4 final boss is 3 phases. Phase 1 is kind of a joke because the Rising Fire has a charge shot you can use as X to make quick work of him. As Zero, it's equally easy, but just takes a little longer. The second phase sees him throwing his weapon around the room. The first time it'll spin around in a circle, and you can use the lightning to do damage. The second time he'll aim it at the ground, and if it hits there, it'll be hazardous to walk on, so you need to get him to aim for the wall, and then jump above him and wait out the attack. He just does those 2 attacks on loop. The third phase is the most complicated. These 3 heads will do elemental attacks, you need to dodge them. Sigma will then either appear on the left or the right of the screen, and then do 2 different attacks on both sides. On the left, he'll either try to pull you in or push you towards spikes. On the right, he'll have a massive body into a quick laser attack or a slow energy beam attack, which makes it easy to hit him with X's soul body and Zero's spinning attack. It's hard, but not the biggest struggle in the series. At this point, I was mashing through the text so much that I accidentally skipped this important cutscene with Sigma and Zero, so guess who had to do the entire boss rush again? But I suppose now is finally the time to talk more about the story in X4. Just by summarizing it earlier, it's pretty clear that more effort got put into the story of this game compared to the previous ones. I mean, we've got 2 warring sides that don't even want to fight each other, whose strings are being pulled by a mysterious figure in the background. It's a cool idea, especially with conflicting interests on both sides, as Zero cares for Iris, who cares for him, but is also the sister of Colonel. Not bad ideas. They even bothered paying attention to the smaller details. Magma Dragoon was once a Maverick hunter but defected to Sigma's side. He was the one who caused the Sky Lagoon to fall so that Repliforce could be set up. So when you fight him, his health bar shows the Sigma logo instead of the Repliforce one, as do Split Mushroom and Cyber Peacock, meaning that they're really loyal to Sigma's cause and not Repliforce's. Again, this is all good stuff, but the problem is that the game doesn't really put the work in to make you actually care about any of this. Dragoon, for example, is a character we saw for 2 seconds before finding out he was a bad guy. Or worse, Iris, someone Zero has affection for. We only know this because it's said. The characters barely interact and she's a new character for this game, so you feel almost nothing when they have to fight in the final level. Speaking of Zero, I should mention that this game put him in the spotlight much more than previous games. I mean, his playthrough has more cutscenes than X's, and X only even physically appears in one of his cutscenes. a cutscene that also includes Zero. But anyway, this game decided to stop hinting at it. It's fully confirmed at the start of Zero's campaign that Zero was the final creation of Dr. Albert Wily, the main villain of the classic Mega Man series, meaning he was created for destruction but doesn't know about his past. It all comes to him as a violent dream. At the end of the game, Sigma tells Zero a story from back when he was leading the Maverick Hunters before the events of X1. Zero was discovered and was a brutal killing machine, almost beating Sigma, ultimately being the reason Sigma has the scars that he has on his face. But when Sigma knocked Zero out, his personality reset, and that's how we have the Zero we know today. I'm assuming in the Prime universe that this is when Sigma started going rogue. Speaking of whom, Sigma's also in this game, which will confuse a lot of players since X3 made it look like he was dead for good. Although that's actually not true. He says his program is fading and that he will come back. Something well established at this point since the virus had exploded in X2 and he came back in X3. Sigma always comes back. When the artists created Sigma in X1, they wanted him to be the embodiment of pure evil, no redeeming characteristics whatsoever. Unlike Dr. Wily, who's kind of a funny character at the end of the day. The stories of X3 and X4 do a good job showing that fact about Sigma, since he turns forces for good like Dr. Doppler and Repliforce into, well, the opposite of that, and then tosses them aside with no regard when they've served their purpose. In X4's case, he got the Maverick Hunters and Repliforce to fight, and I was thinking, Sigma would probably want that because it will show Reploids who are unsure of their place in the world why they should join him. I mean, the Repliforce tried declaring independence from humans, and look what the Maverick Hunters did to them. But of course, Sigma in X4 is impossible to take seriously, like the artists wanted, because of the story's most infamous aspect. The localization of this game is quite the sight to behold. The PS1 gave the developers the ability to include voice acting in the cutscenes, and well, everything is wrong. The casting doesn't work, the direction is awful, and the delivery of lines is just as bad. I think X4 definitely belongs in the conversation for some of the worst acting in any AAA game. Watching these cutscenes, it's impossible to not burst out laughing because it's genuinely that poorly done.
Without fear, for we are the Repliforce.
The most powerful army in history!
And now, my Maverick Hunters, what will you do? I'll be watching closely from here on out.
I'm disappointed in you, Colonel. What do you think you're doing? It's not too late. Stop the coup now. Never. If that's your decision, prepare yourself! Iris! Ah! No, this isn't happening! There's no reason for me to go on. What? What am I fighting for?
I have nothing against anyone who worked on this, it's just a product of its time to say the absolute least. Special shout out to this scene in X's playthrough where Double goes rogue and the game turns into a Sam Raimi horror film for a minute.
This is a Maverick Hunter, 17th unit. Commander X, please respond.
What happened? Report!
Nothing to worry about.
No further transmissions unless necessary to carry out the operation.
Understood.
I'm breaking contact.
And now, X will be my next target.
The translation of the text isn't any better. Dialogue is wooden and awkward like many of the previous games, and sometimes doesn't even make sense. Like that part with Sigma in the flashback I mentioned, the lead end to that is Sigma saying he's gonna tell Zero a story from the past, and after it's over, Sigma's like, "What? You were a Maverick?" Yeah, you started this conversation. Stuff like that is why the translation of X4 is absolutely terrible. But worry not, my Maverick Hunters, because that doesn't have to be the end of the discussion. As you know, I always play these games on emulators, but the X Legacy Collection on Steam has some decent mods. Chief among them being an interpolation mod to fix the abysmal scaling, but that's not relevant at the moment. I downloaded a retranslated mod for X1 to X3 that updates the scripts of the game to not be so terrible and to reflect the Japanese dialogue more. For X4, you can download the Undub mod, which features the Japanese voices of the characters in gameplay, and I must say, hearing X5, 0, and X4 instead of is pretty cursed at first. But for the cutscenes, they're AI upscaled, feature the Japanese voice tracks, and come with English subtitles. When I first played the Undub mod, I was very surprised. I can't tell you if this acting is good or not by Japanese standards because I don't speak the language. However, because of that, I was able to get into the story of X4. I have a completely different view on X4's story than I did 5 years ago because I experienced it with subtitles and Japanese dialogue. Now, there are issues with the plot that I brought up already, but now I can appreciate the ambition the developers had when writing the story of X4 because these are very interesting conflicts for a Mega Man X game. And when you take away the laughable English acting, you can appreciate where the developers were coming from with this story, since it could have been like X3 where the story is just an excuse for gameplay. But they wanted to take the characters forward by seeing Zero have to face a friend, Colonel, and dealing with Iris turning on him as a result. X's ending is the one that really got to me in Japanese. In English, it's one of the funniest scenes in the game.
Don't ask such a silly question, I'm breaking contact now.
The point of the scene is that across this journey, X has seen so many people who were once good or pretended to be good, like Colonel, Double, and Sigma, who were all Mavericks at the end of the day. Sigma was once his leader, who he's had to fight to the death with several times now. If these people could go Maverick, what's to stop him? He says to Zero, if I become a Maverick, promise you'll kill me. It's a hard conversation for both of them, but X is valid in thinking about this. The sad rendition of the bombastic opening stage music in both endings really helps sell it.
Zero, もし俺がイレギュラー化したら、君が処理してくれ。
バカなこと言ってないで、さっさと戻ってこい。
約束だよ、ゼロ。
So now, when I see these endings, I just think of the deeper character implications that I resonate with pretty well, as opposed to thinking of the terrible delivery of the English script, which is why I have no problem currently saying I enjoy the story of X4, just like how I enjoy pretty much everything about X4. The conclusion for this game really can't be that long, simply because it's all here, it's all been said. The game has fantastic level design, excellent boss design, appealing visuals, good music, the fantastic Zero gameplay, great armor upgrades for X, an ambitious story. It's got everything I need to say a game's perfect. For me, perfection is more about the experience than it is the flaw count. I hope that's clear by now. For me, all 4 of these games are perfect, but I have things I don't like about every single one. But you know, it's perfect for me. I didn't even bring a big speech for this video, because on that front, everything's been said as well. I reflected on how it's been 5 years since the X retrospective started and how much has changed since then in the X1 video. In the X2 video, I've talked about how much I changed as a creator over the years, and in X3 I just told my personal story with the game. X4 is a game I hold as dear as X3, there just isn't as much of a story to tell. Having said all that, there really isn't much else to say. Now all we have left are the spin-offs to discuss. Originally I wasn't going to do any of these for this video series, but I figured, why not? I mean, the original retrospective did all the games, why leave that stone unturned? Plus, the mobile game, X Dive, has finally been released on Steam, and so I might as well cover it, right? But if I'm doing that, why not just rope in the remaining X games? So that's that. Which is how we end up with this video where I'm going to look back on the Game Boy Color duology Mega Man Xtreme and Mega Man Xtreme 2. 2 games that existed to bring the Mega Man X console experience to Nintendo's handheld back in 2000 and 2001 respectively. This is something Capcom had done for the classic Mega Man series in the original Game Boy, so it only made sense to adapt the Mega Man X series for the handheld format. Today, these games don't really get that much discussion compared to the main X titles and the other spin-offs even, and we'll certainly get into why that is before the video is over. Speaking for myself, I almost never revisit these games, compared to how often I replay the first 4 games, and even the other ones. Don't get me wrong, I got them on the 3DS Virtual Console as soon as I became a huge fan of the X series back in 2015, because obviously you need to play every game as soon as possible, right? But I just don't really replay them that much. In fact, I think the last time I ever really devoted a lot of time to either one was when I had reviewed them over 5 years ago. I tried to make it more interesting by getting Metropolis Zone and Gotta Be Frank to join me for those episodes, and we had a lot of fun making them, but today it's just gonna be me. Figured I'd combine the 2 in one video since a lot of the same principles apply for both games, although when playing them again, I thought Xtreme 2 was more interesting than I remember. But first, let's briefly go over my updated opinions on Xtreme 1. An important fact to address when talking about these games, the first one in particular, is that there's almost 2 conversations you need to have to give the full picture. Like always, I have my thoughts on what it's like playing the game today, but it absolutely cannot be denied that Mega Man Xtreme served a much different role in 2000 than it does 22 years later. Mega Man Xtreme is a pretty impressive game for its time, as it was taking assets that originated from the Super Nintendo Mega Man X trilogy and converted them to the Game Boy Color. While this will lead to sizing discrepancies, Chill Penguin's not supposed to be taller than X, and X isn't supposed to be Spark Mandrill's height, but I think it's a really impressive effort as you see the animations, for example. They cut down frames that were unnecessary in order to reduce the storage space, I imagine. They ease up on memory by not showing X's full armor until you unlock all 4 pieces of it. Things like this take thought and effort when deciding how these 16-bit game elements will transfer to an 8-bit handheld. After reading the segment on this game in the Mega Man X series art book, I now have an appreciation for the character designs in these games. I mean, it's mostly just characters we've seen before, but look at Zane and Gemmel from Xtreme 1, and then Gareth and Berkana from Xtreme 2. These are really elaborate character designs with different pieces and colors and segments, and it came out looking pretty on model in the sprite work. Something the lead artist was concerned about when the final designs for Xtreme 1 were finished. This also goes for the gameplay. Bringing classic Mega Man to the Game Boy isn't a big deal. I mean, Mega Man requires 2 buttons, jump and shoot, something the original Game Boy was very capable of. However, the X series had so many more mechanics like dashing, wall jumping, switching weapons, collecting upgrades, and in Xtreme, it's all there on a console that still only has 2 buttons. The way they went around this was by making the dash something that you did by double tapping the direction you were facing. This was doable in the other games, but the physical dash button was always more comfortable. Something the developers of Xtreme considered by having an option for the start button to dash if you really wanted to have that dedicated dash button. Switching weapons is only doable in the menu by pressing the select button. Otherwise, it handles about as well as you'd expect from a Mega Man X Game Boy game. So that covers the first issue I mentioned before. How does the game function as a recreation of the X series formula when there were no other options to play the series portably? The answer is that it's pretty good. I respect the time and energy it must have taken to do the project, however playing this game again only reminds me of why I don't play the game very often, and that's because of the other issue, how good is the game? My answer to that is simply, Mega Man Xtreme is just okay. It's Mega Man X gameplay which I already like, however for many reasons it's not something I find super enjoyable either. The first reason is a double-edged sword. In the game, you have to find the 4 parts of X's first armor from X1. Thanks to that fact, we got this official art of X's first armor just in the X4 art style, so that's cool. But as I was saying, Xtreme 1 gives the players the dash at default so you can speed through the intro stage with reckless abandon. But you still unlock the foot parts in Chill Penguin stage. So what does it do if not the dash? The air dash? No, instead they decided to make the foot parts kick you off of walls when jumping on them. This was a mechanic in the previous games if you held down the dash button while climbing walls, but now it's a core mechanic and this just gets in the way of the gameplay with these really small rooms due to the minuscule screen size. And this is liable to get you hit more than anything else. When on paper, I think it's a clever workaround of the dash being available at default. Maybe if you did it by holding start while jumping off the wall, it would be fine, but as is, it got kind of annoying. The other thing I don't like is the way this game is structured. In terms of levels, each of the stages are brought back from Mega Man X1 and Mega Man X2. The justification being that the game takes place between X2 and X3 as the world's mother computer has been hacked, causing the data of X's previously defeated enemies to return, making it so that X has to go into cyberspace and defeat them again. In normal mode, you face off against Chill Penguin, Spark Mandrill, and Storm Eagle from X1 and then Flame Stag from X2. Once you defeat them, you replay the first castle stage from X1 and then the third castle stage from X2, only with the boss from the second stage at the end. In this level, you can also get the Hadouken and the Shoryuken from the spot you got the ladder in X2. Only to get there, you have to actually navigate on this platform, when in the original X2 you could just bypass it with well-timed jumps, so that's finicky, but doable. Then you fight Sigma and beat the game, only to be told that there's a hard mode with 4 more stages: Wheel Gator, Magna Centipede, and Morph Moth from X2, and Armored Armadillo from X1. You beat these 4, then you play the same castle levels again, and then you unlock Extreme Mode with all 8 bosses active at once. This is the most fun way to play the game, as you get the most freedom with the boss order and get to see all the content in one playthrough, but you have to beat Hard Mode to get that, which requires a run of Normal Mode to unlock that. I just think the game is a bit padded, as playing the same fortress levels 3 times gets old. Hard Mode's also kind of boring to play, as you can load your Normal Mode save file into Hard Mode and just play it with all your equipment from Normal Mode, so the extra challenge isn't even that challenging under this circumstance, especially at the end of the game. Sigma is way harder on normal mode because you don't have his weakness, Rolling Shield, but on hard mode you do, so he's a bit of a pushover. Whether I play this game on normal and hard to get the full experience, or just use hacks to unlock extreme mode from the start to open the game up as much as possible, I think the conclusion remains the same. Mega Man Xtreme in 2022 is pretty harmless, but it offers nothing to players today. This is what I said about it back in 2016, but it's even more true today than it was then. The levels are almost entirely lifted from the original X1 and X2 stages, shot for shot. Again, in 2000, that's pretty cool for a Game Boy Color game, but today it leaves you with little reason to ever consider playing it. In 2016, I said that the game was novel, but with its only accessible port being on 3DS, a console that also had the SNES X trilogy, why pick this over them? What makes this more true than ever now is that handheld gaming from the start was about trying to get as close to the console experience as possible. Now we have the Nintendo Switch, and it literally is a console that is portable. One that houses all 8 mainline Mega Man X games via the X Legacy Collection. I would have liked to see an X Legacy Collection 3 to house the 4 spin-off games, but they didn't do it like that, and so now you'd have to go out of your way to try this game as a fan of the series, and there's just almost no reason to do so because it offers no new content. The game's reuse of existing content is what makes it an impressive game for its time, but that's also the reason why you never play it now. Tech will inevitably age, but I still play plenty of old games because that's just up to the game to still be fun, which countless retro titles are. Which serves as a natural segue into Mega Man Xtreme 2, which was released on the Game Boy Color in 2001. I still don't get why Capcom would release Mega Man games on obsolete hardware. I mean, this game came out after the Game Boy Advance dropped. Xtreme 2 dropped in Europe in 2002, the same year Mega Man Zero released on the Game Boy Advance worldwide, really making this game extra redundant. But after playing it again, I was pleasantly surprised with Xtreme 2. I kinda remember both games as being in the same boat of unoriginality, killing the viability of playing it in 2022, however this game was much more ambitious than its predecessor. Like the first game, the plot mainly exists as a way to justify reusing old Maverick bosses, this game pulling from X1, X2, as well as X3 since this one takes place between X3 and X4. But I think the way they went about it was more interesting. Reploid bodies are being turned into robotic shells at seemingly random. As the Maverick hunters track the source of the disturbance to Lagoo's Island, where a Reploid scientist, Burkana, is working alongside her right-hand man, Gareth, on extracting DNA souls from Reploids and placing them inside of the bodies of Mavericks that X had defeated in the first 3 games. This story just has more significance than the first game, as this game debuted the concept of DNA souls being the things that give Reploids life, and that these can be stolen and transferred. This set the stage for the plot of Mega Man X6, where Gate created the Nightmare virus that corrupted the DNA souls of Reploids, Alia making direct reference to the events of Xtreme 2 at the end of X6 when Isaac's body is left a husk, just like the Reploids at the start of this game, meaning that Dr. Wily had made his escape yet again to return in another Reploid body someday. At the same time, Xtreme 2 also takes advantage of its being a prequel to X4 by having Iris be the navigator that helps X and Zero throughout the journey, giving fans more backstory with her when they replay X4, setting up the fact that she does have some conflicting allegiance between the Maverick Hunters and the Replifors, which ends in disaster in X4. So all around, a pretty worthwhile story in the grander scheme of the Mega Man X series. It's just a shame that the presentation capabilities of the GBC are so limited. This is only a problem because of the fact that these cutscenes are long, and that goes for both games. Here you're playing this handheld X game designed for short burst play sessions, and you have to watch cutscenes that go on for like 2 minutes or more. It just kinda kills the pace, and is not visually pleasing as Xtreme 2 will rapidly flash between these character portraits and cutscenes. I also have to mention the part in Xtreme 1 where we get this death scene. There's nothing wrong with the writing of either game, I just think it's funny how seriously they take themselves, and that's how you get this in your GBC Mega Man game. As for the gameplay, it's also a lot more ambitious than the first one. For X, it's largely the same, however the long jump is not in the game at all, which is a huge plus. What they do with the foot parts of the armor instead is give it the same ability as X3, where you dash horizontally and vertically, which became my go-to for picking up speed as the game has no dash button as you instead use it to switch weapons and later switch characters. Zero is playable in Xtreme 2 and they gave him his 3/ combo gameplay from X4 and I must say, job well done. This is a good replication of that style, even down to the moves from the bosses being something you can integrate into your combat like the PS1 X titles. Only issue I could bring up is that the hitbox on Zero's saber is much smaller than it was on PlayStation, but overall I like it. I think it worked out well. The game just stands on its own 2 feet much more than Xtreme 1. Like I said a few seconds ago, this is the first game to have the fully functioning character swap that will become a mainstay in X7 and X8. So that's the first example of this game bringing new ideas to the table. The next is the shop system. This game came out after X5 with its extremely convoluted system of parts and upgrades that once understood could make the game more fun, but Xtreme 2 just skips the tedium entirely. In this game, enemies drop souls you can grab that gives you currency to spend in the shop, and they also refill your health, which is very appreciated. The first game had a terrible item drop rate. At the shop, you'll buy things like the Saber Plus or the Buster Plus for 0 and X respectively, and then you will utterly tear through the game. X's fully powered Buster Shots in Xtreme 2 might be one of the most powerful weapons I've ever seen in a Mega Man game. Just look at the boss rush. For the first time in my life, I was entertained by a boss rush. So through its shop system, Xtreme 2 gets something right that X5, X6, and X7 would all stumble with to various degrees. And I think that deserves credit. What also deserves admiration would be the levels. We still go through areas inspired by the original X trilogy, Launch Octopus and Flame Mammoth from X1, Wire Sponge and Overdrive Ostrich from X2, and then Neon Tiger, Volt Catfish, Blast Hornet, and Tunnel Rhino from X3. The difference between this game and the last one is that it crafts new stages based on these familiar bosses. like Blast Hornet stage seeing you jump around his air fleet rather than his hangar like you did in X3, or Volt Catfish taking the electricity gimmick from the original stage but fusing that with the water of X3's Toxic Seahorse, fusing two stages together and creating a new experience as a result. Flame Mammoth and Wire Sponge are basically the same stages unaltered, but besides that, I think this game has a consistent roster of new content, which makes it worth playing in a way the first game just fundamentally is not. It even makes use of the 3 campaign structure better than the first Extreme. Instead of labeling them as difficulty modes you plow your way through just the same, you have an X campaign where he faces off against Neon Tiger, Launch Octopus, Volt Catfish, and Flame Mammoth, and then in the castle stages he goes after Bracana. And the other option is the Zero campaign, where you fight Wire Sponge, Blast Hornet, Tunnel Rhino, and Overdrive Ostrich, battling Gareth in the castle stages. When beating X's campaign, I could carry the save into Zero's, with Zero having all the weapons from the bosses defeated as X, and I can only assume it works vice versa. When beating both, you unlock Extreme Mode, where all 8 bosses are available and you can freely switch between X and Zero at any time. But I must warn you now, I fought the X bosses as Zero and vice versa, and learned that only the character who beats the boss gets the special weapon, meaning that you'll be locked out of collecting all the upgrades like I was when trying to get this part of Tunnel Rhino's stage or this Dr. Light capsule in Neon Tiger's level, because for some reason, fire only works here as X and not Zero. What an idiot I am for my inability to predict that. One reward you do get for reaching extreme difficulty is an exclusive final boss fight against Sigma, where you actually have to trade off between X and Zero in order to defeat his color-coded battle mech. I thought that was a neat fight. And then you get to see the true ending of the game where all the DNA souls return normal, ending Mega Man Xtreme 2. As established before, I was pleasantly surprised by this one. I remember it being just more of the same as the first game, maybe a little better, but I enjoyed the first one a lot less this time than I used to, and enjoyed the sequel much more. In both cases, if you played the main 8 games, there isn't much of a need to play them, especially since neither one is available on modern platforms. However, I think Xtreme 2 pulls its own weight, which is all I can really ask for. It's not the greatest game of all time, but I'd give it like a low B grade. It was a good game, all things considered. More so than the D I'd give the first Extreme, and that's basically that. Mega Man X5 is one of the most interesting games in the Mega Man X series because every time you talk about it with someone else who played it, they're bound to have a different opinion on it than the last person. Mega Man X5 is probably the most divisive game in the X series, and I can totally see why. Some appreciate it for its climactic nature and replay value, but many think the game is bogged down by a myriad of bad design choices. Now where do I stand on this? Well, the title of the video says as much. I think Mega Man X5 is fundamentally a flawed game. Today, we shall explore why this is, but before we get into that, in case you don't know, a few months back I celebrated the 5th anniversary of my video series, the all-inclusive Mega Man X Retrospective, by re-reviewing Mega Man X1, X2, X3, and X4. These are some of my best videos in recent memory, if you ask me. I'm now met with an interesting challenge. I got in the mood to play Mega Man games again the last couple weeks, so now we're back to covering Mega Man games. This time we're finishing the Mega Man X series re-reviews by covering the rest of the series just in time for the 5th anniversaries of the original videos on these games from 2017. Seriously, I reviewed Mega Man X7 on March 28th of 2017. There are people who got into my videos from that time who still watch me to this day. Time flies, right? Anyway, talking about Mega Man X5 and onward again is an interesting challenge simply because of the fact that my attitude surrounding these games is completely different from X1 to X4. Those are 4 of my favorite games ever made, when I almost never come back to the later 4 games because, well, I'm just not that into any of them. But each for a different reason, which we'll be diving into over the course of the next 4 videos. To start, we have the subject of today's video, Mega Man X5. X5 is, like I said before, fundamentally flawed. But I didn't always think that. Of any X game, I'd say this is the one where my opinion has changed the most since the original playthrough. In that, I mean it has been a smooth line trending downward since I first got to playing X5 in early 2015. I first hailed it as the second best behind X1, and from that, it's gradually fallen. When I first reviewed it, I said it was a good time, but the start of a massive quality decline in the X series. I guess you could say that's still my opinion, I just think that the flaws outweigh the fun factor. But I want to start this discussion with the things that X5 definitely gets right because they do exist. In Mega Man X4, you had to choose between playing as X or as Zero, both with their unique pros and cons, as Zero could attack enemies up close with his Z-Saber, while X would blast from afar using his X-Buster. But in X5, you start with a character select screen like you did in X4, which would lead the first-time player to believe that you had to choose which one you'd be playing as during the campaign like you did in X4. However, the character you choose is the one that gets a benefit during the campaign, but the journey is shared between X and Zero. If you pick X at the start, you get a weaker version of the 4th armor from X4. It can't do the Nova Strike, it doesn't have infinite ammo, but it does still have the hover and the plasma shot right at the start, which is pretty awesome. Picking Zero at the start gives you this incredibly slow Z-Buster attack, which almost never comes in handy from my experience, so the choice is clear, pick X from the start. No matter which you pick, at the start of each stage you just select which of the two characters you play as well as picking what armor X will bring with him. You could argue this cuts down on replayability compared to the two campaigns of X4, or maybe that it leads to a bunch of balance issues throughout the game, which it certainly does, but I like the idea of X and Zero being a team that handles these big crises together. Not quite at the level of the partner mechanic from X7, but a step in that direction as I like to trade off which of the two hunters I'm playing as from level to level. In a mechanical sense, X5 adds crouching to the Mega Man moveset. You'd think that a feature like that would have been added to a run-and-gun platformer much sooner than 14 platformers in, but still, I think it's a good mechanic that the game puts to really good use in several segments, like dodging the beams from the U555 or reaching enemies that are really low to the ground. I wouldn't call it a Dash or Z-Saber game changer since it only comes back in X6 and X7 and none of the other later Mega Man platformers, but a mechanic doesn't have to be genre-defining in order to be good. X5 also adds this rope grabbing system which is also put to good use, although its tutorial is not the best. I mean, you could just jump over this gap like I did in my first playthrough, so I got killed by this rope part in Grizzly Slash's stage a few times in that first run because of that. As far as the gameplay is concerned, that's honestly the last note I have on this game that's unambiguously positive, like no caveat at the end of the sentence. But before we get into the meat of X5's problems, I saw no better time than the present to mention that the soundtrack of this game is absolutely spectacular. In my X4 re-review, I had said the game had what was probably my least favorite X soundtrack on the PS1, and to my surprise, the comments did not agree with that take whatsoever. Going into this video, I posted a poll on my community tab asking everyone what the best Mega Man X soundtrack on the PS1 was, and to my surprise once more, X4 led the poll like it was nobody's business. X4's music being better than the PS1 rendition of X3 is something I can certainly agree with, but I really think X5 and X6 are home to some of the best music in the series past X1. X5 has some of the most iconic tracks in the series, like X and Zero's opening stages, the Zero stage themes, and the X vs. Zero boss fight. And besides that, it's full of absolute bops, including, but not limited to, With all that out of the way, we can get into the issues I have with this game. What made Mega Man X1 through X4 some of my favorite games of all time was the unique blend of fast-paced reactive platforming combined with the contained exploration and open-ended progression. The X games having cool set pieces like rising and lowering platforms in Storm Eagle stage from X1, falling blocks in Crystal Snails level from X2, rushing water pushing you down a shaft you need to climb up in X3, or falling magma rocks you had to time your jumps for in X4, allowed the games at their best to feel really fast-paced and frantic, while giving you things to explore for in the levels. The collectibles in these early Mega Man X games allowed players to take advantage of the open-ended boss progression that Mega Man has always had, only now you can structure a run based around item collection. These three things are how I look at Mega Man X games, and X5 falters at many of them. Starting with the level design, X5 isn't lacking in set pieces like the train car escape sequence in Grizzly Slash's level or deactivating bombs in the Skyverse stage. The game has set pieces you can recall that make each one distinct, but the problem comes from how many of them serve to slow the pace of the game down rather than pick it up. Squid Adler's level being a perfect example. No, not that part. I meant the second half where you run on the ground like normal. Every room revolves around you having to hit these switches into their slots as it gradually gets more complex, like needing to time it carefully around 2 at once, but then having to do that but in a room with deadly spikes. That's a quality progression of difficulty, but it's one of those puzzles where you've already figured out the solution prior to starting to solve it, so you then have just to spend 20 seconds doing it. Is it bad? Not necessarily, but it's not really that fun either. This is how I feel about many levels of X5. Does the gravity flip gimmick of Dark Dizzy's stage suck? No, it's just not really that fun, and instead feels rather basic and bland. I gave a similar criticism to X3, but I obviously think X5 has it much worse because generally speaking, the pace of this game is very slow. Take Izzy Glow's stage, for example. Here you find yourself in this castle where these spikes drop from the ceiling really slowly, going up even slower than they came down, so you have to sit and wait several seconds for that whole animation to play out. The Skyverse stage has 3 segments where you have to ride an elevator that takes a really long time. Even stages like Axel the Red or Maverick have a game-wide problem that brings the pace to a screeching halt that makes it very difficult to really get into the various stages. X and Zero have a full support team in X5. one of them being Alia, whose job it is to help X and Zero navigate the areas while they're out in the field. This is a fine concept, but in execution, it ruins the flow of the stages. How it works is that Alia will stop you dead in your tracks while the player must mash the buttons on the controller to skip past what she's saying. For my first run in this video, I decided to do something unthinkable. Actually read the various text boxes from Alia and other characters. It's here where you learn that she isn't saying anything besides worthless tutorial junk for the entire game. Like how she tells you during this part of Izzy Glow's stage that you should jump on the top side of the spike platforms to progress. Or how in Mavericks' stage she'll stop you twice in the span of 10 seconds to tell you that there's a diverging pathway. It's like her designed function is to take away any semblance of curiosity or experimentation from the players. These two issues, slow stages and Alia text, collide at what might be my least favorite level in a Mega Man X game, Duff McWhalen. Here, players must go through an auto-scroller where they get chased by a giant underwater mechanoid. Honestly, this could have been used to make for a fast-paced stage where you need to carefully outrun the robot, but it moves at the speed of molasses. So slowly that the obstacles are nothing to worry about because you have an eternity to react to them all. I might complain about frustrating Mega Man levels in various games, but when I'm just outright bored like I am in this stage, that's when the replayability really starts to dip. Alia might be bad and drag down the pace of okay levels, but on the whole, X5 is just a very slow-paced game in its main 8 stages, which makes me not want to revisit the game over any of the previous X games. A slower pace is not the kind of problem where I can say the game's an abomination, but like I said, when you look at the things I enjoy about X games, with or without Alia, many of X5's stages are just not that fun to play. To rub salt in the wound, the game has unskippable cutscenes as well. I could talk about the cutscenes again when discussing X5's overall presentation, but that's another thing that gets in the way of me replaying this game. Not only do I have to mash through Alia babbling on in the stages, but then between stages I have to mash buttons to get through cutscenes I've already seen a million times. But hey, maybe the game makes up for it in the routing department. After all, this is the thing I enjoy most about X1 to X4. I focused on the item game in so many of my Mega Man X videos because the least backtracking experience is just so much fun for me. And it ties so heavily to the nostalgia I have for these games as I'd craft these perfect runs while I was in school way back in 8th grade. X5 dropping the ball here, as badly as it does, is the biggest thing I have against this game. To get into that, we must first discuss the collectibles the game has to offer. Basically, it's the same lineup from X4. We have 8 heart tanks that gradually increase your health, 2 sub-tanks to refill your health, a weapon energy tank that does the same for weapon ammo, an EX tank which raises your default life count from 2 to 4, and then we get something new. This game doesn't have 4 Dr. Light capsules to collect, it has 8. This isn't a repeat of the third armor situation in X3, it's 2 different armors in one game. In many ways, I just don't think they thought the collectibles in this game through. The game has an EX tank, like X4, but it's completely useless because of the fact that X5 changes the checkpoint system to be where game overs bring you back to the last checkpoint, including boss doors, so why would you need more lives when I basically have infinite lives already? See what I mean? It's like nobody questioned that item going in the game because it was in X4, not thinking of the effect it had on the mechanics of X5. Heart tanks also only work in the character you collect them as, which isn't terrible in theory, but potentially proves to be a major problem later that I can get into. But anyway, there are 2 armors for X to collect now, the Falcon armor, which prioritizes mobility as you can use it to fly around the areas, and the Gaia armor, which is really slow and clunky but is also immune to spikes. Personally, I think the Gaia armor should have been way more powerful to make up for its lack of speed, since I really never use it unless I have to, and never felt that loss much at all. The armors themselves are fine though. The problem is X5's new system that nobody asked for. To use either the Falcon or Gaia armor, you must first unlock all 4 pieces of it. The biggest insult to injury being that the Gaia armor's head parts have no listed function. Dr. Light does not tell you what it does, and for that reason I can only conclude that it does nothing, and yet you're forced to collect it to use the other parts. Now, not being able to use the parts instantly makes enough sense. I mean, you can find these parts with no armor X, 4th armor X, 0, etc. But I must imagine there was some kind of memory limitation or what have you that caused it so that none of the parts are usable until they're all unlocked. The thing is, within the scope of this review, it doesn't really matter what the actual reason was, because the effect this has on the gameplay is way more important. I was setting up a few moments ago how important routing is to me as a Mega Man X fan, and that X5 dropped the ball pretty hard. With all the collectibles established, let's get into it. Routing in X5 can be done, but on a practical level, it's almost non-existent. When I replay X5, I almost always do it in the weakness order: Grizzly Slash, Duff McWhalen, Squid Adler, Izzy Glow, Dark Dizzy, the Skyver, Matt Rex, and Axel the Red. You can play X5 in a way that's different from this. For example, you can go to Mavericks' stage first and get the heart tank as well as the Gaia armor part located there, and as long as you have the F laser, you'd be able to get every collectible from Dark Dizzy's stage. But this brings about the logistic matter I went over in the X1 re-review. The stage order is all about the strategic advantage. I used my going to Boomer Kawanga's stage before Spark Mandrill's as the perfect example. It might prove more of a challenge to face the former boss without his weakness, but it saves you a backtrack to Spark Mandrill's stage, which requires Boomerang Cutter for its hidden sub-tank. You see, that kind of talk gets me really excited, but in X5, the strategic advantage of going outside the weakness order doesn't exist. I could go to Matrix's stage early and get his weapon and use that in Izzy Glow's level to get the EX tank, however, the heart tank requires me to have the Falcon or the Gaia armor, so what's the point? I'm just gonna have to revisit this stage for its heart tank anyway, so getting the EX tank early is pointless when they're right next to each other. Half the heart tanks in this game require the Gaia armor's immunity to spikes, but since you need the Falcon armor for the whole Gaia armor set, that means that once you've cleared all 8 stages and have finally gotten all the armors, to 100% the game, you must then do a grind where you have to revisit Grizzly Slash, Squid Adler, Izzy Glow, Axel the Red, and Duff McWhalen's stages to nab whatever it is you don't currently have. Duff McWhalen's stage is one where you have to play it 3 times in a 100% run because the part of the Falcon armor is blocked by a wall you can only get past with the weapon received for beating this very stage. And then you come back again for the heart tank. 100%ing X5 leaves you with this massive backtrack dump at the end of the game, and it's just tedious. You can use non-dev-intended strats to get a hold of some armor parts early, and you can use the Falcon armor to get the Grizzly Slash heart tank, when the reality is that you'll backtrack to these areas either way. It makes no difference how you actually do it, making this game possibly the most rigid of any Mega Man X game. So we have this game where I don't think its levels are super strong, I don't feel incentivized to pick different routes, and the item game is poorly laid out and requires a massive backtracking campaign to the end of the game. So the things I love about Mega Man X are poorly done in X5, which is why I don't come back to this game. In fact, this is my first full playthrough of X5 since the summer of 2020. It's just not that fun to replay when I could replay X1 to X4 at the drop of a hat. I could end the review here, because these are the systems that make me not enjoy X5, but the game has even more systems packed into the disc that are fundamentally flawed, and I'd like to go into these as well. But those issues first warrant a discussion on the game's story. Basically, Sigma's back yet again, and this time he's enlisted the help of a rogue named Dynamo. The two plot to bring a space colony called Eurasia crashing down onto the Earth. Sigma baits X and Zero into a battle which spreads the Sigma virus to Reploids all over the planet, turning countless Reploids into Mavericks. When the colony crashes, this will severely damage the planet and further spread the Sigma virus, which will bring out Zero's intended villainous persona. X and Zero then only have a few hours to stop the colony crash and defeat Sigma once and for all. I like the plot of X5. On a first playthrough, I think fans of the series thus far will be entertained by the fact that they're never going to know what's going to happen and why. The cutscene where the Lifesaver brings his worries about Zero to Cygnus, the leader of the Hunters, being a great example because this is where we hear for the first time that Zero is not just immune to the Sigma virus, but it makes him stronger, something you can actually see in the gameplay, as the virus damages X if taken in too many times, but heals and powers up Zero. I like the fact that they gave X and Zero a more permanent cast of supporting characters at the base in this game. It really helps make the Maverick Hunters feel like a team, especially after the supporting characters in X4 turned against you in both campaigns. X4 generally added more story to the game, with each Maverick giving you dialogue before their boss fights, which is a step in the right direction, but X5 makes it more interesting since the Mavericks in this game aren't on a team like they were in X1 to X4. Here, each one is different. The point of each stage is to collect a part that the Maverick Hunters need to stop the colony, but the Maverick you fight is in possession of it. Each Maverick in the X series has their own backstory, but we get more of that in this game. Like Squid Adler being a former Maverick Hunter who was close with Launch Octopus, who X still feels bad about having killed, alongside all of his other former comrades turned Mavericks. The Skyver is another one where we're told that he was a former member of Repliforce who currently lacks a purpose in life. Each boss has their own backstory and different dialogue with X and Zero, as well as different dialogue depending on whether or not you need the part they have, and whether or not the colony has crashed. That's a lot of thought and effort put into the dialogue and characters. It's just a shame it doesn't get more fleshed out because this game, like many other X games, just throws these characters at you with no build-up or context. It works if you try to read the supplementary material and actually read the dialogue instead of just mashing through it. However, it just doesn't land for most players, not helped by the fact that the translation here is still not great. The usual offenses of typos and mistranslated names, wooden dialogue, all that stuff. Although the translation isn't the biggest thing that interferes with my enjoyment of the cutscenes. That particular Razzie Award goes to the presentation of the cutscenes. X4 had these anime cutscenes during important moments, and while implying the acting has aged poorly would imply it was ever good at all, I still feel like having those cutscenes really shows how much budget went into Mega Man 8 and X4. In X5, you look at these stills for the whole scene, and there really aren't that many of them. Limited presentation isn't the end of the world, I just think visually these cutscenes are really static and dull to look at, and then the dialogue is bad too. For cutscenes you can't skip, I'm just left to wonder what the budget for this game even was. This game came out back in 2000, back when Capcom was all about spamming Mega Man as often as they could. Like I said, I feel like X4 was a game that had a good budget put into it, when by comparison X5 feels pretty cheap. The game came out 3 years after X4, but in between there were still a bunch of other Mega Man games released. Maybe the return on sales gradually lowered the budget. I don't know. I do know that even basic effects like the spiral staircase from X4 look remarkably worse in X5. Backgrounds sometimes look out of place, this background gets repeated for 3 stages in a row, the final boss is literally a PNG in the background, the animations for the new characters look nowhere near as smooth as X and Zero because their sprites are ripped from X4. The game just doesn't look right to me. So, I said I needed to talk about the story in order to further criticize the gameplay, and that was because of the additional parts system. When you beat a stage, Alia will give you an option between weapons and life and weapons and energy. This gives you the choice between slightly expanding your health bar or your weapon energy meter. But after several stages, you'll notice that it says weapon and life plus, and weapon and energy plus. The reason is tied to the in-game time mechanic. X and Zero have 16 hours until the colony crashes. Playing a stage takes 1 hour away from your time. With each hour passed, the bosses all get harder to beat, and when they reach a certain strength point after 5 or 6 game hours, beating them will give you extra parts to equip in the menu here. There really is a decent variety of extra equipment, such as eliminating knockback, reducing virus damage, increasing your jump height, your ground speed, your dash length, your X-Buster strength, your Z-Saber strength, and the list goes on. There's just one big issue with this, and it's that the game does not clearly communicate how this works to the player. This game is packed to the brim with overbearing, unskippable tutorials for the most obvious things you could think of, but when it comes to a more specific set of mechanics like this, you're just never told that the time in the game contributes to the amount of these parts you get. You also don't know which one you'll get from the 2 options until you've clicked on it. While normally I'm in favor of replay value, the issue is about creating clear mechanics for the player to work with. For players who want to max out the amount of parts they get, they just enter a stage, intentionally get a game over, return to the stage select, and repeat the process until every stage has a part unlocked. When this is the main strat, I just think the system was unnecessarily convoluted, which defines the player's path to the endgame to a T. The Maverick hunters first try blowing the colony up with the Enigma cannon, and to power it up you need to collect pieces for it by visiting the 4 stages on the left side here. After that fails, the hunters move on to piloting a rocket to blow the colony up, and to power that up you need to play the 4 stages on the right side here. Then that works and you progress to the final stages. While that sounds simple in theory, this is where things get very weird. The Enigma cannon actually can work, and the shuttle can fail. Getting all the pieces for them increases your odds of success in both cases, but for both of them, success is tied to RNG. My favorite story to tell regarding this was my second playthrough of X5 from 2015. On my first run, I saw the Enigma fail and the shuttle succeed. I just assumed that was just what happened in the story, but by my second playthrough, I did all the same things, but the shuttle failed and I saw Zero turn evil and challenge X. I was pretty spooked. It was like I had some creepypasta game or something. So I shut it off and came back to it the next day, loaded my save file from right before the cutscene, and the shuttle miraculously worked this time. I genuinely had no idea what I did that could have possibly triggered that bad ending scenario, but I do now. It's random whether or not the cannon or shuttle work. Another decision from the devs which is just bizarre. In practice, it does create a pretty large balance issue, though. So let's say you picked Zero at the start of X5. That means X does not have the 4th armor during the game. But you like playing as Zero more than X, so it doesn't matter. I mean, Zero is a powerhouse against bosses in this game, so why not play as him more? Well, if the shuttle fails and Zero turns into his awakened self, then you can no longer play as him. You're stuck as X without any armor. Let's say you gave Zero all the buffs you could throughout the game. To stand a remote chance as X during the final stages, you need to then backtrack to over half the stages in the game to collect the Falcon armor and Gaia armor parts to grab the remaining heart tanks, and then you can try for the final levels. You could try playing it as X with no armor in the final levels, but your failure is basically inevitable, or at least it's a steep challenge. You could make the case that this means it's a good thing that several heart tanks are exclusive for X, because that way, if this happens, you can still increase your health bar. but I think the players would just not be put in this really bad position if the game just powered up both characters as you played it, or just offered a more streamlined way to power up characters like Mega Man X8 instead of going on a massive scavenger hunt. These are the fundamental flaws of Mega Man X5. Systems that just do not feel fleshed out or thoughtfully considered, or are just outright broken in that you can just load a save file as many times as you want to get a different shuttle outcome. It's just hard to picture where the devs were coming from with so many of these design choices, and that's the only way I can really look at X5 nowadays. However, that doesn't have to be where the story ends. For years, I've talked about how amazing Mega Man X3 The Zero project is. I always knew that there existed full-on improvement projects for X5 and X6 from Ace Diaz on romhacking.net, the guy who also did the undub mod for X4 I talked about in that re-review. I think I've dabbled in both the X5 and 6 projects before, but never gave them a deeper look. So now is the time. Let me tell you, with X5 I was very impressed with what I played. You can find the full list of changes on the forum post with the download link, but to highlight the ones that really impacted my play experience, first, Alia can now be disabled from the menu, so you will not be interrupted while trying to play the stages. The level design is still not the best thing in the world, but all the other major issues I have with X5 have been improved. The translation's been fixed like you did for X4, so the story is more enjoyable. Cutscenes can now all be skipped, including in-game cutscenes with the Mavericks. Duff McWhalen's stage has been made much faster so that you won't be bored out of your skull playing it. The Maverick names have all been changed to their original names. I haven't mentioned that thus far, but each Maverick in America was based on Guns N' Roses, with many fans just preferring them to have the names they were meant to. Crescent Grizzly, Tidal Whale, Volt Kraken, Shining Firefly, Dark Necrobat, Spiral Pegasus, Burn Dino Rex, and Spike Rose Red. I think these are better and more consistent Maverick names, but I just kept using the translated names when writing this script because I'm more used to it. In terms of gameplay tweaks, I already mentioned the lack of Alia, but things got really interesting when you first find out that all the heart tanks work with both characters, so that problem is fixed. Collecting all 4 pieces of the shuttle guarantees success, while launching it with no parts guarantees failure, creating clear and effective parameters to achieve the good and bad endings, which is such a great improvement. You no longer need to burn several game hours to unlock parts. Instead, finished stages will grant you both the parts that the stage would have unlocked. But it's not broken because you can only equip so many at a time. Having access to all the parts in X5 was so interesting for me because it allowed me to experiment with them in a way I never have before. And getting a speed increase while increasing the range of, say, the Z-Saber really made the game a lot more fun. It allowed the stages to feel more fast-paced even if the designs aren't as good as the best of X2 or X4. The mother of all improvements being the item game. I got so excited reading that the item game got enhanced, and this got me curious on what the possibilities were now. To give some highlights, using the lightning ability, X can get the heart tank and light capsule from Tidal Whale stage, completely removing those 2 awful backtracks. You can also get the light capsule with a charged spike ball. Zero's Twin Dream move can get the head parts of the Gaia armor. Zero can push these blocks out of the way that were once Gaia armor exclusive. And on the subject of armors, collecting the pieces gives you limited functionality that is boosted when you collect all of them, a perfect remedy for the problem introduced in the original game. This really got my mind racing to think of the possibilities. I collected every item within 90 minutes in the improved project, when in the original I'd still be grinding by the 2-hour mark. That's how much of an effect these changes have on the gameplay. I'll keep playtesting this after the video is out and craft a full, least backtracking run of X5 now that one can be made thanks to this project. I couldn't be happier to say as well. This is a bit of a mid-edit update, but I kept experimenting with the possibilities here, and yes, a run of X5 with only 1 backtrack is entirely possible with the project, and like I said, I'm really happy to say that. Just get used to bizarre exploits and abusing iframes. I'm putting the stage order on the screen right now. That's just a list of changes that were important to me, but there are even more to look into if you're curious. The link is below. I loved the X5 improvement project, and now I'm looking forward to giving X6 a go for the next video. With all that said, you know the rules. It's time to discuss the endgame of Mega Man X5. The game was supposed to be the climax of the Mega Man X series, and with the final stages, they went all out with the references. Like Mega Man 2 Quickman lasers in the first of the final stages, the Yellow Devil from Mega Man 1, and other Mega Man games, being brought back for the boss of this level. Even turning into the final boss of Mega Man 6 for a brief moment. This fight is really drawn out because the thing barely takes any damage, but with the crouch move, you don't have to worry about dodging as much as you did in the original Mega Man. Or you could injure your thumb with the non-dev intended strats. Virus Stage 2 is reminiscent of the first castle stage from Mega Man X1, coming with a more complex rematch against the boss of Sigma Palace 2 from that game. More complex in that it has 4 weaknesses for each component instead of just 1. Virus Stage 3 being where you can unlock the Ultimate Armor as No Armor X, and the Black Armor for Zero, 2 must-haves for the final level. The ultimate armor was in X4, but only as a cheat code, so I didn't bother mentioning it. The black armor was also a cheat code in X4, but it was a cosmetic rather than a stats boost. Here you can use the unlimited Nova Strike without feeling like a cheater because it's in the game. I especially use this in the boss against Zero with no shame. Oh yeah, that's also a thing that happens. The X series has been setting up an XV0 battle since the end of X2, and the result is super lame. Well, in the good ending scenario. Obviously, when Zero is awakened to his true purpose that Dr. Wily created him for, that's good drama for an X versus Zero battle. But in the good ending scenario, the lifesavers in X are concerned that Zero is not affected by the virus and want him to go back to base, and he doesn't want to, so they fight and it ends in a draw. X is like, I do trust you, Zero, that's why I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. That's motivation that sounds like it belongs in a Sonic Rivals game. The main reason why I prioritize grabbing the ultimate armor in X5 is because the last level is quite atrocious. Say it with me, a boss rush in the same stage as the final boss. But this time with the unique twist that the boss's health bars are ginormous, meaning that you'll be here for an eternity. To be more precise, 8 minutes with the ultimate armor just flying back and forth. By this point, you either agree with me or you don't about these boss rushes just being tedious garbage padding. Can't really add any more to it than I haven't said in the last 6 calendar years. If you beat the final boss in a world where Zero was awakened, then you get the bad ending where the AI of Dr. Light saves X and wipes Zero from his memory banks to avoid the pain of remembering his best friend turning evil. But if you beat the final boss where Zero didn't turn evil, then you get the good ending where Zero still dies, but X carries on using his Z-Saber as a way to remember him. Beating the game as Zero just sees his final reflection as he's dying. His fight with Sigma when he got discovered, the death of Iris, and finally understanding his visions with Dr. Wily. Something the game set up in an interesting cutscene earlier, when Zero asked Dr. Light at the Grizzly Slash capsule if he knows who this mysterious scientist he's plagued by is. To which Dr. Light says he might if he got to see him, but otherwise does not. Again, lots of stuff going on at the end here, some of which I'm saving for the X6 story discussion, so for right now I'll just leave it at that and give my overall final thoughts on X5. Like I discussed way earlier in the video, X5 is a game I've not played all the way through since the summer of 2020. Going into this video, I was thinking it could go in any direction. Maybe I'd be more negative than ever, maybe more positive. I'm open for just about anything when it comes to replaying video games. But yeah, not much has changed here when it comes to the base X5. I just don't think it's that fun. I sum it up as thus. X5 is an okay game. You can totally survive a playthrough without begging for the game to end, but it's also not a game I'd really want to come back to. At least it's not for me. Ignoring the fact that I've played the game like 100 times, but you know what I mean. X1 through X4 are just games I could replay any day, like I've said, and X5 just drops the ball on everything I enjoy about those games. However, the Improvement Project has definitely changed the conversation. Because of that project, I'm now actively looking forward to playing more of X5 in the coming days and weeks, trying to see how I can further perfect the run. I don't think I've uttered the thought of how much fun it would be to replay Mega Man X5 again since like 2015 or 16. But does it save the game? The raw level design still makes me think the game isn't perfect, as I'd rather play any of the previous games over the improved X5, but you know what? I don't think it really matters. The improved X5 is so great because it takes out every silly, convoluted mechanic that nobody asked for in the original and creates a significantly streamlined version of X5 that is loads more fun than the original. Sure, it doesn't change the levels entirely to make it the best game of all time or anything, but you know, an improvement doesn't have to be the greatest game ever for me to say that they did a great job fixing it up. There can be ground in between literal perfection and what we got in 2000. So I'm going to keep replaying the X5 Improvement Project, and appreciating the work that was put in to make it really unique and stand out. Now then, the X5 video is done. A lot of the same points and issues as the original, but obviously in a more acceptable tone and higher quality presentation compared to 2017. Maybe the re-review is redundant, I don't know. I do know this though. I wouldn't be caught dead watching the old one, and I'm happy with what I have written here, so yeah. Naturally though, this begs the question of what's going to happen in regards to the next video. The new video on Mega Man X6. Mega Man X6 is certainly an interesting topic of conversation. To all those who know the history of the Mega Man franchise, it is certainly one of the most infamous Mega Man games, having been bashed and beaten to the ground on the internet countless times since its original release all the way back in 2001. It's known for being rushed, punishing in obtuse ways, and is just overall a punching bag people really love coming back to. Myself included. That little speech I just gave is a tad bit redundant, I know. If you know anything about me, or have known me for years, Mega Man X6 is probably one of the reasons why. 5 years ago, I unknowingly created a video that would arguably change the course of my entire life. As melodramatic as that may sound, I think there's a lot of truth to that statement because I never had a belief this YouTube thing would actually go anywhere before 2017, despite that being every YouTuber's dream. This was a video that had gone by many names, but currently goes by Mega Man X6, one of the worst games I have ever played. This 1-hour behemoth covered X6 from top to bottom, every stage, every annoying little thing the game did, and what it was like to play for the first time back in 2015.
Mega Man X6 is one of the worst video games I have ever played in my entire life. Sonic 06, I'd play in an instant over this garbage. I figured there was no better way to start this review than by diving in immediately.
I'm sure you know all this already because it's one of my most popular videos. When I uploaded that video in February of 2017, I had 254 subscribers. Today, that number has risen to 127,000, and while the Mega Man X series was picking up steam when I did X4 and X5 back in the day, X6 really got the ball rolling as my video really resonated with a large audience. Of course, there was also a vocal group of people who thought the video was absolutely atrocious. It is simultaneously one of the most recognizable things I have done, and also the absolute most infamous as well. Regardless of which camp you, the viewer, may be in, I think this video is certainly worth considering because 5 years can change a lot of things. I was 16 when that came out. I'm 21 now, so it goes without saying that I'm a completely different person than I was then. But that begs the question of what we're doing here with this video. Going back to the re-reviews of the previous games, I said that I wanted to pay tribute to my original X retrospective turning 5 years old, and to give those videos a fresh coat of paint that is much more refined and watchable. At least to me. X6 is a challenge because of the fact that the rage is what makes the original video what it was. The more easygoing presentation for the new videos was a much needed improvement if you ask me, because of the fact that I just don't think the games ever deserved the treatment I gave them back in the day. Something I went in depth on when I re-reviewed Mega Man X2. However, it's not because I don't want to make videos that have any criticism. After all, in the past 14 moon cycles, I've done many negative reviews, but it's about directing that towards things I actually didn't enjoy and not being an over-the-top cartoon character for the sake of it. So, with X6. Over the years, through the various live streams, commentaries, offhanded remarks, and other videos, it's been made clear that my opinion on X6 never really changed. I've spent the better part of a year now thinking about how a re-review on Mega Man X6 would go, and that's when I came to the realization that the 2017 X6 review just can't be outdone. That's coming from me. You guys know, I hate most of my old videos, especially the angry ones. It's just so embarrassing and cringe to listen to yourself from high school scream into the mic about video games. But at the same time, that video is the perfect encapsulation of how I felt about X6 in my first playthrough and how I felt about it at the time. Originally, I wanted to do a video here where I calmly tore X6 apart, but I just don't think that's going to cut it when it comes to making a video that can stand on its own 2 feet without it being a retread of the original, just without the rage. At least with the Agent Clank revisit, we had the benefit of finishing the game that time. You could argue that some of these videos are retreads, but to me, the difference in attitude is part of the improvement, a very important one at that. In X6's case, it just feels to me like that would have been a waste. So the idea I settled on was doing something completely different. To pay tribute to my infamous review on Mega Man X6 turning 5 years old, I've decided to flip the script to make a video talking about all the things that Mega Man X6 does well, many of which I would refuse to acknowledge back in the day. And by the end, we'll assess how this changes my perspective on the game. If anything, this is a follow-up to the original video and not a remake. I've been really excited to do this video and I hope you enjoy it. So without further ado, let's dive in immediately. I figured it would make sense to start with the obvious. One of the things the original video consistently gave X6 credit for was its music. Nothing has changed about that over the years. X6's soundtrack is definitely an X series highlight, from the intro stage where you tore the wreckage of the X5 colony, to the bangers coming out of the Fortress stages or Blaze Heatnix's stage. Or whatever you want to call it from Rainy Turtloid, I'm here for it. X6's music stands quite tall in the Mega Man series roster, which is saying a lot because when considering mainstream Mega Man games, that is a high volume of great soundtracks, but I definitely believe X6 is up there with the best. With that out of the way, we need to talk about how in X6, many of my issues with X5 have been improved upon. Let's go over them piece by piece. In X5, I thought the inclusion of Alia was very poorly handled. I mentioned that giving X and Zero a support team from the Hunter base is a good idea because it helps make the Maverick Hunters feel like a legit organization, a real team. Because before we only ever saw X, Zero, occasionally Dr. Kane, and traitors, or people who don't get much screen time. So establishing a core cast of allies works, if you ask me. The problem was Alia's constant interference with the pace of the game, stopping players dead in their tracks. In X6, this issue has been entirely fixed because the dialogue between X or Zero and Alia is still fully there if you want to read it to learn more about the stages and obstacles, but if you want to blast your way through uninterrupted, Alia will just call you at certain spots of the stage and you need to push the select button to pick up and talk. Otherwise, you can keep going with the stage. A perfect middle ground. I think Alia probably could have been given more interesting things to say, but I suppose I can save that for next week. Ignoring Alia, X5's pacing was pretty poor in general. A majority of its stages revolved around a very slow-moving gimmick, which is maybe okay for one stage in the roster, but when multiple stages do something like that, the replayability of the game really starts to drop. And believe me, I'm not about to utter the phrase Mega Man X6 has good level design. I'm just going to say this much. After having replayed both of these games more times than I'd like to admit, X6 still manages to keep me in the action more than X5 does. For example, the intro stage managed to be fast-paced, while tutorializing its mechanics much more effectively than X5 did. In Blaze Heatnix's stage, in between your first and second fight with the floating donut PNG, you have to navigate through this room with fire spewing from the ground and from the ceiling. Trying to tank the hits here will see you losing a lot of health, so you have to slow your pace while simultaneously considering your timing. Not a good stage because of the snake bosses, but at least they keep mixing it up each time, right? In all honesty, not all the stages have bad concepts. Rainy Turtloid's stage being one of the better examples where you have to look for these tiny cores to progress while under the threat of health-reducing acid rain. It adds an element of pressure to these brief bits of exploration that gradually rises in complexity until you reach the final room, with some tight Mega Man X platforming in between, like this part where you have to time your wall jumps carefully to ride this platform to the end. I've never seen them use the mechanic like that before. Well, X2 kind of tried to, but made it really easy to damage boost. This level, barring the Nightmare system, is genuinely good. Blizzard Wolfang's stage is also one with good concepts, like having an avalanche fall in the opening. It's kind of fun to just see how far you can get on the stage before you need to dodge the ice. And despite my giving the falling ice blocks a lot of grief in the old video, it's for a very limited justification because you might die a lot here, but this is a very simple setup. See the pattern, react accordingly, if you fail, you die. In the final room, it's a really good platforming segment. Earlier, the random blocks potentially killing you isn't great, but in general I think this stage has quality platforming if you just take your time with it. It's very inconsistent that X and Zero could easily wall jump on the ice in previous games, but can't now. However, if you just ignore that and focus on the action of the stage, it's simple and entirely doable, especially as Zero with his double jump ability. I just wish X6 had more examples you could point to in that regard, because the rest of the levels are still pretty difficult to defend. Especially once the Nightmare system gets involved, where playing stages causes negative effects on the other stages, in inverse of X1 and X3 where stages would change in your favor. Most infamously, the Nightmare causes the Amazon area and the Anami Temple to be blacked out for certain segments. Real fun stuff. Besides that, I mean, Infinity Maginian really does just toss a bunch of stuff on the screen and says, "Good luck, kid." Shield Sheldon deals with a lot of bouncing lasers around the room, but when the lasers refuse to fire in the right direction, leaving me standing there waiting for like 90 seconds, I get pretty annoyed. Ground Scaravich takes its decent gimmick of randomized rooms, but just floods the screen with nightmare viruses instead of crafting interesting platforming. And I won't even speak of this abomination right now. So yeah, X6 is still not the most tightly designed set of levels. In fact, many of them aren't that fun at all, but I do appreciate the pace of the game being kept up in comparison to X5, and some good concepts do leak into good execution in X6, which I think is worth acknowledging. Another thing that works about X6 for me is its two playable characters. Of course, you'd be playing as Mega Man X in Mega Man X6. But spoiler alert, Zero is back in action. Something the game's promotional material spoiled pretty heavily by stating the objective is to locate Zero, even though you wouldn't even know Zero was someone you could locate following the ending of X5 until you played the game. But anyway, X basically plays the same as always, but following up on the ending of X5, X has taken up Zero's Z-Saber, but is not as proficient with it as Zero was. By pressing the triangle button, X will swing Zero's saber and do a respectable amount of damage, even being able to dash cancel with it like you could as Zero. X starts X6 with the Falcon armor, only with limited functionality a la the 4th armor in X5. But here you can unlock two new ones that still require you to collect all 4 pieces before use. However, I think these armors are much cooler than the ones from X5. First, you have the Blade armor, which gives X the ability to dash incredible distances in the air, in all 4 directions no less, a decent charge shot, and a really powerful Giga attack that can even rip apart the final boss. It also has a really cool design with the saber just coming out of X's Buster arm, which is something they even managed to capture in the sprite work, which is an awesome attention to detail. X's other armor is the Shadow Armor, which looks really cool, a full-on ninja Mega Man X that can stand on spikes and leap to the ceiling. The Gaia armor in X5 was going for basically the same thing, but it just looked slow and clunky, which is exactly how it played. Here, I actually use the Shadow Armor in stages because it's cool. It has a devastating saber charge shot that's very useful and has also another wildly powerful Giga attack. It really pulls its own weight despite not being able to use special weapons. Although, besides the Yemar option, which surrounds X and Zero with dragonflies that both deal damage and partially tank it for you, a fantastic weapon. But as I was saying, besides that, the weapons aren't that useful in this game anyway. For Zero, his mechanics actually got reworked pretty decently. Zero plays exactly the same as he did in X4 and X5, but his animations have been retooled. On the sprite sheet for X4, Zero has more frames of cooldown when doing his saber slashes, but the cooldown of the third swing can be changed to the next combo, when in X6 the cooldown of the third swing lasts longer. However, X6 makes up for that by making saber dash canceling from the first two swings much easier. I try to do this in X4 and X5, and while it has its uses, it often gets me hit more than I'd like, and X5 has a special move for Zero that makes it impossible once you get it, something the improved project fixed. When in X6, you can just go combo mad and it looks pretty based. Zero also gets this spinning move from Rainy Turtloid that's a lot of fun to pull off. The guard shell also has this glitch where it does more damage for your saber, which is pretty neat. On the other side of that coin, many Zero techniques in this game just suck. Like diving into the abyss by pressing up. The same button you need to latch onto ropes, suspended over bottomless pits. Classic stuff. One of my favorite improvements for Zero in this game is the Z Buster, which they tried giving Zero in X5, it just wasn't very useful with how slow it was to fire and to recover from. In X6, it's much faster and does great damage to enemies from afar, but it doesn't fire as fast as X's Buster, nor can you charge it. Giving X a short-range saber move that does decent damage but isn't as good as Zero's, and giving Zero a long-range shot that isn't as good as X's but does decent damage is a great idea, and I think it helps balance out the two playstyles really well. Giving you the best of both worlds, but also allowing you to pick which of the two you'd rather be quicker in. If you want to shoot faster and use charge shots, then you pick X, but if you want to swing the saber really quickly, then you grab Zero. But like I said, you aren't locked out of the thing the other character does best, you just don't do it as well. The last thing I want to mention on the gameplay of the base game would be how X6 also simplified the systems introduced in X5. The game doesn't have a ticking clock, so the random factor is completely gone. There are 3 endings, but these are easily achieved through clear parameters. Beat the game as X without rescuing Zero and you get an ending with X and Alia. Beat the game as X after having rescued Zero and you get an ending with X, Zero, and the support team, and beat the game with Zero and you get an ending for him. Simple and effective. The additional parts system introduced in X5 has also been streamlined. Honestly, how it worked in X5 wasn't even that complicated, it was just not clearly explained to the player. How it works here is that these rescuable Reploids in each stage do have a function. In X5, some stages had these and they just gave you free health and an extra life. In X6, many Reploid hostages will have the parts, and by saving them you unlock those parts. However, the levels are littered with these nightmare viruses, some of the most annoying Mega Man enemies as the game spams them all over the screen as much as possible. The nightmare viruses will target the Reploids and you have to save them before that happens. If they corrupt the Reploid, you lose out in the part it was carrying, assuming it was carrying a part in the first place, which some don't. X and Zero can equip a max of 5 parts, but to use them you have to collect Nightmare Souls, which are dropped from dead nightmare viruses, and given to you by defeating boss battles. Most players probably won't reach the requirement for 5 parts unlocked, but you will definitely be able to take advantage of the jumper parts, the hyper dash, the rapid 5, the life recover, all that good stuff in a normal playthrough. The system between Nightmare Souls and parts is also not really explained from what I remember, but I just think it's an easier thing to intuit than X5's was. That, and getting all the parts in X6 is a matter of exploration and not letting Reploids die, which is actively player-driven. None of that weapons and life plus versus weapons and energy plus business in the last game. Helps that no part required to beat the game can be corrupted. All that positive talk about X6 leads us swimmingly into Mega Man X6 Tweaks, the fan project from this fine fellow, the same guy from X5's improvement project and X4's undub, although I guess I got his name wrong as he said in the comments of the X5 video, so you can read the screen and check out the link to the X6 project in the description. But anyway, X6 Tweaks has been in the works for a decent while now, and like X5, I always knew I'd play it one day, I just didn't get the chance to do so until now. The aim of the project is to remove padding and other unneeded elements from X6 to overall make the game more balanced. The amount of things changed in the X6 Tweaks project is insane. You'd need to check out the README in order to see it all, but to, again, list the highlights, things have been streamlined significantly. For example, X can now use his armor pieces without collecting the full set. X and Zero share all heart tanks, life ups, energy ups, nightmare soul count, and rank. This means all the souls you collected that allow you to use parts as X don't have to be recollected as Zero, which was just needless padding. Parts allowance per rank has been edited so that you can use at least one part from the start of the game. Useless rescuable Reploids with no parts have been removed, corrupted Reploids respawn after you have to kill them, meaning no parts are missable. Unarmored X as well as Shadow Armor X have been given an air dash, which comes in handy in one of the most infamous segments from the end of the game. Zero and Shadow Armor X's ability to leap to the ceiling has been extended, giving it more functionality. Zero's techniques have much more comfortable button mapping, meaning the Abyss dive won't happen. The characters have all had their cutscene portraits redrawn to look more appealing, and I think they look quite nice, especially in the case of Sigma here. And what I consider the most interesting of the changes would be how full bits of level design have been altered to make the game more approachable, like extending the ceiling in Commander Yamark stage to avoid the blind spike jump I complained about in 2017. The jump length needed to get the Shadow Armor part in Metal Shark player stage has been decreased. Secret Lab 1 has removed a few spikes at the beginning to make the ice block the only thing X needs to get through the area, and Secret Lab 2 has added a platform below this part right here. So it's never a concern as to whether or not X can make the jump depending on what armor or part you have. All these things were done to make the game more approachable, but what is very interesting is that the developer has made some tweaks that serve to make the game more difficult as well. It sounds crazy, but remember, I don't think of X6 as this super hard game solely. I think of it as this game that's incredibly broken, and an uneven scaling of the difficulty was part of that. For example, the game sports things someone on their first playthrough would be heavily blindsided by, which would cost them a lot of lives. And then they have a really easy boss fight right after that. Now, Reploids don't refill your health, nor do they grant you extra lives. But the default life count has been raised from 2 to 4, and the EX tank raises it from 4 to 6. For the first time in a Mega Man X video, I'm actively telling you that the EX tank is useful. What a concept. You do need to watch out though, because getting a game over will now send you back to the start of the stage. This adds some real stakes to the game. In the original, I'd get to this part of, say, Rainy Turtloid stage and just damage boost my way to the Shadow Armor part. There's no reason not to, because death, even in the event of a game over, just sends you back a few feet. But I had to consider my approach when losing my lives meant going back to the start of the stage. Bosses like Commander Yamark have been edited to take less damage, but the Nightmare Mother boss has his health bar cut in half. See what I mean? Things that were ridiculously hard were made easier, and things that were comically easy have been made more difficult. And the game adds more organic challenges by making your lives worth more, as opposed to that talking point from my original video.
Again, fake difficulty.
There are so many great improvements here that really contribute to the playability of Mega Man X6, but as if that wasn't enough for you, he also released the Mega Man X6 Tweaks Patcher. What this does is allow you to completely customize how the game will be changed. You can change your dash speed and length, you can customize whether or not Shadow Armor X can cancel his saber swings, you can set how much damage every attack does to each enemy, mini-boss, and boss fight, you can set which nightmare effects are on, or just none at all, my personal favorite. You can choose what portrait art you want, what title screen you like, and the list indeed goes on. I love customization in games, and being able to edit Mega Man X6 to where I become a god and beat the final boss in 5 seconds while dashing over whole stage, which is like an ain't no thing, is definitely a ton of fun. Seriously, I love the work they did with this game. I say great job to all parties involved. But there is one question you may be wondering after the X5 video. Can the item game of X6 be fixed? Normally I don't tend to talk about the item game of X6 and X7, and that's because, as I've made clear before, I just have bigger fish to fry with these games compared to, say, X5, where that's one of the larger problems with the game. So, in X6 Tweaks, improvements have been made. I already mentioned using armors without needing all 4 parts, that's certainly a big help, but in general, X6's new feature of alternate stage routes make a least backtracking run virtually impossible. The alternate routes are something you find in these crystals which end in a different boss fight from the Maverick the stage is supposed to end with. These have some important collectibles hidden behind them like the sub-tank in Blaze Heatnix's stage, the jumper parts in Blizzard Wolfang's stage, and some items might as well be hidden behind an alternate route like the Shadow Armor part in Metal Shark player's stage. The Tweaks project does allow you to escape from the alternate route without having to beat the extra boss fight first, which is handy in keeping the pace up, but you'll have to play Blaze Heatnix's stage twice to 100% the game, and if several stages are laid out like that, then there really is no least backtracking run. From what I understand, there won't be any future updates to the project, but if I were to just say what change I'd make, I'd allow an option to use the escape function to either return to the stage select or just return to the last checkpoint from the main stage so that you don't have to start the level over again. probably easier said than done, but that's my idea. All in all, I don't even think the item game of X6 even really matters that much. I never feel that terrible about having to redo a stage to grab a sub-tank and save Blaze Heatnix's level. The problem in X5 was just the fact that doing it was supremely tedious with how much waiting the player would have to do in the various boring stages. Even with that enormous list of changes I just laid out, Mega Man X6 Tweaks makes one fundamental change that really transforms the game. The project utilizes a retranslated script. The original Mega Man X6 has one of the worst translations in series history. The story is hard to appreciate in X6 because it's something you can barely read. So many instances of awkward dialogue, words missing from sentences, or just rampant typos like X, there's no one else's left to fight when the line's just trying to say X, you're the only hunter left. X's ending with Alia in the original video was one I really roasted.
X and Alia are talking over Gate's body, and Alia asks if the Zero dream was from the nightmare. What X says literally doesn't make sense. He says, "I don't know, but I believe Zero is inside." Sounds fine, but that's followed by, "Sigma won't beat us, Maverick hunters." Like, what? That doesn't make any sense, considering how X immediately continues his previous statement about Zero. So then, he is alive. What the hell kind of mistake was that?
What's actually happening in X6? Well, it's been a few weeks since the ending of X5 and the Earth is in shambles. Humans have taken refuge underground while Reploids are hard at work trying to fix the damage caused by the Eurasia incident. A Reploid scientist named Gate discovers a central piece of Zero and studies it, the power it contains causing Gate to go mad with the belief that he can finally unlock the secrets of Mega Man X and Zero, two Reploids whose pasts are shrouded in mystery. At least that's how the public understands it. With that power now at his fingertips, he creates a big plan to rule a nation of Reploids just for himself, including a virus called the Nightmare Virus, which infects the bodies of Reploids around the planet. The Nightmare Virus is subtly different from the Maverick Virus in that the latter infects Reploids and just makes them evil with the ideology that Sigma embodied. The Nightmare Virus takes over Reploids' entire body, making them a thoughtless machine controlled by the whims of the virus. When the virus hits, Gate's partner Izok puts the blame on Zero, and that's why the world needs to rely on he and Gate's Special 8 Nightmare investigators that X now needs to put a stop to. X also discovers that Zero is still alive, and the two best friends resume their duty of taking out Mavericks and uncovering the secret behind the currently unfolding conspiracy. The story in this game is really interesting, with many different reasons as to why that is. But first, I want to discuss something. X6's story and entire existence is usually summed up with the Mega Man equivalent of, "Fun fact, Super Mario 2 in America was a sprite swap of a game called Doki Doki Panic." What I'm saying is that a fact everybody knows is that Mega Man X5 was originally going to be the last game in the Mega Man X series, which is why they went all out with the game's story. This much is true. What is also true is that Capcom making Mega Man X6 caused Keiji Inafune and the team at Inti Creates to change plans for the backstory of Mega Man Zero. That being the biggest shakeup to the plan, since Inafune said in the Complete Works book that he didn't really work much on X5 besides requesting it be the climactic final game. I can't imagine how much chaos this caused for the Mega Man Zero dev team, since they had to change the main villain from the Mega Man X we know into a new character called Copy X. To be honest, I prefer the story we got over X being a villain anyway, so I must say I'm not too shaken up by it. But that's a different subject. The point I'm trying to make is that X6's existence is often resented by fans for ruining the MMZ plans and betraying X5 being the last game, and wanting to declare the game non-canon or something like that to atone for it. I just think that's unfair because while X6 might not have been the plan, the game contributes a lot of interesting ideas to the mythos, expanding on things left wide open after X5. So yeah, the plans got changed, but I think it all worked out in the end. Although if I'm throwing people under the bus for X6 themed misinformation, I might as well toss myself in that mix as well. In the old review, I said that X6 was so rushed out the door by Capcom that it was released in the same year as X5. This is true from a certain point of view, one that's trying to make X6 look as bad as possible. However, the truth of the matter is that X5 released in 2001 in North America, early in the year at that. The game was released in 2000 in Japan and X6 came out a year later. Of course, that's not to say X6 wasn't rushed out the door. It definitely was, and that was a heavy burden on everyone making Mega Man X6, which sucks. Capcom just wanted to rush out another sequel, and chaos emerging is the result. But ignoring that, I think Mega Man X6 is a pretty good story. First, it has a decently fleshed out backstory. Like I've been saying since the re-review on X1, these bosses you fight all have backstories, but X6 makes them the most interesting, as these Reploids were created by Gate, who is also a fleshed out character. He was a Reploid engineer who did the seemingly impossible, create Reploids whose data, like X and Zero's, could not be analyzed, but this caused his peers to get jealous and sabotage the Reploids that Gate created. or labeling them Mavericks, which got them disposed of, causing Gate to quit his research team. Some of his creations lived, but they, in the cases of Shield Sheldon and Rainy Turtloid, ending their lives to escape the guilt of having hurt the reputation of Gate, even if it wasn't their fault. But now, Gate has resurrected them all, which is why they're more loyal to him than ever. That's already interesting on its own merits, but it gets even more so when you realize that Alia was once Gate's partner when he was still a researcher. Alia actually having been involved in the sabotaging of some of Gate's revolutionary Reploids before she became a navigator for the Maverick Hunters. Giving Alia a backstory like this is fascinating because it really isn't something you'd expect. She debuts in X5 as this non-character who tells you to jump over bottomless pits, and here we find out she actually has this backstory where she's done things she's not proud of and still wrestles with that fact to this day. Sure, it's goofy that I just said Rainy Turtloid ends his life, but then they really didn't have to put that much thought into a Mega Man story, and it works with the tone and universe the X series has set up thus far. In the actual story itself, I really like how previous events have left an impact. The whole game is centered around the colony from X5 having crashed on Earth and how it made the Earth temporarily uninhabitable for humans. Now, you could criticize the game for saying it's been 3 weeks since the end of X5 when X5's good ending says it's been 3 years, and to that I say, nah, whatever. It's a retcon, but one that leads to this pretty cool story that shows you the events of X5 had real consequences on X's world, so I'll take it. You could also bring up the fact that X5's good ending scenario is based on blowing up the colony, but X6 states that they may have stopped its full force collision with the Maverick virus and all that, but the debris that still landed did a real blow to the Earth, which is an explanation that works for me. Many previous games feel important in this one. At the end of X5, we learn that Sigma knows so much about Zero because of a mysterious scientist that also has a burning hatred for X, who also understands Zero. Might seem random, but then X6 introduces us to Isaac, a mysterious Reploid scientist that works alongside Gate. Basically a fact at this point that this guy is Dr. Wily from the original Mega Man games reborn in a robot body. X6 has Japanese voice acting in it, and Isaac is voiced by the same man who played Dr. Wily in Mega Man 8 and the flashback from Mega Man X4. While that may be circumstantial, all the pieces are in the game. Isaac has that burning hatred for Mega Man X that Sigma said he had, but also a love of and control over Zero. The story makes sure to tell us that X and Zero are two Reploids no one really knows or understands the history of, and this guy can just stop Zero in place? Who else other than Dr. Wily could do that? While X has a lot of enemies at this point, Dr. Wily would definitely be one of them, X being made by Dr. Light after all. Speaking of which, he's also reborn in a sense as an AI. I threw a tantrum in my old X videos over X5 retconning Dr. Light into an AI as opposed to a pre-recorded message, but this is something I was just getting absolutely wrong. I mean, X4 literally shows Light's AI talking with X about the Repliforce situation. Only an AI could have done that, not a pre-recorded message. As far back as X1, Light tells X that he developed these armors for him because it seems fighting's the only way, which doesn't make sense for Dr. Light to say and do in an era of relative peace. The AI works on all these armors whenever X needs them, and then the AI sends these pods to X in convenient locations. I mean, why else would a light capsule literally be in the moving base of Wheel Gator in X2 or the floating fortress of Wind Crowrang in X7? But enough roasting my old talking points. Dr. Wily is definitely in X6 as Isaac, and he was also the leader of the X-Hunters in Mega Man X2, basically confirming it in the Japanese script of that game. He can switch bodies by simply transferring the DNA soul from one of his bodies into another one, as seen by his shutting down his body after Gate is defeated. Alia mentions that what happened to him is very reminiscent of the incident in Mega Man Xtreme 2 where Reploids' DNA souls were getting stolen. Again, more continuity from other games coming back to the forefront, and I can definitely dig that. The only thing in X6's story I really felt was unneeded was the return of Sigma. Not even like Sigma as a character in X6 is bad. I mean, the design concept for him is that he's not complete and barely functioning, as seen in this zombified form. That's cool, but he really serves no purpose in this story. He only appears at the very last level and just serves as a free final boss fight, when it really could have just been Gate, or even Isaac if you wanted to give him more payoff. Sigma here really feels out of place. I obviously have handed out a lot of criticism towards Sigma as a character in the past, but like I said earlier, I'd say that's much better saved for next week's video where things really go off the rails. In X6, it really is just that he's not needed rather than that he isn't good in this game. But besides Sigma's inclusion, I think X6 is a really interesting story, where I was interested in reading the text for all the various cutscenes, and that's purely thanks to the Tweaks project including a new translation. I can't thank them enough for that because I never knew how cool X6's story was until people told me about it, and I never got to experience it like that until now because I can barely understand what's even being said in the original. But we've been going on for the last half hour now discussing things I now appreciate about Mega Man X6. You know, less intrusive interruptions in the stages, faster paced levels compared to X5, cool unlockables, and an interesting story. However, I think it's time to close this video by discussing what has changed as a result of these things. The title of the video is Learning to Love Mega Man X6 because I wanted to look at the game from a different perspective and answer what have I learned. Well, Mega Man X6 is still not a game I really enjoy playing. I appreciate some of the ideas in its stages, but through things like the nightmare system or the grinding needed for different parts, the alternate routes, the default X6 is just kind of a chore to think of replaying. There are so many exploits or weapons you can use to bypass things that made the game frustrating on a first run, but these only serve to make the game really easy throughout, and also in a way that's kind of dull. However, I really wasn't having a terrible time while playing it for the video. It's just not a game you'd see me come back to, which was really cemented when I got to Metal Shark Player's stage, which I saved for last. I really dislike this level. It's the worst kind of stage. It goes on for an eternity and sees you barely moving. It just bores me out of my skull. But things really went south when I reached the Fortress stages, in particular Secret Lab 2. Of course, I had the jumper parts equipped with Shadow Armor X and not the Hyper Dash, which meant I couldn't make this stupid jump in the second section. I had to leave, equip the Hyper Dash instead, play the first half of the stage again, and then I could proceed. Stuff like that is why I find X6 to be unpleasant to play overall. Even though I've played it enough times to where I appreciate things about it, I could never recommend this game to someone who hasn't played it. X5 is a game I'd tell someone who likes the other games to try out because it's not a terrible game, it's just not that fun to replay. Any first-time player of X6 would probably encounter a lot of confusion and frustration. They'd play the intro stage of X6 and think it's fine, but then they play with the awful camera on Commander Yamark stage. As if that wasn't bad enough, deal with the RNG of Ground Scaravich. Then Infinity Majin, which is literally not a level, it's just a straight line with enemies on it. And yada yada yada. That sentence was ripped directly from my original review of X6 because I still think that's how the experience goes with this game. But things have changed for me because, well, for starters, I'm not a first-time player of X6. I've been playing this game for almost a decade, so I can't just pretend I'm some newcomer and review it like so. I know a bunch of cheeses and exploits, and with that, there are some good moments to play with this game. And the Improvement Project really cleans up X6 to be a game. Maybe you won't see me return to it all the time, but if I were, say, binging the X series, I would definitely come back to the Project version because it was a massive improvement over the original, which I already now have an understanding of. And there's the Customization Project, which really adds a ton of replay value to the game, and we'll definitely keep coming back to that. As I said though, I didn't want to rage this game this time around, which is why the original video can stay where it is. And today I could just do something different. I really did think it was going to be interesting to just look at the bright side of X6 for a change. And yeah, I didn't come out loving the game, but I think it produced a really interesting video, one that I really enjoyed writing, and I meant every compliment I gave the game. If you like X6 as a whole, that's just fine. You do you. Have fun with that, and do what I said in the X3 review. Feel free to speak your mind, because I don't have the popular opinion when it comes to saying X2 and X3 are like perfect games to me, but I just say how I feel, and that's that. Next time I'm going to be talking about Mega Man X7, and let me just say, there's no light at the end of the tunnel for that one. A special message from Capcom. Thank you for selecting Mega Man X7 for your PlayStation 2 computer entertainment system. We at Capcom Entertainment are proud to bring you this new addition to your video game library. Proud. That's what they call it. Mega Man X7 is one of the worst games I've ever played, and this is coming from someone who can enjoy Sonic 06 and Devil May Cry 2. In fact, my last video was one where I looked at the bright side on Mega Man X6, a game that 5 years ago received that very same opening sentence I just gave Mega Man X7. That might seem weird because I've spent so much time and energy establishing how different I want my current content to be from the stuff I made in high school, but in the case of X7, I think the game deserves that negativity. But that's the interesting thing. I'm not here to rage at X7, I'm here to laugh at X7, because this is also one of the funniest games I've ever played in my entire life. The game was released in 2003 for the PlayStation 2, one of the greatest consoles of all time, home to a plethora of genre-defining games. X7 was trying to innovate the Mega Man X series formula by taking the tried-and-true 2D gameplay and transitioning it into 3D, something many classic franchises had done in the late 90s, when Mega Man had remained a 2D side-scroller for Mega Man 8 and the 4th, 5th, and 6th Mega Man X games. The PS1 received the Mega Man Legends series, which was fully 3D, however the Legends games were a separate series from the other two that changed the fundamentals of Mega Man, being a more Zelda-esque adventure game instead of a run-and-gun platformer. X7 being the first attempt to bring regular Mega Man gameplay into the third dimension, and it just crashed and burned. X7 is one of the most poorly received Mega Man games, definitely the worst reviewed installment in the Mega Man X series anyway. And I bring this up with intention, because when a new game comes out and really sucks, it brings up the natural question, how did this happen and what is to blame? Well, when looking at the game, the critics seem mixed. In particular, GameSpy reported that X7 was a bit more compelling in 3D compared to its uninspired 2D segments, but was ultimately substandard. IGN said that the 3D in and of itself just didn't work, and future Mega Man installments going in that route were bound to run into the same issues as X7. IGN's take seemingly being how many fans feel regarding the 3D parts that take up a significant amount of Mega Man X7. I'm being intentionally vague right now, and have been for the whole video up to this point on what exactly those issues are, because I wanted to first set up that X7 tried something different and was met with poor reception. I really don't think 2D or 3D had anything to do with killing X7. I think the attitude this game was created with was the most fundamental problem behind the game. I've mentioned in almost all of these new X-Series videos the things I've found in the Mega Man X Complete Works book, and the portion on X7 was genuinely the most eye-opening of all, as this was a game I really didn't know much about prior to reading the book. It turns out that a lot of people who worked on the game genuinely wanted to take the X-Series in a new direction, in particular trying to reinvent the X-Series for this 3D leap. The comparison used was how the team that made Mega Man X1 was not afraid to look at the formula established in the original Mega Man games and see how they could reinvent it. X7's console leap being the perfect chance to really do something different once again. But the prevailing theme in the X7 chapter is that these designers joined the dev team too late in order to implement such ideas. The chapter on X7 ends with a quote from Keiji Inafune that reads, "My personal opinion was that 3D is simply a graphical style. And just because a game's going 3D like X7 was, it doesn't mean we have to make a 3D game." This line of thinking is where all the faults of X7 lie. Taking Mega Man X and doing it in 3D was not the problem here. Mixing it in with old school 2D sections was also not the problem. It's the way they went about designing their 3D sections. They basically had the attitude that they were just going to make a traditional Mega Man X game but flip the camera to be behind the characters, so when discussing the game's gameplay, I want to look at it through the lens of this design principle. The area of the game impacted the hardest by this would be the combat. Mega Man combat has been very consistent since the first game dropped in 1987. You know, you jump, you shoot, and the timing of your shots matters as the goal is to line your shots up with the enemies since your shots will only go forward. With the games being 2D, unless you wanted to damage boost past them, each enemy was a separate challenge you had to find your way around with precise shots and maneuvers. Simply plopping enemies for you to fight in 3D fails because you can then just walk around them. Splash Warfly's stage is the biggest example of this you can find in the entire game, as the enemies are literally just placed on the map, and many players will just walk around them without any consequence. Consequence is one of the biggest problems. Like I said, you could try to walk through Mega Man enemies before, but you're bound to be taking damage doing it that way, so it would be against the player's interest to do that. Other 3D action games might lock the player in a room until they've cleared all the enemies, forcing you to engage with the game's mechanics. But in X7, it's a philosophy that worked for the other Mega Man games, just dropped into X7 that completely fails. But even in the occasional moment where 3D combat is required, it's still awful. X7 features 3 playable characters, Mega Man X, Zero, and the newcomer Axel. X and Axel basically play the same as both characters shoot their enemies from afar, while Zero slashes with his saber. For Axel and X, the combat doesn't work because of the game's lock-on feature. X and Axel will automatically target the enemies around you, and you just need to mash the square button to make them shoot. This takes all the fun out of shooting enemies because the game is doing the hard part for you. Automatic lock-on is cited as one of the biggest issues with X7, but that's just the thing. If you intend to make the game in a way where the 3D segments control and feel like the previous games, you'd run into a massive problem with the depth perception, not knowing where enemies actually are in relation to yourself, and this would make the game even worse. The lock-on as is basically the only way the game could have worked with the control scheme being the exact same as the previous games. But that of course just leads to segments like this mini-boss where I'm not even trying to dodge or anything, I'm just standing there shooting because the lock-on does all the work for me. What you needed was a complete overhaul of the gameplay. They needed to do what Inafune said wasn't really necessary. Make X7 a 3D game. Simply put, many conventions from 2D games don't carry over to 3D ones, and designers need to consider how that gameplay can be adapted into a new dimension. Take a look at the Ratchet & Clank games, which also dropped on PS2 for the perfect example on how to do this right. The camera is placed behind Ratchet as you must dodge enemy fire with your various backflips and jumps while aiming your weapons at your foes. Ratchet 2 added the strafe mechanic, which allowed for more comfortable dodging, keeping the players actively engaged with the combat. Ratchet 3 and Ratchet Deadlocked gave the players more control as the camera would control where you're aiming, the perfect control setup for a 3D action platformer shooting game. Now, maybe the X7 devs weren't going to implement controls seen in games that hadn't come out yet, but something akin to Ratchet 2 or even Ratchet 1 would have greatly made X7's 3D shooting combat more fun. Even in X7, the camera control is abysmal. You can customize the button layout like you've been able to in all the other X games, but for some reason the camera is locked to being on buttons. By default, the camera's on L1 and R1. Switching weapons, something that's always been on the shoulder buttons, is now on the right analog stick. Full 3D camera control on the right analog stick was something Mega Man Legends 2 got right 3 years before this game. I just don't understand how this control scheme was ever considered a good idea. More baffling being that there exist 3D sections without camera control at all when it really could have helped. But hey, look at the bright side. At least X and Axel are somewhat functional compared to Zero. Zero's combat really did not translate to 3D at all. I mean, he's already nowhere near as good in this game compared to the PS1 X games, since his attacks are all far slower than what he used to be able to pull off, killing the sense of speed and cool factor that came from being Zero before. But with no lock-on, trying to fight enemies in 3D is such a chore as Zero. Just look. The attacks are so stiff and slow that I can barely hit the enemies while they're beating the crap out of me. Talking about Zero gives me the perfect excuse to bring up the greatest games of all time that also started on PS2, Devil May Cry. As I've said, giving action games protagonists like this reach over their opponents is super important. It's why Dante has the Stinger, and other means to get really close to the enemies and just go combo mad. Zero doesn't have that basic degree of playability, nor is he fun to play as and fight with anyway with the slow and clunky attacks. Zero's gameplay is the hardest to forgive because 3D swordplay was already an understood thing by this point. I mean, just look at the mobility granted to Link when playing Zelda Ocarina of Time, a game released in 1998. Dodging attacks, strafing around them, quickly getting in attacks and backing away, it was all there in a game released 5 years before X7. Why didn't they just alter the gameplay to be more like these infinitely more fun games? Well, it's because they just took what already existed and plopped it into 3D and made it less fun to boot. All these games I just compared X7 to excel for two things that X7 fails at: achieving fun through intrinsic and extrinsic methods. In Ratchet & Clank, for example, jumping and dodging from enemy fire and blasting them back is fun in and of itself. But the game makes it so that you want to do that because killing enemies is the only way to gain experience points on your weapons, and killing them drops currency that you need to buy more weapons. In Devil May Cry, going combo mad is super satisfying, I mean, obviously, but doing that increases your style gauge, and the higher that is causes enemies to drop more currency upon defeat, allowing you to purchase more moves in the shop that further increase your ability to do so. X7 doesn't do either since it lacks engaging mechanics for all three of its playable characters, and on that note, engaging with its mechanics is entirely optional. These are the fundamental flaws that kill Mega Man X7 in its 3D segments, an entirely shameful display after the Mega Man Legends series, which took cues from other games and succeeded at the two factors I laid out before. Although I really haven't played either one of these games in years, it would be nice to revisit them for a video at some point between now and the end of time. Having said that, back to X7, because the game only gets worse from those lofty heights. I've mentioned in passing before that X7 features both 3D segments and 2D ones that are like the older games in the series. Generally speaking, 2D 3D hybrid mechanics aren't my preference since I think 2D games and 3D games are so fundamentally different, but hey, maybe 2D in X7 would fare better considering the fact that the 3D segments really aren't working in this game. But playing the game in 2D is when I really just see that this is one of the jankiest games I've ever played. Doing something as simple as wall jumping, something the X series has had since day one, causes the game to occasionally bug out. Getting hit will cause the player to fall to the ground and take a few seconds to get back up, killing the flow yet again, and the combat still doesn't work in 2D. Zero has to deal with the fact that his combos are slow and clunky, and then Axel and X are nowhere near as fun to play as the actual 2D games because of how the enemies are designed. Like I said, previous games were designed around you lining up your shots with the position of the enemies, but now, lock-on takes care of that because the enemies are still flying around in 3D while you're locked to moving only left and right in these segments. What stupendous difficulty balancing. The lock-on takes all the engagement out of 3D combat, but then becomes your lifeline when fighting in 2D because they just didn't think to not give your enemies the ability to move outside of your line of movement. From there, what continues to kill any enjoyment you might get of the 2D segments is the actual level design, where I must say, the game barely has any. The 3D segments are consistently these spaces you can run around in, but you basically just need to go in a straight line in order to clear. Snipe Anteater being a case where the level is entirely 3D, so you can just damage boost your way to the goal and reach the boss in like 40 seconds. But then, stages with 2D elements are genuinely straight lines. Soldier Stonecalling and Tornado Tunyon's levels being the guiltiest parties where you have no goal besides rushing to the end of a straight line. I would love to think of some way to describe this that sounds different, but this is just how the game is. The latter case is trying to be like the staircase bits from X4 and X5, but there you have enemies to dodge and shoot. But now, yeah, I'm just running forward as the stage repeats the same obstacles again and again. When the level design gets any more complex than that, the game falls flat in its face. Look no further than Win Krorang stage, where you need a platform from jet to jet, and the camera is just pointing down at you so you can barely see where you're going, which will lead to your death. And then when you do know, the janky controls might still cause your demise. And then the later hallway section brings the depth perception issue to the forefront of your mind. One of the worst levels in the game right here. Although, massive shout out to the fact that every time you die, you have to sit through this 10-second long cutscene of absolutely nothing. It's hilarious. The hits keep on coming, as Mega Man X7 is, for a plethora of reasons, one of the slowest action platformers I have ever played. From the very moment you boot the game, you'll find that the characters just aren't as fast as they were in previous games. Jumping, dashing, and dash jumping all feel way heavier in X7 than the previous 6 games. I don't think the ground speed is actually that much lower than it was in the previous games, it just feels that way with how slow the rest of the game is. The dash speed is definitely lower though, but I'll return to that in a moment. In stages as long and dull as these, getting through them at a slower pace certainly doesn't help. What is definitely quantifiably low is the damage values on your attacks. When starting the game, even the most basic enemies will take an eternity to be killed. No better example than trying to use Axel's special ability, the copy shot, where you have to charge for a second or two and then shoot a tiny blast that does the most minuscule of chip damage and hope that it will eventually die, allowing you to turn into that form. But who would ever want to use such an ability when it takes so long to use, and then the results are, well, what you're seeing on the screen right now. Riveting gameplay in this Mega Man X7. Mini-bosses are the worst with this, Tornado Tunions being the one that comes to my mind immediately. You'll shoot the weak spot for what feels like eons, and it'll just keep going and going and going. But the parts where you fight are split up by this slow-moving spinning blade thing that takes nothing to dodge. It's like if you could just sum up X7 as one mini-boss, it would be this. Attacks that take no effort to dodge but take 15 times as long to end, and damage output on your part that defies comprehension. I said this was a quantifiable problem, and that's because it is. You see, Mega Man X7, the English version of Rockman X7, decided to reduce the damage values on all your attacks. The Mega Man Wiki shows the damage values for each attack on each boss, and you can clearly see that Rockman X7 has higher damage values across the board. This really is a mysterious case. I mean, why would they do this? To make the game a minimum of 10 minutes longer? I know the numbers don't look like much in the table here, but I decided to load up Rockman X7 on the Legacy Collection and was able to confirm with my own 2 eyes that yes, X7 feels faster paced in Japanese because you aren't wailing on the same bosses and enemies for nearly as long. Just look at how much damage the Axel bullets do on Soldier Stonekong in Japanese compared to English. But of course, it's not like playing the game in Japanese suddenly makes it really fun. I mean, everything I've said in the video thus far still stands. Including the fact that the characters feel really slow to play as, and that's where the upgrades via rescuable Reploids come from. Rescuable Reploids gave you parts you could equip in X6, but in X7 it goes for more of a skill tree approach. In each stage there are 16 Reploids to save, and 2 of them will give you chip parts to upgrade your character of choice, which includes things like making your basic attacks more powerful, increasing your dash speed, and lengthening your invincibility frames. When you do these last 2, you can really bum rush through every obstacle in the game like it ain't no thing. The method of getting character upgrades in X7 is certainly adequate, in a void. However, I don't think these stages needed rescuable Reploids, I think they needed something entirely different. I think X7 should have had a shop, and defeated enemies will drop a currency that you can spend on these character upgrades. You see, this is a callback to earlier in the video where I said you have genuinely no incentive to fight enemies besides a few rooms that require it. And yeah, this is a solution that works. It's been done before in the X series, Mega Man Xtreme 2 on Game Boy Color did that, but I can get back to that game another day. Like I said, the part system in X7 works for what it is, the game just could have done this element in a way that propped up its 3D level design a bit more is all I'm saying. The most nefarious purpose of the rescuable Reploids is needing them to play as X though. For story reasons, Mega Man X, the title character of the game, is not playable at the start. You have to rescue 64 Reploids to get this cutscene where X decides to join you. I can't prove this, but I think the reason the designers did this was pretty sinister. X7 has a new character, Axel, like I said. But functionally, he's really not that different from X. And instead of a powerful charge shot that blows enemies away, Axel has the lame copy shot. I feel like needing to unlock X is just the game's way of trying to get you to warm up to Axel in an entirely inorganic way since you're forced to play as him. But since you probably don't like the game anyway, it just makes you resent the fact that you need to play at least 4 of the 8 Maverick stages before you can unlock Mega Man X in a Mega Man X game. When you do, you'll probably have to backtrack for the Dr. Light capsules you ran by earlier because unlike X5 and X6, Zero cannot collect Dr. Light capsules on X's behalf. No, you need to extend the playtime by an extra few minutes by running through these levels again and grabbing what you missed. The 4 parts of X's glide armor, which will give X the definitive edge over Zero and Axel because the body parts of the glide armor make it so that X no longer falls over from big hits like he used to, and like Zero and Axel still do. Regardless of how many upgrades the other characters have, no knockback and a big charge shot make X the go-to playable character in X7. It's also really funny how you can use the glide armor's foot parts to skip right over the last segment of gameplay in Flame Hyanar's level because balanced 3D level design, am I right? To give an unironic compliment to X7, you can at least collect whichever parts of the armor you want without needing all 4, fixing that mistake from X5 and X6, meaning you can just skip past the worthless head parts if you don't feel like grabbing it in order to use the benefits provided to you by the other 3 pieces of the set. Though, while I'm on the subject of positives, I might as well mention the other things I liked about X7, since it is an incredibly small list that I couldn't think of a natural spot to place anywhere else in the video. First, X7 introduces the partner mechanic into the main X series. X and Zero have always been a team, but X7 is the first game to really make you feel like it, as before each stage you have to decide on which team of 2 you want to bring into each level between X, Zero, and Axel. Now, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, especially since X and Axel have basically the same moveset, just with X being way better. However, I enjoy the element of switching between 2 characters on the fly in the middle of stages. It just further helps the Maverick Hunters feel like a team compared to previous games, and I like that. Then there's the music. Not really much to say here, I just think the music in X7's pretty good. If I need background noise when I'm on the computer, I can never go wrong with X7's soundtrack. Some of my favorites include But why be nice to X7 when I could be doing the opposite of that? I was talking about how this is one of the most slow-paced games I've played, and I'm still not done with that talking point. This is also one of the most overly tutorialized games I've played as well. X6 tried making the Hunter Navigator, Aelia, a lot more interesting as a character with a full-on backstory and all that, but in X7, we're back to the non-character that tells you not to jump into bottomless pits. Her tutorial messages are still optional like in X6, however she makes her presence much more known than she did in that game.
Can you hear me, X?
If you pick up her calls, text will scroll by explaining something really obvious at the speed of molasses. Props to the team behind the X Legacy collection. They clearly knew X7 sucked because they included a trophy for reading every single piece of Aelia dialogue in the entire game. Pretty diabolical stuff from the devs, if you ask me. Aelia talking to you mid-stage is such a clear attempt at trying to do something interesting, but just failing completely. I've always said that Aelia and the Hunter support team idea seemed like it was inspired by Metal Gear Solid and its codec system. But the X devs never fleshed out the idea. Yeah, the codec would see players being instructed on things that might be obvious to some players, but these were also characters you could have full interactions with throughout the Metal Gear series, and these hidden conversations are fondly remembered by so many fans.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
If they wanted to do something interesting, maybe Cygnus could serve that Colonel Campbell role, as you could call him about your mission and he'll have something different to say to all 3 hunters. Douglas can give you hints on upgrade locations, and Aelia might help with boss patterns or something. I don't know. Maybe they didn't feel like writing that much dialogue, but they give all 3 hunters different cutscene dialogue with the various bosses, so why can't the navigator system be given the same amount of thought? It's just a flop of an idea. But at least it's optional in the stages. Where it's not is in the menus. X7 has some of the slowest menus I have ever seen. Aelia will explain everything in painstaking detail, including what Reploids do, every time you see this Reploid rescue screen. Aelia will explain how to scroll through menus when the game begins, and just generally the game takes a really long time to get things done in the menu. Just watch. This game is just shockingly slow-paced. How many more ways can I say that? On that note, the game is a technical mess too. For this video, I played X7 primarily on my PS2 because I like the nostalgia of playing old games on old consoles. And here you see X7 is a game with baffling technical faults and optimization issues. No example being as large as the loading screens. X7 levels are divided into different chunks like X4 through X6, but each of these takes like 10 to 15 seconds to load, with this disgusting screen that reads, "Now loading." I know some people think it's not fair to bring up another PS2 game, Jak and Daxter, when trashing X7 on a technical level, because J&D was made by Naughty Dog, some of the most efficient programmers in the industry. But really though, it shocks the mind to see a game with as large of a world as Jak have no loading screens. Meanwhile, X7 over here has these incredibly small areas that take an eternity to load, with chronic performance issues too. Once action is on the screen, the game starts chugging like it's nobody's business. When the effects are nothing special, the models aren't that complex, the backgrounds are simple, like what is going on? And I can only conclude that the game is just poorly optimized. Certain segments of the game show that the devs are capable of using tricks like culling, so if they can deload things that aren't on the screen, it just further baffles the mind how it takes so long to load when other contemporary games load faster, load without breaking the immersion, and run with stable performance. Now, I of course need to mention that the 2018 X Legacy Collection version of X7 does load significantly faster than it did on PS2, making X7 one of the few cases where I go against my anti-remaster philosophy by considering this the definitive version of X7. However, even with shorter load times, that only further showcases how poorly put together X7 is. I mean, you still have to load the save screen separately from the game over screen. I mean, why? It's the simplest of things. Generally speaking, X7 has the production value of a CDI game. This ties into what I was just saying about how shocking it is that this game loads for so long. The visuals in this game could be downscaled to fit on PS1 if you lowered the resolution and frame rate enough. The backgrounds look unappealing, often just being PNGs. The models in the backgrounds are low poly and low res. The draw distance is abysmal. You can outright see the seams on the lava here. And the transitions from one set piece to another is as subtle as a brick to the face. I mean, look at this part of Soldier Stone Kong's level. The background goes from kryptonite fog to fully modeled in the span of 2 nanoseconds. Some of the backgrounds genuinely are some of the worst I've seen in a 21st century game. The background of the second half of the Palace Road stage is a flat shade of dark orange and it just looks terrible. The game relies on effects and sounds that are really cheap and lame, like Ride Borsky's abomination of a stage. The threat here is that 20 bombs are on the roadway and you need to disarm the bombs, but I was very curious what would happen if you ran out of time. The obvious would be cutting to a cutscene where the road explodes, but I knew X7 wasn't going to do that, so I wanted to know what they were going to do. And the answer is put some explosion effects on your vehicle and then fade the screen to red. Great effect there, X7. But hey, at least there are explosion sounds. The game plays no sound effect when collecting items, which just feels really bootleg, but then damages the gameplay experience when you're in fast-paced scenarios and aren't sure if you got a collectible or not, because no sound was played. In the cutscenes, the character models barely animate, and when they do move, calling it animation is a stretch. We watch these character models lifelessly stand there, not moving their mouths one bit as the game tries to pretend there's more going on than there is with cheap zooms and camera pans. Again, compared to its contemporaries, this is just embarrassing. I mean, X7 was released in between Jak 2 and Ratchet & Clank 2 in 2003. Look at the cutscene animation in these games. They're cutting edge for their time and still look good today. In X7, it was unacceptable then and still is now. The voice acting is just as bad.
So you're the famous X. I thought you were out of commission.
I was put back on the job thanks to you creeps.
So you're saying we're playing too rough? Fool! This is our natural state, just like you.
No!
Hey, Honcho, I'm here to defeat you.
Why, you? Red gave you a home and this is how you repay him? You worthless upstart!
Dude, your breathing's getting heavy. Calm down.
I know it's not fair to write off everything a story's trying to do when the presentation is this bad, but come on. The cutscene between X and Snipe Anteater is so funny, and it's because of how seriously they're playing it, while there's almost no animation and sci-fi B-movie acting. What reaction is appropriate beyond gut-busting laughter?
Oh, splendid! Even better than expected.
How long must this madness go on?
Let me ask you, how long has this madness been going on? The annals of history contain endless records of war. The madness will never end.
You're wrong. We can create a world without war. Utopia is not just a dream.
You can't build a utopia on top of the graves of rebels like myself.
But even so, I must follow my beliefs.
The auditory torture of playing X7 coming to fruition when you have to face off against Rydborsky and Flame Hyanard, the latter especially. These being bosses where random, obnoxious audio samples are being spammed into the player's ears, and somehow, no one in the QA department saw a problem with it. But of course, bad voice acting is only the beginning. X7 features a pretty decently sized story for Mega Man standards, one that is presented pretty poorly. I mean, I was just comparing the in-game cutscenes to the likes of Ratchet and Jack, but then there are the other cutscenes that just look like the kind of cutscenes you'd see on the Game Boy Advance or the DS. Drawn images with character portraits that are surrounded by text boxes. For a console release, it's just not that appealing to look at, especially when these can get pretty long. I mean, the cutscene following the intro stage is genuinely 7 minutes long, and it's nothing but these portraits accompanied by really bad acting.
That's quite enough! You need to back off and pay the dues for your crimes!
At least these are skippable, but man, it's just so bad. But trying to ignore all of that, how is the actual story of X7? I really dig the concepts behind the stories of basically every X game, and I'd say X7 has still got that going for it. The idea is that the world is well on its way to recovery from the Eurasia incident in X5, but the Maverick Hunters have two new problems. First is the rise of the vigilante Maverick hunting gang called Red Alert that is causing all kinds of trouble, and then X decides to remove himself from the front lines after all these countless battles because he thinks the world can achieve peace without the fighting. One of the most impressive members of Red Alert, Axel, tries to leave the group because something about them changed, and Red Alert, led by a Reploid named Red, hunt Axel down to get his copy chips they can use the power themselves. Zero catches Axel, and that's when Red Alert challenges the Maverick Hunters to a contest to who gets Axel, and with X still choosing not to fight, Zero and Axel face off against Red Alert until X finally decides he's going to join, until they find out that, shock of all shocks, Sigma was behind it yet again. By the way, am I an idiot for just now realizing that these cutscenes towards the end of the game with Sigma and Red are supposed to be taking place before the story of the game? The change in Red Alert that made Axel leave the group was Sigma joining and pulling the strings to set up another fight between him and X and Zero. And these cutscenes detail the events that led to that. I don't know, I just never even thought of that until now. When looking at the story, it should be simple, but it, like almost everything in this game, also doesn't work. This starts with X's decision not to fight. I'm still convinced they did this to make the players play as Axel, but from a story perspective, it's just doing X so dirty. Yeah, I know it's a meme that X hates the never-ending battles he partakes in, but the point of X is that he has this human-like sense of sadness over the needless bloodshed. But X is the first one to charge in guns blazing when innocent lives are at stake. That's what makes him a badass hero. But complaining about violence and doing nothing while Zero, his best friend, is left as the only top hunter out in the field while Red Alert is causing so much damage is just not X to me. Then there's the fact that Sigma's the main villain for the 7th game in a row. Honestly, while playing the game this time, I was thinking that Sigma's way of weaseling into Red Alert's ranks by pretending to be a sympathizer for their cause is pretty interesting to see, but it just falls flat because Sigma returning is the most predictable outcome at this point simply because of the fact that it happens in every game. Red Alert could have been pretty interesting on its own as a group of Reploids taking justice into their own hands, having lost faith in the institutions like the Maverick Hunters, but making Sigma responsible for it just removes all agency from Red Alert. Sigma has a pretty interesting scheme in almost every game, but his usurping otherwise interesting antagonists at the end of the game is a plot twist that's just stale after seeing it so many times. The game almost seems self-aware of that fact by having X and Zero be completely unfazed by his return despite not even guessing this was his doing beforehand, and then showing Sigma acting like a total buffoon in his cutscenes with the heroes. It gets to the point where he isn't a menacing villain, he's just a goober.
Thanks for coming by, fellas. This way I can face you in the comfort of my own home. That's right, folks. I'll do it again and again. I will make X and Zero mine. Now come and get me. Give me a good fight, like you always do.
leaving X7 as a story with an interesting premise that just doesn't work. But then, as if everything I've said in this video thus far wasn't bad enough on their own, the flaws of X7 compound upon each other in what is easily the worst endgame in Mega Man history. The finale of X7 takes place across 2 final levels, where the first is this long-as-all-get-out chase with a giant mechanoid. I don't mean that lightly, this part goes on forever, and all you have to do is move the analog stick forward, occasionally getting out of the way of an obstacle. It's such a painful slog to play through. However, that is merciful in comparison to the game's final stage, Crimson Palace. The game throws everything in the kitchen sink at the player right before the final curtain call, including multiple segments where the player has to do nothing but run forward damage boosting. Some actual platforming is finally included, but it's not half as good as the opening level of X2 in the final stage. And there's even an enemy rush here that's easily dealt with by standing there holding the shoot button, and your damage boost through some slow boulder chases as well. This level was pulling out all the stops to make sure you fall asleep. But to compound upon that, you get some of the worst Mega Man bosses of all time. First up, Red. A simple boss in theory. Jump from platform to platform trying to hit the guy while he randomly appears on one of them. But remember how everything takes forever to die in X7? Well, Exhibit A. It's so drawn out because he has so much health that takes so long to deplete. And if your jump gets screwed up by the janky collision detection, then you will fall into the abyss, die, and have to start over. The draw distance is also somehow not good enough to keep these clouds on screen at all times. The stage just keeps going on after that until you get to the true lowlight of Mega Man X7, the boss rush. This game is the mother of all terrible boss rushes because it takes an eternity. I have consistently criticized the boss rushes of each X game, and it seems X7 is the one where everyone agrees with me. However, what I find interesting is that in X7, the boss rush is trash for basically all the same reasons as the previous games. It's a blatant way to reuse content that makes the game that ever so bit longer right before the final boss. But X7 makes it a special flavor of unspeakable because in and of themselves, the bosses in this game are atrocious because, well, you guessed it, they each go on for an eternity, have attacks take a millennium to end even if you already knew how to dodge it from the first frame of the attack, the collision is jank, and all that pleasant stuff. But the game compounds upon all these already bad things in its boss rush by making the player wait through a lengthy loading screen before each boss, and if you die, that's another load screen you have to sit through to then hit a load screen to try again. It's dreadful. This is the agony matrix from Justice League Unlimited. If you want to make it go by slightly faster, I can only advise this. Zero's Lightning Tornado does pretty good damage on bosses, and the G-Launcher for Axel also shreds bosses to pieces. Funny how the actual special weapon Axel gets from this is barely usable, but its secondary function might be the most consistently powerful weapon in the game. And if you thought the level was finally done after the boss rush, you have to face Sigma. The first phase is pretty easy. I mean, it has no bottomless pits and janky collision to work with, so of course it's easy. Just spam charge shots as X and you're good. The second phase has always been the bane of my existence. In fact, in my original review from 5 years ago, I did this big montage showing all my deaths at the hand of Sigma in X7. But on this playthrough, I discovered a horrifying truth about the final form of Sigma. This might be the easiest boss in the game if Zero is on your team. What made this boss so annoying before was plummeting into the abyss because of the janky controls and or Sigma's punching attack. But what I found out was that if you jump to the second highest platform of the bunch, Sigma can barely touch you. If he fires his T-posing energy balls, they just won't hit you. The other platform will get in the way and destroy them. When he sends his green energy balls, Zero's deflect move from Soldier Stone Kong will effortlessly bounce them back at Sigma, doing massive damage. When he gets up close and shoots energy blasts, you just slash them back at him as Zero, and when he does the crotch laser, you switch to X and blast him from a higher platform. And most shocking of all, if you just do the deflect move as Zero, the punch attack will just not damage you and you can then attack him. I was playing this in the call with Retropolis Zone and we were both floored at the fact that you can literally beat Sigma by doing absolutely nothing. He will actively damage himself more than half the time. Legendary stuff, X7. Legendary stuff. Depending on which character deals the final blow to Sigma is the deciding factor on which of the 3 character endings you get. Although first, Sigma gets blasted out the window like a punk in this cutscene.
I'll never lose!
Yeah, guess that takes care of him. Actually, where are they right now? I mean, we climbed up the Crimson Palace throughout the whole level, but then Red's boss takes place in some clouds with rocks all around, and the cutscene right after that is in a crumbling basement. We then climb higher and higher, only to be falling down an infinite elevator in Sigma's first battle, but then we fade to black and battle Sigma in outer space? Then we're back in a room in the cutscene. What is happening here? but as I was saying, the endings are all a flop. I mean, the whole point of the story was this arc where X distrusts Axel and won't let him be a hunter at the beginning, which would obviously end with Axel proving himself and being a hunter, right? Well, no. In both X and Axel's endings, X still won't let Axel be a Maverick hunter, and then the game just ends. Wow, what a great story. No resolution to the obvious character arc. To be fair, I guess I was surprised by that. Good work for X7 going against expectations. Then Zero's ending is a pile of nothing as he dreams of X going on a rampage. Yeah, maybe that's a copy X setup, but at this point the X games have been relentlessly sequel baiting for so long that it falls on deaf ears. Ending Mega Man X7. Mega Man X7 truly is one of the worst games I've ever played in my entire life. No matter what angle I look at this game from, all I see is disastrous failure. You start with the faulty premise of just taking the existing Mega Man X formula and plopping it into 3D, something that would never work, and well, it didn't. From there, it just gets worse and worse with stunningly low production values for a 2003 PS2 game, a boatload of mechanics that don't work, terribly designed bosses and levels, and characters that aren't fun to play. I used to be in the camp that said the sheer frustration of X6 made it a worse experience than X7, but now, heavens no. X6 plays like the rest of the X games, and while I don't think it's a good game, it's not even in the same league as Mega Man X7 if you ask me. A game that will leave players in shock and awe just how bad it turned out. But I feel really bad for the people who made this game. I firmly believe that nobody sets out to make a bad game and give consumers a poor product. But I'm sure this game was rushed out the door by Capcom and given a low budget like most Mega Man games in the hopes that the returns would make up for it. The team behind this game initially thought they were going to have the chance to rethink X for the series' 3D debut, but that just didn't happen, and instead we got this fundamental flop of a game. A total lowlight for Mega Man, a series that all in all doesn't have that many bad games in it compared to just how many main games make up the series. But that's all I'm going to say on X7. The game is terrible. But I had a lot of fun making this video, believe it or not, because like I said, I think X7's hilarious. Playing it with friends watching is such a fun experience as we all react to the terribleness. So I'm in good spirits making the video. Between X7 and X8, the gamers were graced with Mega Man X Command Mission, a full RPG spin-off. I played this game once, and I did a video on it in 2017 for my original Mega Man X retrospective, but when it was time for the re-review 5 years later, I played the game for a little bit and thought to myself, I didn't really have anything to add on this one. Like, I didn't really want to play it because RPGs aren't really my thing to begin with, so I felt like a video on it again would just be really redundant and I wouldn't be that interested in making it. I did a whole video explaining why. I'm not going to include that whole thing because it's a little out of date for what's going on right now, but the game is pretty neat. Neat story. Fine battle system. Like, I don't have much to add on it, but it was a fine game. People seem to like it a little bit. The art style is pretty cool. That was nice. And the graphics were alright. But yeah, I don't really have a lot to add on it. You can just kind of watch my 2017 video. It is really dated and not that great, but I mean, it kind of covers the gist of it. So we can just move on to X8. It's crazy to think how much Mega Man X has changed in the last half decade. I bring this up because today we're talking about Mega Man X8, a game that released for the PlayStation 2 back in the mid-2000s, a time when Mega Man was on a clear path of diminishing returns. As a result, X8 was a game many didn't play, not like X3 where it's super expensive, but in that it was a game you'd have to go out of your way to find online as not that many copies of it were sold. So it's not particularly common at retro game shops these days. I'd say this gave X8 a niche appeal as one of the most underrated and best Mega Man X games. It also helped that the game was much better than what the X series had put out in its most recent entries at that point. I mean, following up upon Mega Man X7, how could it possibly get worse, or not look good by comparison at least? But you can watch last week's video to get all caught up on why Mega Man X7 is one of the worst games I've ever played. Anyway, all this has changed for X8 because the Mega Man X Legacy Collection released in 2018 on the, at the time, modern platforms. When a niche game gets given that kind of spotlight, sometimes the shine wears off, but it seems like X8 has still maintained a relatively positive reputation amongst Mega Man fans, even with its new audience. Mega Man X8 is a weird one for me because I almost never play this game. It's been made pretty clear in the past videos that Mega Man X1, X2, X3, and X4 are 4 of my favorite games of all time, so I'm naturally inclined to revisit those. But even X5, X6, and X7 are games that I've played many times, and while X8 is also a game I've played quite a bit in the last 7 years since I got it, it's the one of the 8 that I'd say I've gone back to the least, and therefore whenever I do play it again, I'm always interested to see how I'm going to feel about it because my opinion isn't really set in stone. When crafting a sequel to Mega Man X7, the designers have many issues to consider. Chief among them, is X8 going to be a 3D game? A vast majority of the problems with X7 came from its 3D sections. Now, I don't think the flaws of X7 were because it was a 3D game. I instead think that the game just didn't have the time or budget to really consider how the mechanics of Mega Man X could be properly adapted into the 3D space. Needless to say, it was entirely possible to improve upon what was done in X7, but X8 instead opted to use 3D as a visual direction like Inafune said they should, and kept the gameplay 2D as a result, which already eliminates the majority of X7's problems from X8 right at the start. However, I do think it's worth mentioning now that X8 still does improve upon the things that X7 could really benefit from, even if they decided to scrap the 3D aspect of that game. In the later X games, the unlockables were starting to get really convoluted, which stemmed from the fact that in X5 you could switch from being X to 0 from stage to stage, and the life-ups that one character got would not go to the other. X6 featured rescuable Reploids that would hold life-ups with them that would, again, only go to the character you were at that time, with no way to distinguish them from Reploids who didn't, alongside having the same heart tank system from X5. X7 doing both of these undesirable things from X5 and X6 while including a third playable character into the mix. The games were in need of some serious streamlining, with two available solutions to the devs. You could do what the X5 and X6 fan mod projects did and just simplify it so that the stuff you found would work for both characters, or you could do what X8 ended up doing, which was taking the individual character upgrade idea and overhauling it into something much simpler. In X8, defeated enemies drop these things called chips. Blue ones being worth 1, yellow are worth 5, red are worth 50, and purple are worth 500. Clearing a stage will nab you 3,000 of them as well. This fixed the problem in X7 where you never had to fight the enemies. X8 being 2D inherently gets rid of that problem, but they made combat something you'd want to do now because you get chips for it, encouraging you to get higher hit combos in these combat rooms to get more chips. In between stages you can visit the Maverick Hunter lab where you can spend these chips on upgrades. Gone are the days of finding heart tanks and sub-tanks in stages. Instead, you use the chips you earned out in the field to buy these things. You can also purchase upgrades for each character individually, such as life-ups for X, Zero, and Axel, decreased weapon energy consumption for X, new weapons and combos for Zero, and the list goes on. If you simply prefer one character over the others, you can intentionally put everything you got into that character while tracking their progress, since the shop screen will show you the percentage of upgrades you've bought for each character. I just let the cat out of the bag that the playable roster from X7 is still intact in X8. The partner mechanic from that game is also still present in this one, with some quality additions to make it a more fleshed out game element. In X7, you just swapped to the other character whenever you needed, and there wasn't anything wrong with that, but it's not super intricate either. In X8, switching characters is more strategic because of the fact that taking damage will turn that portion of your health bar red, and by switching to the other character, the inactive character will begin to heal the damage he lost a moment ago. With this, you have to weigh your options in the moment. Maybe you're taking a lot of damage as X, but think he'd be a better fit for this enemy than Zero, who's on your team in this level. You could either risk losing all that health or just switch to Zero and give him a shot. It's a good idea, and it's a decision you make in basically every stage. They also add some function to the partner mechanic by allowing you to rescue your current playable character from being caught by switching to the other one. Lastly, this gauge next to your health bar allows you to do combo attacks with your teammate when filled. This is also nothing special, it's just a screen nuke, but it's satisfying to use as the last hit on a boss fight, as both characters will then pose in the victory screen afterwards. Nothing changes depending on which combo of characters you have as well, so that's a bit weak, but it still comes in handy. The team-up mechanic isn't to the level of something like Sonic Advance 3, but I don't think it really needed to be. The designers of X8 put effort into making a more involved part of the game, an improvement upon X7 in an area where that game didn't really falter anyway, so I say, hats off for that. X7 had the worst handling in the X series, but by contrast, Mega Man X8 is what I consider the best feeling controls in the entire series. The X games have more or less played the same since the very first entry, but there were some small differences. I mentioned how X4 and thus X5 and X6 have more recovery frames in your dash compared to X1 to X3 in the X4 review, so dash jumping rapidly became the best way to gain speed on PS1 compared to the earlier games where rapidly dashing was all it took. My point is, they have some changes to the handling every now and again, even if the controls were the same. X8 just feels really smooth to play, from rapidly mashing the dash button to wall jumping. The in-game animations just look and feel really smooth, which makes X8 a game where playing as its three characters is inherently fun because they feel good to play as. In terms of the actual controls, I might as well mention a few things I didn't get the chance to in the last couple of videos. For one, X5 changed the button mapping a bit. You can fully customize the buttons in that game like you could in every X game, but starting with X5, the triangle button uses your special weapons when they're equipped, when square still fires the X Buster. In X4, it was the other way around, and in the SNES games you couldn't do both at the same time. Despite it being a change from the norm Mega Man had established, I think the special weapons and the triangle button is pretty comfortable, which remained consistent in X6, X7, and X8. Although, since I'm on the subject, I might as well mention that I don't find the special weapons for X and Axel particularly useful in this game, amongst the sea of other combat options the player has in X8. Even Zero's techniques in this game went largely unused by me, aside from the mid-air spin. In X7, the air dash, an ability X first unlocked in Mega Man X2, became a fully integrated part of each character's move pool at default, another positive change as X still had to re-unlock the air dash in X3 and X4, and then could be left without it in X5 and X6, which really reared its ugly head in the penultimate stage of X6. Point being, the air dash is still there at default in X8, which is good. X5 gave X and Zero the ability to crouch, which came back in X6 and X7, but has been dropped in X8. The rope hanging mechanic was also dropped in X7. Crouching being gone is fine by me. I thought the mechanic had some good uses in X5, but by X7, the applications are becoming largely predictable, so X8 getting rid of it makes a lot of sense. One of the things X7 suffered from was Axel, its new playable character. Its selling point was basically a weaker X, someone who the players had to unlock to obscure that fact. In X8, all three hunters are properly distinguished from one another. X being the same as always, Zero being the same as X4 and onward, and Axel was changed in 2D to shoot in all directions, which is something that X cannot do. But X has the charge shot to do more damage, but Axel just has the superior range. Axel's copy shot is still in X8 and it was massively improved since you no longer need to charge it up and it does way more damage to boot, so you won't be standing around blasting enemies for an eternity like in X7. However, when playing X8, it is pretty clear to me that the copy shot for Axel just doesn't work. Mechanically, X8 improves on how it functions compared to X7, but the idea of turning into enemies and playing as them was just never fun in either game, as Axel himself has better defenses and reflexes. It's always a downgrade, so I only ever use it to gain items that require it. But having said that, the three hunters feel really balanced with one another. Axel being able to use his glide to traverse spike rooms easier, Zero having his double jump for extra height but a reduced dash length to compensate, and X's charge shots being really powerful against enemies and bosses. Not to keep beating the dead horse of X7, but it's honestly surprising how much X8 improves on from that game despite not really playing the same. Another example was how X7 made Aelia her most boring and lifeless with mundane tutorial dialogue in every stage. Now, the navigator system in X8 still doesn't yield super interesting dialogue and conversations, but they thought of a way to make in-stage guidance more useful in X8. The game introduces two new characters, Palette and Lair, and at the start of each stage you choose if you want Aelia, Palette, or Lair to help you through the stages, or if you aren't interested in help you can just opt out and not deal with the hand-holding. Each one of these three navigators has a personality and a different relationship with the three playable Maverick hunters, interacting with them throughout the campaign. But as for the effect this has in the gameplay, each navigator helps you in a different way. Aelia being useful for general guidance like she has been in the previous games, Lair being knowledgeable about enemies and boss patterns, and Palette giving you a hand with hidden item locations, not outright saying how to get them, but alerting you that something's in your current location. And when I was trying to unlock everything, I thought Palette was pretty useful in giving me hints on where to stop and look around. X8 in particular is a game where it's super useful. To preface that discussion, I guess it's worth going over what items are in X8, since the 2 sub-tanks and 1 weapon energy tank are things you purchase in the shop now. Thankfully, they took this opportunity to reassess the upgrades and got rid of the EX tank, total dead weight of an upgrade in the past 3 games. As for what is here, X8 sees you collecting 8 Dr. Light capsules like X5 and X6, but they do a new twist with it. The games I just listed both had 2 completely different sets of armor for the player to unlock. Here, Dr. Light gives X the neutral armor, which doesn't have any features, but you must collect the 4 pieces of the Hermes and the Icarus armor to equip them on top of the neutral armor. When you find these pieces, you can mix and match the parts you like the best. All around, I was a bigger fan of the Icarus armor as it was geared towards attack power, like each buster shot being a mini charge shot and this big laser as a full charge blast, or how the foot parts make you jump really high. I think the Hermes armor, which is geared towards mobility, has useful parts. In fact, I even started using the head parts for it over the Icarus head parts since it lets you charge your shots faster, but as I was saying, it has useful upgrades like the foot parts, which increases your speed and allows you to dash through enemies, but I didn't think these bonuses outweighed the pros the powerful Icarus armor granted you. But with 8 light capsules to hunt down, it only brings us to the conversation of Mega Man X8's extraordinarily convoluted item game. X8 makes what could have been a simple 100% campaign into something really tedious by making everything take numerous steps to get. The stages are littered with rare metals, and these unlock things you can buy in the shop, like extra weapons for Zero or full sub-tanks for your characters. With Palette's help, physically finding upgrade locations isn't super frustrating, it's getting to them that I don't like. For example, in Burn Rooster's stage, you need this hammer weapon Zero can get, so first you have to find the rare metal which allows you to buy it, but then the hammer wasn't breaking the floor like it was supposed to, so I had to leave the stage and learn that only by defeating Gravity Antonian will I get the move needed to break the ground better than I was already doing before, I guess. which reveals the location of the hidden rare metal. Here's another delightful example. In Dark Mantis' stage, a rare metal is hidden at the end of this path with these platforms you need to jump up to. However, the level has a gimmick where it's all dark, hence the name. But if you use Axel's copy shot, turn into the enemy, jump into this room, and use the electricity weapon from Gigabolt Manowar, you then activate the generator that turns the lights on. The only way to make these platforms appear is if you do this. Lots of stuff in X8 feel like you wouldn't know how to do it without some kind of a hint. Like how in Burn Rooster's level, an enemy from the end of the stage is required to be copied as Axel so you can go back to the beginning and use it to get into a small hole in the wall. Now, placing the copied Reploid right next to the problem would be a bit lame. I'm just saying that hoping the player notices that this enemy you blow up in 2 seconds can become small enough to get through this gap later in the stage is also a reach at the same time. But while I'm talking about this level, it has 2 of the most obnoxious rare metals in the game, where you need to carry this ride armor far enough to get to this part where you need to quickly get out of the ride armor, hit this switch which lowers this platform, get back in the ride armor and get on the platform in the span of a few seconds, or else your ride armor will fall to the ground below because the switch is right above a conveyor belt. The task isn't impossible, but the act of starting the stage again takes an eternity because you have to sit through the results screen and get back to the stage select before just getting the chance to start over from square one. But once you get that rare metal, which took me around 30 minutes in my first run for this video, you then need to keep the armor around till this point in the end of the level and just hope you have the prickle barrier, which allows you to get on this elevator which takes you to the last rare metal. Now, there are other ways of doing this, but what I just said is the simplest. But simply getting these things isn't even the most tedious part about it. Several stages will have rare metals hidden in the ground, and the only way to get them is by using a charged crystal wall with X, which first requires you having either the arm parts for the Hermes or the Icarus armor and having beaten Earthrock Trilobite stage. Making X the only character who can get these rare metals makes the game even more tedious to complete because now he needs to be in your party in basically every stage to minimize the stage revisits. Let's go back to the Dark Mantis example. At this generator room, you'll need to be X to dig out the rare metal, but you need to be Axel in order to get into the room at all, but Zero's double jump is how you reach the metal I just discussed before. Unless you get the armor part for X that increases your jump height. Hope you knew that going into the stage. Optic Sunflower's level involves you doing these ranked challenges and you get a rare medal for getting a perfect score on all of them. However, you also get a rare medal for only perfecting most of them, meaning you have to play the same stage a minimum of 2 times when the infinitely more logical solution is to spawn both unlockable medals for a perfect run. But the way the designers went about it served to artificially lengthen the game by just a few more minutes. This issue is made even worse since Zero and Axel still cannot collect Dr. Light capsules on X's behalf like in X7. I don't get that because it was something X5 and X6 already had, so why make it more complicated from there? In X7 it was just kind of annoying, but with a cluttered item game like X8's it becomes aggravating because, again, look at Burn Rooster's stage. To fully complete this level, you need Axel and the copy shot to reach this rare metal, you need Zero's hammer and special move from having defeated Gravity Antonian, and you need X in order to nab this Dr. Light capsule. So like it or not, you're replaying this stage to get everything, which might beg the question, what's so bad about that? The level design in X8 is really where the game falls apart for me. It makes me sad because whenever I go back to X8, I'm reminded of just how many things this game does that I like. The shop, the navigators, the controls, the character balance, all good stuff. A somewhat obtuse item game can be worked around into something fun if you wanted to put that work in, but when I find the levels just fundamentally not fun to play, you run into a serious problem with the game's replayability. If I were to sum up what's wrong with these levels, it would simply be gimmicks. A level having a theme is certainly not a problem. Several stages in X series history have had a defining gimmick, so to explain how X8 fails, I want to look at the case where the game gets it right. One of the best levels in X8 is Dark Mantis' stage. Here the lights are out like I've said, and you have to sneak around the spotlights in order to not get caught. If you do, guards come running and you have to take them out. But skillful play allows you to avoid the spotlights and set enemies while also knowing the level well enough to get through it quickly. That's not some mind-blowing level design, it's just a good stage with a memorable central mechanic. The same goes for Bamboo Pandemonium stage, where you have to try to keep the ride armor intact for the whole level and get different routes to explore depending on whether or not you succeed at doing that. But then we get the other levels of X8 where the game gets extremely dull. For example, Earthrock Trilobite. Every run of this stage involves a long chase with a mechanaloid, and after a certain point you chase him back to the starting position. It's fine in the first run, but after playing the stage again and again and again, it loses all luster and becomes really boring as it's an auto-scroller, something X8 is very fond of. I think Burn Rooster is the worst level in the game, as it begins with an auto-scroller where the player must climb down this room of platforms and it just is really slow, and on repeat visits it's just not fun to play the same slow segment of gameplay again, and like I said, to 100% the game, you gotta come here at least twice. The main segment of gameplay in this stage is broken up by these combat rooms, which I had reasons for enjoying before, but when you play the same stages again and again, it loses that luster and becomes very repetitive. Across my multiple runs of this game for the video, I think I had to sit through this auto-scroller section over 10 times, whether that be for backtracks or because I got a game over and had to start the stage again. X8 makes your lives worth a lot more than, I'd say, any previous X game by capping them at 5, which is one of the biggest complaints I made towards the game in the original video from 5 years ago. However, this didn't really impact me too much this time. It only came up when I got a game over on Burn Rooster, which meant I had to replay the auto-scroller for the gazillionth time. Even if a level gimmick isn't inherently boring like an auto-scroller, I still don't want to play Optic Sunflower again, you know? It's these challenges that Zero's Lance easily tears apart that are kind of a hassle otherwise. At least you can fight Cutman from Mega Man 1 for a perfect performance. That was a neat Easter egg. Otherwise, it's not fun Mega Man X platforming, it's just a gimmicky stage. Same goes for repeatedly flipping Gravity and Gravity Antonian stage. It's neat for a few rooms, but isn't that fun to replay, which you will definitely have to do thanks to this room of spikes. I died so many times here from being in a position where I can't escape, and every time I died, I got thrown back a few rooms to repeat the same puzzles over and over. If you pick this stage third, then you at least face Vile here instead of the spike room, but the odds are that you will be doing this instead of Vile because most players just won't know that, which I didn't think of in my first run for this video. X8 is just paced really slow, from the numerous auto-scrollers, the frustrating ride chaser segments. Special shout out to Avalanche Yeti. This slog goes on for 5 minutes. Also, love how you need to be 0 to reach X's armor upgrade here, something I learned the hard way on my last run where I happened to try using X and Axel for once. But as I was saying, the game is also slow-paced in its boss fights, where the bosses are all given these really lengthy invincibility frames, which could be a good measure to make sure the player can't just wail on the bosses with their 2 playable characters. But the Mega Man Zero method of just making the health bar longer to account for high damage is preferable to just making the fights last longer. But at least the bosses have interesting designs and concepts, I'll give it that. The art design in this game is quite neat, but visually speaking, the game does not hold up. As I have said, I like playing these old PS2 games on an actual PS2, and here you see that X8 does not look appealing. Technically speaking, it's one of the few PS2 games to run at a 480p resolution, but it's also one of those PS2 games where you can't just turn that on in the menu. You have to hold triangle and X when the PS2 logo comes up, and I've always found that really janky. Even with the game being in 480p, you can clearly see the background and foreground assets that look like they belong in Ocarina of Time, an N64 game from 6 years earlier. Look how pixelated these background trees are at the beginning of the game. And the game keeps that up for the remainder of its run, as its areas are all very dull in terms of color palette and location, but then just have a very rough appearance as well. With the kind of performance this game has, you'd think the visuals would be a lot more high fidelity, but that is also not the case. It's a shame because X8 has this revamped art style for the X series, and I think it looks really slick and modern, showing how Reploid bodies were becoming slimmer with time, transitioning the art design from the older X games to the Zero games where the Reploid bodies look no different than the humans do. However, in X8, while the animations are greatly improved over X7, I'd say the models are just as lifeless and fugly, making it so that the new art direction is harder to appreciate. 480p also introduces some real jank to the game, like how it consistently put the game image in the top left corner of the screen. I don't know why this is happening, it's only X8 where I've seen this happen, but it's supposed to be in the center. Although speaking of things not being where they're supposed to be, X8's 480p mode feeling like an afterthought is no more evident than it is with the pre-rendered cutscenes. These are cut off on the left because the scene's been shifted beyond the boundaries of the screen. Can't say I know why that happened. Even the HUD and UI just look really bad in X8. The text looks really off, the lines in the health bar are super inconsistent in size and spacing. The game just looks ugly. That's my point. This being a rare case where the remaster fixes these problems. If we're talking about HUD scaling and such, just look at the SNES and PS1 X games in the very same collection. They completely screwed it up. But X8 fixes it from the mess it was on PS2. With faster loading screens and such, this is easily the best version of X8 to play, just like X7. I still don't think X8 looks very good, but it's at least at its best in XLC. X8's cutscenes are still in the same kind of tier as X7, although they try to do a little more interesting stuff with the camera work, but I figured I'd take this moment to say that I don't have a problem with this visual novel story presentation. I was just saying that X7 looked incredibly low budget, and X8 is much the same. For console releases, they just don't feel up to snuff, you know? But X8 does feature much improved voice acting compared to any of the games prior to this. I'm not going to say that the voice acting in X8 is super amazing, but by and large, the casting works for the characters, especially X, sounding sensitive but determined.
He shouldn't blame himself. The problem's already been solved anyway. It seems Sigma may be involved in this new threat as well. Zero wants to take care of him for good this time. So do I.
Sometimes the line delivery in this game can just be weird and off, but like I said, it's entirely passable. Same goes for the music, still not super high on it, but I think it's okay. Now, the story in X8 is weird for me because I always forget what's even going on in this game. Basically, Axel in X7 was this super innovative Reploid with the copy chip, and by X8, a whole new generation of Reploids has been produced with this ability, and they have the ability to go Maverick at will. But what I found confusing was that, did they actually go Maverick at will, or were they just evil? I mean, they say they aren't Mavericks in the cutscenes, which I guess a Maverick wouldn't say that he is one, but it's just kinda weird to me. The New Age Reploids are led by a character called Lumine, who's captured by Sigma and Vile at the beginning of the game. And this actually led to the best plot element in the game where you face off against Sigma at the end, only for it to be revealed that Lumine was the one behind everything and Sigma was not the true villain of X8, even though you were led to believe he was like all the other games. I don't find Lumine a particularly interesting character, but they use the repetitive X-series storytelling as a way to subvert your expectations at the end, which deserves credit. I also like how they use continuity in X8. Like Zero really wanted to take Sigma out because of his trying to use Zero in X5 to spread the Maverick virus. It just makes things a little more personal when this sort of stuff has an impact on the characters. And I liked the characters bouncing off one another in the cutscenes, especially Vile, who's back after his defeat in X3, now going full shameless Boba Fett. But overall, I just didn't vibe with the story in this game. I'm not going to hold it against the game, I'm just saying that X8 is different for me because of the fact that I didn't find the story that interesting, so therefore I don't have much to say on it. If you're into the symbolic analysis of storytelling, X8 has some meat on its bones with the whole thing going for a Tower of Babel reference and other religious references, but I just talk about the characters and such. And so yeah, I didn't really vibe with the story like I said. Which goes for the entire finale of X8 as well. There are 3 final stages in this game and I have very little commentary to add on it. The Jacob elevator stage is just such a perfect example of an X8 level. You ride this elevator for several minutes and fight enemies and that's literally it. By my 4th playthrough, I was seriously dreading playing this part, but I got through it to be met with the boss rush stage. Thankfully, the boss rush and final boss are 2 separate stages again, but I don't like this segment inherently. X8's bosses have lengthy iframes as I mentioned earlier, so doing that in a big sequence is just boring as I wreck them all with their weaknesses. The final level was fun, it's littered with spikes, and so I can't help but feel pretty based when I effortlessly jump between them. The final battle with Sigma's pretty easy, but I think that's put to good use in this game. The final Sigma design in this goes to show how far his character has fallen. He's back yet again, but is so broken that he doesn't even have skin. He's just a robotic frame now. A logical follow-up from X6's zombie-like Sigma, ignoring X7's Sigma since everything was a mess there, even the design. I think the story is trying to show that bringing a Reploid back from the dead this many times is just starting to have diminishing returns, with it being implied that this is the final time X and Zero will fight Sigma. But hey, X9 might come out someday and have him come out of nowhere like usual. Who knows? The true final battle is against Lumine, which is a cool boss, and that he uses attacks from the other bosses with the same weaknesses applying. But the second phase has this bullshit thing where if the darkness envelops the screen at the end, you just die. And if that happens to be your last retry chip, guess you have to do the entire stage again. I repeat, thank goodness the boss rush was a separate stage. In the ending, Axel gets attacked by Lumine, leaving the audience wondering what was going to happen to him as we get this admittedly pretty cool cutscene between X and Zero.
Anyway, X. Even if we Reploids are destined to join the scrap heap when that evolutionary step does come about, we still have to fight, not only against Mavericks, but against our own destiny as well.
However, the X-Series' fondness for sequel baiting finally caught up to it with X8 because this game never got a sequel, so who knows at this point where they might go with the series' story going forward. It's all up in the air. Ending Mega Man X8. I guess I generally don't have that much to say about Mega Man X8. Every time I revisit it, I'm always met with that same sense of disappointment, and that I really want to love Mega Man X8, but I just don't. The shame of it is that this game gets so many things right. I spent the first half of the video focused on those things. But the game just flounders when it comes to the item game and its level design, but in a way that completely kills the replay value for me. Do I think X8's a bad game? Certainly not, it's just not for me, clearly. The fact that the game still has such a large fan base, even with it being widely available, speaks to the fact that the positives with this game work for many, and its varied, gimmicky stages clearly work for many people as well. I'm just not one of those people, as X8 leaves me feeling pretty empty when all is said and done. There is a certain irony to me making a new video on Mega Man Maverick Hunter X. Technically, I discussed this game back in my review on X1 from 2016, and in the spring of 2018 I did a whole video on the game to make up for it. One where I laughed at how bad my 2016 portion was. But the 2018 video was literally audio I recorded at like 3:30 in the morning while suffering from a cold. Truly the worst thing you could possibly do for a video. But luckily, I am not as arrogant as to make fun of old work while being a goof in a completely different fashion anymore. I think. As I have said before, I don't see the harm in a re-review. If you think you've grown and have more to say / want to do a more definitive job, I say why not. Mega Man Maverick Hunter X released for the PlayStation Portable in 2005, and was a remake of Mega Man X, a Super Nintendo classic from 1993. This game came hot off the heels of Mega Man X8, and I mean that literally. Depending on your region, these games were released within months of each other. This was back in the 2000s when Capcom was launching Mega Man games like a machine gun every year, but anyway, Sony released the PlayStation Portable in 2005. Their first move into handheld gaming, a logical choice given the fact that they just had two of the best and most popular consoles of all time. The PSP didn't reach the audience that the Nintendo DS did back in the day, but the sales were still quite good in the PSP. The team behind the X series knew they wanted to make an X game for the PlayStation Portable, but had to decide on whether or not they wanted to make a full-on X9 or just reboot the series. Given the chance for a new audience on PSP, they decided to go back and retell the iconic origin story of Mega Man X for a new age, thus giving us Mega Man Maverick Hunter X. Even though the developers had intended to take advantage of a new platform to expand their audience with this one, it unfortunately didn't work out. Maverick Hunter X and the later released remake of Mega Man 1 titled Mega Man Powered Up both were considered financial failures by Capcom, despite being met with overall positive reception from critics and fans. Although I will admit, I still have never played much of Mega Man Powered Up. I really should get to that at some point. It'll get its own video when I finally get to that classic Mega Man retrospective. But I'm going to look past the sales aspect of this game right now because I want to focus on what makes the game so good in its own merits, because this is definitely one of the best Mega Man games. I have a lot of respect for this project, because it first overcame the issues facing the Mega Man X series before this. I mean, if you've seen the previous X videos I've done, you'll know that Mega Man X1, X2, X3, and X4 are some of my favorite games of all time. Definitely my favorite side-scrollers. But I thought X5, X6, X7, and X8 all missed the mark for various reasons, even though X5 and X8 can still be enjoyed in spite of that fact. Hell, X6 can as well, as I've come to realize over the years. Point is, to make a great game after all that is a job well done. But then they made a game that stands on its own as a remake of Mega Man X1, one of the most iconic and highly regarded Mega Man games to ever be released. So today we're going to discuss how the game plays, and how its aspects compare to the previous games in the series. One of the first questions that comes to mind with most remakes is, what's it going to look like? In the case of Mega Man Maverick Hunter X, I find it interesting to look back and use this game as a case study for how far handheld games had come in just a few years. Last week I covered the Mega Man Xtreme Duology, and in those two games we got a plethora of assets from Mega Man X1 and the other two SNES X games reinterpreted for the Game Boy Color. That was back in 2000 on hardware from 1998, and they had to downsize everything to this extent. But here we have the PSP 5 years later, and Mega Man X received this absolute glow-up. Visually speaking, Maverick Hunter X technically falls into the same pitfalls as X8, where I said many of its assets, even on PS2, looked really low-res and pixelated. I just thought the game looked unappealing on the eyes. However, Maverick Hunter X has the added benefit of releasing on a handheld with a significantly smaller screen and resolution, so it's not as much of a bother. It would absolutely distract me more if I upped the internal resolution in an emulator like I used to, but when playing at the native resolution, many things will look out of place, like this plane on Storm Eagles level looking like a PNG keyframing across the background, but most everything else works just fine. I love how many visual details they added to this game, like how these copter enemies will laugh at you if they hit you. I never noticed that before. Stages will have details added to increase the immersion, like how beating Storm Eagles level still causes his ship to crash into the factory of spark mandrills like the original, but at the start of the stage this is clearly communicated with the ship wreckage being right there. In the original, you just have to put 2 and 2 together to understand that taking down this ship is why the power isn't working. I like how the first Sigma Fortress stage becomes covered in spiderwebs the closer you get to the boss, foreshadowing the boss fight against Bow Spider, something the original couldn't do. They added a toll booth to this part of the intro stage. A toll booth! That doesn't have to be there, but it is, and all of it makes the world feel more cohesive. So when talking about how the game fares as a remake visually, I'd say the job was well done. But let's get down to brass tacks. The gameplay. By this point, Mega Man X gameplay was pretty much nailed down. Mega Man Maverick Hunter X is exactly what you'd expect. You run, you jump, you shoot, lining your shots up with enemies is the most important thing as you avoid their attacks and the obstacles laid out in front of you. At this point, I think I've given this speech on the fundamentals of Mega Man like 10 times in my YouTube career, so I shall get to the point. Maverick Hunter X plays like X8. I can definitely see how at the beginning of development it was a toss-up between a full-on sequel or a reboot of the series, because fundamentally this is still a spiritual successor to X8. Although because it's a remake of X1, X cannot air dash as default like you could in X7 and X8, because you can't even dash on the ground at the start, let alone air dash, because that was an unlockable in X2. And of course, X8 specific mechanics like the two armors and the team system are not in, but that goes without saying since this is a remake of X1. But of course, they did bring in conveniences from later games into the X1 experience, like full button mapping being available from the pause screen and not just the main menu like the original game, and you can escape to the stage select without having to beat the stage first, which is also quite handy if you want to get some items before tackling a boss. But when compared to X8, the biggest difference for me is the handling. Now this is small, but it's still the biggest gap between the two for me. Every time I talk about X8, I mention how smooth it controlled, and I still maintain that X8 feels the best to play of any X game. This game is styled after that one, but I just find that dash jumping off of walls, or even on the ground for example, is just less smooth than X8, where you had a real flow to your jumps. Here, it's like everything just feels much heavier to do. It's a really weird thing to discuss, and I honestly can't even be certain if this is true. I just feel like that when playing the game, and I've always felt this way as someone who's played both of these games for years and years. I've always noticed that there was some kind of difference in how they handle, but I could never put it into words. And I think it's just that Maverick Hunter X feels slightly delayed compared to the snappy controls of X8. I can't prove it with X's actual controls, but the one area I can prove it with would be the charge shot. I always thought X took too long to charge his shots in this game. I made this point in my last video in this game as well. But now, I have the math, because I compared the footage in my editing software. In the Super Nintendo games, it took X roughly 70 frames to reach his full charge shot, and then roughly 150 to get to the third charge shot level. In the PlayStation games, your default rate was about 60 frames and 45 for X8. In Maverick Hunter X, it takes about 90 frames for the full charge shot and then 210 for the third level. This usually throws me off when playing since I'm expecting much faster response time because I'm used to the other games. But I'm only saying this because it's something I noticed as a big fan of the series. This is really nitpicky stuff. However, Maverick Hunter X actually doesn't suffer too much from these differences from the other games, especially X8, because I'd play this any day over X8. If you watched my recent video on that game, you'd know that for me, the big pros of X8 more or less ends with the controls. The level design and item game of X8 just didn't do it for me. Here, we don't have to worry about the level design because Maverick Hunter X faithfully reconstructs the levels you remember from X1, basically shot for shot, which is quite good because these are levels I already enjoy. What has changed that is worth talking about is the item game. That's the part of talking about Mega Man X that gets me the most excited because 100%ing these games and finding different, more efficient ways to do it is one of my biggest reasons why X1, X2, X3, and X4 are all some of my favorite games ever made. The other games all fumbled the ball here with X5's backtrack-oriented design, X6's alternate routes making player routing really pointless, X7 being X7, and X8 being too convoluted for its own good. And that's coming from someone who thinks Mega Man X3 is an amazing game for Pete's sake. Maverick Hunter X brings it back to square one. You have 8 heart tanks to collect that expand your maximum health bar, 4 sub-tanks that refill your health when they have sufficient energy, and 4 main Dr. Light capsules where X can upgrade his armor. The foot parts give you the ability to dash in the ground for rapid bursts of speed, the arm parts allow you to charge your shots to a 3rd level and charge your special weapons, the head parts give X the ability to smash blocks with his head, and the body parts reduce the damage that X takes by 50%, and together they make up X's first armor, yada yada yada. All of this is from X1, but what has changed would be the way the items are arranged. And these are slight mix-ups, but they have an impact on how the player approaches Maverick Hunter X. The foot parts are acquired in this upper path of Flame Mammoth stage, instead of being given to you in the middle of Chill Penguin stage, and this is the one change that could have actually made routing in Maverick Hunter X superior to the original. If you play X1 with my stage order, you'd start with Chill Penguin and then have to come back to this stage to use Fire Wave to get this heart tank. Getting the foot parts instead of the arm parts at Flame Mammoth stage could have cut this entire stage revisit out of the game, but there's just one problem. The sub-tank in Flame Mammoth stage was something you could get with the foot parts alone in the original game, but now you need the head parts, something located in Chill Penguin stage that requires the foot parts to get. If they just left this sub-tank the same as the original, you could actually, not counting the Hadouken, get through X1 without backtracking, like in X2, and I think that improvement would have definitely given Maverick Hunter X a lot of points from me at least. But instead, how I play this game is thus. Flame Mammoth first, Chill Penguin second, then I backtrack to Flame Mammoth for that sub-tank, then I go to Storm Eagle where the body parts are now, and if you're feeling ballsy, you can go to Sting Chameleon stage after this, which is where the arm parts are, and you can make it to this heart tank with a charged shotgun ice. I do these 2 stages either 3rd or 4th, even if the boss is one of the tougher ones in the game. I then go to Boomerang Kawanger, which I did in the original game, but that was to cut down a backtrack on the sub-tank in Spark Mandrill stage. Here, A least backtracking run requires going to this stage before Spark Mandrill because the heart tank in that stage is no longer reachable with a dash jump. You need Boomerang Cutter. So therefore I go to Boomerang Kuwanger first of these two. After Kuwanger, I go to Spark Mandrill, then Armored Armadillo, and end the game on Launch Octopus, and finally revisit Armored Armadillo's stage for the Hadouken. This item has been changed for the better, actually. In the original, you had to reach the end of the stage and willingly jump into this abyss a few times before the capsule would appear, but in the remake, you just need to reach the end without taking damage, which I think is fun as you charge up Rolling Shield or Chameleon Sting and then equip another weapon like Storm Tornado or Fire Wave and just tear through the enemies. Although, like the original, I hate how when I fire the Hadouken, sometimes the game will fire a Buster Shot and that will hit the enemies, activating their iframes, meaning the Hadouken won't hit them. All in all, the item game in Maverick Hunter X works, and I think the remixed elements like the new capsule locations are good changes. However, I just think it would have been cool if they redesigned it in a way where you didn't have to backtrack at all, because the way it is, they made changes to item locations, but it doesn't produce a meaningful change in the experience. But there's more to the game than even that. Once you beat it, it has a lot of extra content, such as a harder difficulty mode. This sees X taking more damage than he does in normal mode and also giving the bosses more difficult attack patterns. For example, Chill Penguin will do this attack where he fires shotgun ice and it ricochets off the wall like it does when you get that weapon from him. Usually when I revisit this game, I tend to play it on hard mode just for the sake of the extra challenge. It helps make the experience stand out from the original more. I also like how you get different dialogue between X and the various Mavericks in hard mode. On the first run, they make X sound a lot more like what you'd expect, where he tries to be nice before a fight.
Answer me, Storm Eagle! You're not the type of Reploid to do something like this!
But then, on hard mode, he's ready to reduce the Mavericks to scrap metal.
Storm Eagle! Have you gone Maverick too?
I won't deny that.
If that's the case, I have no choice but to destroy you. It's my duty as a Maverick Hunter.
It was so cool because I used to play this game all the time on the Vita, and suddenly on one playthrough all the dialogue was changed. It was the neatest of neat moments. The team behind this game wanted to add some kind of new element that would really stand out. Of course, they thought about including a Zero campaign, however they felt like the idea would be, by this point, predictable and not that exciting as a result. Playing as Zero was a selling point in both X3 and X4, and by the time of Maverick Hunter X's release, you could play as Zero in well over half the Mega Man X games, and he had his own series on Game Boy Advance. No, they wanted to do something new. So instead, we got a playable campaign starring the ex-Maverick Hunter Vile, coming in with a brand new gameplay style. This review is actually the first time I ever fully completed Vile's story in this game, and I will say, it's an interesting mode. I use that word because I enjoyed my time with it now that I've made the dedicated effort to finish it, after 7 years of owning the game. However, it's also not so fun that I'd play it again. How it works is that you play as Vile through the intro stage, the 8 Maverick stages, and the first 3 castle stages, battling X at the end of the intro stage, and First Armored X teamed up with Zero at the end of the game. Vile was set free from jail by Sigma to help cause chaos in the midst of his rebellion, but Vile doesn't like the fact that Sigma views X as crucial for the evolution of Reploids and wants to prove he's the best by taking down Sigma's forces himself, only to get beat by X and Zero anyway, once he thought he had the upper hand on them. In terms of the gameplay, Vile cannot dash, nor can he charge his shots. Instead, he comes with 3 weapons: finger bullets, a cannon that fires in the air, and bombs that he drops from his knees. All these attacks can be activated from the air and from the ground. By defeating bosses, Vile will get a ton of new weapons from each one, but you can only equip 1 handgun, 1 cannon blast, and 1 knee bomb at a time. But as they progressively get more powerful, they cost more points to equip, so you have to decide which ones you want to take with you that stay at or below your maximum point capacity, like the skill shop in Sonic Generations. I was partial to the ice handgun and the blue napalm bomb. This is a good idea and it creates a lot of customization, however I feel like if I'm playing Maverick Hunter X again, I'm just gonna do it as X. I mean, Vile's mode starts off rough. He just does not have the health or mobility to survive the early game enemies, but once you get past that, there are other things I didn't like, such as the altered level design. Like this series of moving platforms at the end of Armored Armadillo's stage where I could barely see what I was doing and died like 3 times. I also didn't really care for the remixed item locations. That's not the worst idea either, and in some levels I'm fine with it, like Chill Penguins where you find the right armor at the end of this path and use it to smash the igloo at the start to grab a heart tank. Roughly the same idea as X's playthrough, but a little different for variety's sake. But other ones are annoying, like trying to bring this ride armor to the end of the path of platforms in Storm Eagle stage, or are just stupid, like needing to not destroy this submarine and instead jumping on top of its weapons and finding a platform that carries you over to an item. I was never going to think of that without a guide. I did like how some items had multiple methods of approach, like how I think I was supposed to use the right armor to get this item in Sting Chameleon stage, but it exploded and I shot the boomerang weapon into the air, which grabbed the item for me. Although on that note, I thought the right armors were a little lame. Vile and his ride armors are iconic, and yet you only ride them for like 30 seconds per every time they appear, but if you take damage, that time goes down even more. So all in all, this was an interesting mode to play, but like I said, you won't see me trying it again anytime soon. But, to the credit of the devs, it was cool and unique to play the story from a villain's perspective. Doubly because Vile just has this I'm evil and I love it energy about him in this game, and I'm here for it. Generally speaking, I thought the story was really well done in this game. That's another thing you'd hope a remake would nail. In the case of the original X, the game had a limited story for the sake of keeping the pace going in an action platform shooter. And because copious amounts of dialogue in platformers just wasn't a thing back then. Maverick Hunter X takes the origin story of X and does a lot of great things with it. For starters, X has dialogue interactions with all 8 of the Maverick bosses, and we get to see what their personalities are like. Prior to playing this game, I never would have thought Launch Octopus's personality was that he was like Squidward tentacles, that he was more snooty, and yet here we are. X has a history with all of these bosses you fight, because in X1, each Maverick was a former Maverick Hunter, having joined Sigma's rebellion, and X does not want to fight old friends like this, but he has to. I like how X has the same voice actor he did in X8, not only because I think this is just the best voice X has ever had, but because we get to see a different side of X in this one. By X8, X is just an entirely calm and collected powerhouse, even if he hates all the fighting. But here we see a much younger X who doesn't have all the power he will later, but a massive drive to fight the Maverick hordes anyway. But is otherwise still the soft-spoken hero we've come to know in the previous games. The best part about the whole story is what they did with Sigma. It's no secret that I think the X series using Sigma in every single game was an absolute mistake. It devalued the new villains each game would introduce by having Sigma show up at the end, and it also led to Sigma becoming more of a circus clown himself than a truly menacing bad guy. Something I want to expand on in next week's video. But obviously, when remaking Mega Man X, of course, Sigma is the main antagonist, and this is by far his best appearance of all time. For starters, when interacting with the other Mavericks, we see how Sigma was able to manipulate each and every one of them to his side in different ways, just by the way they talk about him. Chill Penguin joined Sigma because of the fact that he got paid and figured it would be more interesting than being a Maverick Hunter anyway. Armored Armadillo, on the other hand, is just loyal to Sigma, the former commanding officer of the Maverick Hunters. Sigma played into Launch Octopus's vanity by propping up his artistic talents, and the list goes on. But the game makes sure to show how Sigma really feels about these Reploids he dragged into his war when you first fight Launch Octopus in the castle stages.
Launch Octopus?
I am Launch Octopus. I am under orders to deal with any intruders.
Sigma must have brought his body back to life.
Sigma brought all 8 of these Reploids back to life just to be cannon fodder for X before he can reach Sigma. He doesn't give a damn about any of them. He just says what he needs to say to get what he wants. And X understands this, which is part of why he hates Sigma so much. The team behind this went above and beyond by not only packing the story full of details like this, but also included a full 20-something minute movie called The Day of Sigma that shows the events shortly before the game where Sigma was still the charismatic leader of the Maverick Hunters, and what it was that caused him to want to rebel against and wipe out humanity. He used to see X's pacifist tendencies as a flaw in X's design, but Dr. Kane, who discovered X and used his blueprints to create Reploid kind, tells Sigma that this sensitivity is actually what makes X so stand out from the rest of the Reploids. It makes X basically indistinguishable from humans, convincing Sigma that Reploids can evolve to become the dominant species on Earth, and X growing to his full potential is a core part of that, which Sigma seeks to make happen at any cost.
So to take advantage of this power of his, you're planning to go Maverick?
Precisely.
Capcom actually included The Day of Sigma in the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, marking it as a prequel to X1. The Maverick Hunter's Field Guide even references it, so that could lead someone to believe that it's canon to the mainline X series, with or without Maverick Hunter X as a game. The story between the two games is basically the same, so I guess you could look at this version of X1 as canon to the series if you wanted to, however I just choose not to. For starters, Sigma's motivation for going Maverick in the remake is so tied to X and his potential when in games like X2, X4, and X5, it seems Sigma doesn't really care that much about X. His backstory and motives are so tied to Zero in the mainline games. In fact, Sigma's iconic scars were something that X had done to him in The Day of Sigma, which directly conflicts with X4 showing that it was Zero when he first discovered him. It's not that this is impossible to reconcile, but I just don't regard Maverick Hunter X stuff as canon. The biggest reason why is that Dr. Kane gets blown up in Sigma's missile attack, but aids X and Zero in X2 and X3. The man is literally on life support in Day of Sigma and says he's prolonged his life for as long as he could. I just don't think he'd survive this attack, but hey, no body was shown on the screen, so by comic book logic, anything could happen after that. But I totally get why people would ignore these tiny points to regard, the film at least, as canon because the characterization is great throughout. The movie highlights how far Sigma's willing to go this early on in his time as a Maverick. The original Mega Man X starts with the Central Highway under attack, but through this short film we have the backstory that X and Zero failed to stop Sigma at the missile base where he launched all the missiles on the city at once, giving you some context for the start of the game, and the same sense of urgency X feels having to put a stop to Sigma, which all comes together at the end of the game. The castle stages have been mixed up somewhat to include whole portions of Maverick stages being brought back right before you fight that boss again, which I also thought was a nice touch. Makes the refights feel less random, as you start stage 2 for example in a cavern, which of course ends with a fight against Armored Armadillo. One of the better changes is that you find Vile at the end of stage 3 and see Zero's death here as well. I think it's better to place this right before the final battle against Sigma, as that gives the players and X yet another spark in the battle with Sigma, as opposed to the original where it happens at the very start of Sigma Palace Stage 1. If you didn't get the arm parts from Dr. Light, Zero will give you his, and this actually has a different effect than Light's in this game, doing respectable damage on the bosses, so that's pretty cool. When you reach the final boss, you can use the Hadouken on him, which I believe was technically possible in the original, but very rare to do. Here it's pretty easy. However, if you decide to face the final boss, it's a pretty good reinvention of the old boss, as he actually moves the arms of the mech instead of the hands just floating in the sky. Although points off for how these lasers just poof off the screen, but it doesn't matter. Defeat Sigma however you see fit, and you'll get the ending, and this one has always been one of my favorites in the X series. You see a flashback to when Dr. Kane first found X, and then Dr. Light's final message plays after having finished creating X, but having to seal him away because he's going to pass away before X will be fully finished. The final message of Dr. Light was how the original game opened, but it's much better at the end of the game where you really hear from the actor how close he is to the end of his life. The thing I like about this ending is how X doesn't say a word throughout it. We just hear this message from Light about how X will bring about a new age for the relationship between humans and robots, and how he'll fight for the good of all people over footage of X in the wake of Sigma's defeat. I just like how X is someone who always continues to fight for justice in the face of any loss or tragedy, even if those things weigh on him a lot, because that's just what he does. X was victorious against Sigma, but his best friend Zero didn't survive the mission, and you get reminded of that fact when X looks at Zero's bike in the garage. Sigma, the former leader of the Maverick Hunters, turned on humanity and took the best of the hunters with him, so the group is no doubt in shambles. In spite of that, X is still going to carry on the fight because X is, as Dr. Light says, the world's hope. A great way for the remake to go out. But what does it all mean? What do I think of Mega Man Maverick Hunter X? Well, it's really strange with me in this game. I think it's great. They had the challenge of remaking one of the most popular Mega Man games of all time, and the result is a game that stands right alongside it, but I guess that begs the question of if it's better or not. The weird thing about the game is that it does almost nothing wrong. It adds new features and modes, and it greatly expands upon the story and characters, and yet I almost never come back to this one. Is it one of the best video game remakes of all time? Well, that sounds like a dramatic way to describe the game, but I really can't think of much I'd have wanted them to do differently. I just feel more passionately about the original X. I have pretty much equal nostalgia for both, though. Back in 2015, I played the hell out of Maverick Hunter X. I'm talking about I brought my Vita to school and managed to play it during art class, and then played it through all the way again when we waited for the school open house that night levels of playing this game. On road trips, my go-to became Maverick Hunter X. This really is a game that I love, but X1 just does it for me in a way I can't describe. Doesn't help that I have had less incentive to revisit the remake over the years. As I've gotten older, I almost never play games portably. What's the need when I'm the one taking myself everywhere I go, you know? So the appeal of being able to take X1 on the go doesn't work for me as much. Also, X1 itself came out on the 3DS in 2016, so then it became a toss-up between which handheld I'd even want to bring somewhere for Mega Man X action. Nowadays, we have the X Legacy Collection on the Nintendo Switch, and that I have played in the limited amount of times I've brought my Switch somewhere outside with me. And Maverick Hunter X just wasn't on the X Legacy Collection. I get that these are all outside factors when thinking about which game I prefer, but the simple fact is Maverick Hunter X is a game that I love that I just don't really revisit besides maybe one playthrough a year at this rate. But every time I do, I love the experience. I played this game 3 times for this video alone, and when I was finished, I almost felt sad I was done with it because it was so good. And I guess that's always been the sad fact about the remake. It's always had a criminally small audience compared to X1, which has always been a readily accessible game in pretty much every console generation. I mentioned at the beginning that Maverick Hunter X did not sell well, and neither did Powered Up. And so, Capcom just decided to scrap the plans of remaking other Mega Man games on PSP. I always hear the PSP get blamed for this, like if it was made as a DS game it would have been better, but there are PSP games that sold well and DS Mega Man games that didn't. The series was pretty oversaturated at this time, and it seems great games like this got swept under the rug. Which is a shame because I would have loved to see a Maverick Hunter X2. To really see this version of X become the badass from later games. The original X2, without dialogue, showed how formidable X was just 6 months after X1 alone. Man, it would have been so awesome to see that game remade, but alas, this is the world we live in. What I can say is, at least Maverick Hunter X was a fantastic game, regardless of how well it sold. Definitely my 5th favorite Mega Man X game behind the first 4. Without question. But that's basically all I wanted to say for today. So, Mega Man X Dive Offline has recently graced the Steam community, and many Mega Man fans are wondering what to make of it. Should you play it? What game is this? Is this the long-awaited X9? That kind of stuff. Originally, I wasn't planning on talking about this at all when it was announced, but after I got a couple of requests to do so, I figured, why not? I can dip my feet back into the Mega Man X pool for a few minutes. So let's take a step back and talk about what this game is. This is a mobile phone game that first appeared in Asian countries as Rockman X Dive in early 2020, following a beta test period in late 2019. Despite my interest in covering Mega Man X titles, I held off on reviewing it for a long time because mobile games aren't really my thing, besides ports of games I already liked, such as Sonic or Ace Attorney. The Mega Man franchise had a history of releasing mobile ports too, but these were pretty regularly terrible. I feel like X Dive was the first attempt at a Mega Man mobile game that was taken really seriously by Capcom and the audience at large. Mega Man X Dive came to Steam as a free-to-play game a few years back, and when that happened, I had a feeling I would talk about it at some point. In June of 2022, I had done just that. I was pretty split on it, feeling like for mobile standards it was a pretty good approximation of Mega Man X gameplay, however I thought the microtransactions were particularly egregious. But earlier this year, Capcom revealed a new version coming to Steam called Mega Man X Dive Offline, which is a game you pay $30 for and you get to just play the game removed from all that in-game payment stuff. For this video, I'm going to take the exact same approach to talking about X Dive that I did before. This game, as an online experience that had been going on for years, had its own massive meta game, but I'm not involved with that element of the community at all. So I just got the game and played it to the best of my ability and commented on my experience and can use that to recommend the game or not to the average Mega Man fan who hadn't heard of it before or perhaps had never thought of trying it. So let's do it all over again. X Dive Offline handles exactly the same as playing the online version on Steam, so I'll reiterate my thoughts on that from the previous video, so that you don't have to go rewatch that obsolete video to understand what's different in Offline. Though I do have some opinions updated since I had a better grasp on the handling this time around. The game was designed for players to press buttons on a touchscreen to play it, but when playing it with an Xbox Series controller on PC, I think it works pretty well. The button mapping is fully customizable like all the other X games, and so I had shooting on square, jumping on X, dashing on L1, secondary attacks on circle, plus L2 and R2, and switching to my sub-weapon on the R1 button. I just said I played this with an Xbox controller, but that's just because that has the highest compatibility with Windows applications. I'm a PlayStation guy at heart though. And those buttons are the default when I write a script for a video. Anyway, I don't think X Dive feels on par with, say, X1 to X6 and X8, but I don't think it had to. The only issue I can see coming up for players used to the console games is that you can only control your character of choice with the analog stick and not the D-pad. But I don't think X Dive ever forces you to be super precise in terms of movement, so the analog stick worked just fine for me. In the original version, you controlled the game on a touch-controlled wheel, and the analog stick is a much more natural placement for this than the D-pad. And the screen had a dash button and a jump button, so using buttons for those on a controller is going to feel better than it did on a touchscreen. Largely, I think it's impressive that it's so accurate to how the 2D games felt, while also giving the player a sense of flow as you dash jump, wall jump, shoot, and slash your way through the hordes of enemies. On that note, I thought the combat felt pretty satisfying. The characters all need to lock onto their enemies to shoot them, which might sound like a repeat of Mega Man X7, but context is crucial to deciding if this is good design or not. The difference is that in this game, your positioning is still the important part of hitting your enemies, as not all shots travel across the whole screen. And when shooting is on a button you have to touch, making it automatic just makes the game flow better than it would have if you had to control your positioning and your aim with these controls. In X7, it was just so bizarre that you had to lock on during these 2D segments where you brainlessly mashed the shoot button because the designers didn't think to take the Z-axis away from the enemies. Yeah, frigid take incoming, but X7 sure was bad, am I right? It's also pretty handy in X Dive how you don't have to mash the buttons to shoot or even saber slash anymore. You can just hold the attack button and the game will take care of the rest. Every attack in the game has a meter for how long it can be used, and when it's up or just stop using it, the timer will grow back to max capacity. Something I noticed early in this game was that X, or whoever you're playing as, when firing at their enemies will walk backwards while still facing forwards and shooting. I actually think this is a mechanic that can be put to good use in the main series. Before, if you wanted to get away from your enemies and keep hitting them, you have to go back in that direction and then turn around to keep hitting them. I never once thought about what strafing could be like in a Mega Man side-scroller, but seeing this has me convinced this could be an interesting mechanic in a 2D Mega Man platformer. Enemies move fast in X-Dive, so backing up while shooting was handy on multiple occasions. Although I sometimes had an issue with not being able to control what direction X or whoever was going in while firing, and I needed to stop and let the game reset the controls, which was a detriment in the middle of combat. What plays pretty much exactly how you'd expect is slashing with the saber weapons. When I first unlocked one as X, I thought it was cool to see him just go combo mad all over the enemies, but this is just how every character functions and it's pretty fun to do, especially using the spin slash to destroy all the enemies in my path. They also brought in slashing on the move from the Mega Man Zero series for that extra degree of combat control. But of course, I don't think X-Dive is really about the gameplay, it's about the nostalgia of the franchise. As I've mentioned a couple times now, you don't just play as Mega Man X in this one, you play a whole host of characters from across the history of Mega Man. This was always the thing about Dive that interested me the most from launch all the way up until now. All the characters play the same with a dash, a double jump, and an air dash, but this massive roster of Mega Man characters are all accompanied by new pieces of artwork, and whenever we got a new one, I go check it out in the gallery of the Mega Man wiki to see what they looked like. From classic Mega Man to various armors from the X series, mini-bosses like holograms from X2 and X3 get a render and a bio. The intro bosses from X2 and X3 get that, the Mavericks are all here with new renders and models and artwork, and so do the heroes. Classic series characters like Proto Man, various characters from all over the X series, including party members and boss characters from X Command Mission, Zero Series Zero, NCL, Ale from ZX, Volnut, Tronbon, and the Servbots from Mega Man Legends, the EXE characters from the Battle Network games, and even Mega Man Star Force's representation. It's a true celebration of the Mega Man franchise's history, and I felt like it was always an exciting element of the game, seeing which things would make a comeback and being excited for whatever classic X armor would return next, and even seeing some new ones alongside them. The stage roster also pulls from the various X games, but then you'll see there are levels from ZX and ZX Advent, Mega Man 7, Mega Man 8, and even Mega Man Network Transmission, the Battle Network GameCube spin-off. Things like this get me really excited as a fan, though I thought it was super disappointing when I played the grass stage from ZX1 and they used a Mega Man 2 Woodman remix instead of actually remixing Green Grass Gradation from ZX, when that track and the whole soundtrack for that game were superb. But still, going through all the models and seeing the different animations that called back to various moments from series history was like the endgame Portals scene, but for Mega Man fans. It's also really funny too. If you wanted to play as classic Mega Man or a Servbot tearing through enemies with a Gatling gun and a massive beam saber, this is the game for you. The story is pretty blatantly empty in this game though. The data of the Mega Man franchise is in peril, and now you, the longtime fan, must venture into the cyber realm to save the day. It's really just an excuse to go through all these old Mega Man levels and play this huge roster of Mega Man characters, and that's a lot of content. I mean, this game has over 20 worlds, and most of them have several stages, so this game can keep you busy for a while if you're into it. And that's the area that truly separated X-Dive Online from X-Dive Offline. In the previous iteration, it may have been free to play, but playing the game as a newcomer made all that cool content feel permanently out of reach because of high stat requirements and microtransactions. This is the biggest thing I had against the entire experience in my video last year. I constantly felt underpowered and would be battling the same boss for maybe over 10 minutes at a time because they wouldn't take significant damage and I would just die in 2 seconds, which also then forced me to have to buy more lives with actual money. It just made the game a slog to try and play, so I eventually just gave up. Especially because of the fact that in the online original, in order to beat the game, you had to play these hard mode versions of the worlds you already beat, which really soured the whole thing for me because now you had versions of every world that I felt were more tedious than the ones I already slowly marched my way through. This then made the content feel really repetitive and increased my want to just drop the game entirely. X-Dive Offline is a complete turnaround from that. This game has no mechanic to spend your actual money on it, which is a huge improvement. In comparison to the original, I felt better while playing offline because I was leveling up almost every stage, and your reward for beating every stage is around 100,000 of the in-game currency that you can use to buy new weapons, new characters, and increase the power levels of all your favorite weapons. With that, my Gatling gun was just plowing through enemies like it was nobody's business. Plus, I also unlocked S-Class Zero and S-Class X really quickly and made use of them throughout my play sessions. But I also unlocked a lot of other cool characters like Super Mega Man from Mega Man 6. He was pretty fun to use because not only could he double jump and air dash, but he could also fly up like he could with the jet form from Mega Man 6. But then I also managed to unlock Second Armor X from Mega Man X2, and he was exactly what I was hoping for since you can do the double charge shot from X2 that destroyed enemies like it was nothing, and in X-Dive Offline this attack would do like 8,000 damage. You now have enough currency to buy plenty of lives too, and I would go to the shop regularly to replenish my supply, but the trick is that you can only revive 3 times in one stage to make sure the game doesn't become too mindless. But despite all that, this still was my largest issue with X-Dive Offline after playing it for a few hours. Despite the fact that the offline version was balanced much better and was made more accessible for those who aren't interested in the grind, I just don't think this game is particularly engaging to play. When I started playing the online version and when I started playing the offline version, my thoughts were, this is really cool, I could see myself finishing this, both times. However, the longer I played, the more I was thinking, yeah, this is alright, but I'm not really having that much fun. I think that's just the nature of X-Dive as a mobile game. You just aren't really meant to sit down and binge this game like I can for a good console X game, or even the ones I don't like for that matter. Mobile games are geared towards short bursts of playtime. You put it on while riding on the bus or something and you clear a couple of the short stages and you keep doing that to fill time while you wait in lobbies or ride public transit or whatever. I don't really play mobile games for that reason because I'm often not doing that kind of thing, so the model just doesn't grab me that much. So when I'm playing X-Dive offline on my PC, it just feels like an endless amount of content that allows me to play a really good approximation of Mega Man X gameplay and with tons of fun nostalgia, but it's still not something I find super compelling to play. The further I got into the game, the more I had a different issue from the online version. Before, it would be an issue for me that I'd be completely underpowered against all the enemies, but now I'm super powerful but also made of glass too. So it was more or less a war of attrition. I'm willing to bet that's some kind of a skill issue or a lack of understanding with the menus and unlockables and such, but still, I can't change the fact that I felt that the game was just not the most balanced experience, even if I thought it was miles ahead of my experience with the online version. Also, this game is worth $30. Price is more of a subjective matter, but I just don't think this game is fun enough to be worth paying that much for. In terms of content, I think the game provides enough playtime to be worthy of it, but that's also only if you're really into it, which I personally wasn't after a few hours of playing it. The Mega Man X Legacy Collection Volume 1 has 4 of my favorite games on it, X1, X2, X3, and X4, and that's only $20. Hell, Mega Man 11 was $30, and that's certainly a more interesting experience in terms of moment-to-moment gameplay. So am I saying you shouldn't play X-Dive offline? Well, I'm definitely not saying that. If you're a hardcore Mega Man fan and just want to experience all this cool nostalgia for the franchise and get a game with a lot to play in it, then sure, X-Dive is something you might like. It has cool ideas and artwork, and that can't be taken away from the game at all. However, I just don't think it's an interesting enough experience to warrant the price tag. So I think if you're a big Mega Man fan and have not tried it, the offline edition is the perfect way to get into it, but I'd say wait for a sale. At 15 or 20 bucks, this is an easy recommendation than at the full $30. But yeah, that's basically all I had to say on the matter. My thoughts on the gameplay are made almost exactly the same, but the game went up in my estimation just via the removal of all the free-to-play tropes that bogged the experience down immensely when I first played it. Some expressed concern that Capcom sees no value in the Mega Man franchise besides pumping out X-Dive content, which means we'll never see X9 ever, and all that. But I think people should be less alarmist about this sort of thing. Mega Man 11 and the Battle Network Legacy Collection were both some of the most successful Mega Man releases of all time, so I think it's only a matter of time before something new is released. So until that time, I just say be patient, replay these fun games we already have, or try other stuff, perhaps. But yeah, now we get to look forward to Mega Man 12, and I hope the game leads to a Mega Man X9, like a true one. We've been waiting for this for a long time, I hope we get to play it, but if not, fan games will certainly fill in the gaps, and replaying all the old games certainly will too. But in a more immediate sense, my next Mega Man project will be the Mega Man Legends series. I know folks have been looking forward to that for a long time, so I hope everyone's hyped. In the meantime, that's my look back on the Mega Man X franchise, all in one succinct video, and I hope everyone enjoyed that trip down memory lane, because I certainly did. But now we can close like I always do. If you made it this far in the video, I thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.